Darth Sidious strode into the Dark Council chambers atop the highest tier of the Korriban Academy. The air within the ancient sanctum was thick with power crimson torchlight casting flickering shadows against towering statues of long-dead Sith Lords. The vast obsidian walls pulsed faintly with residual energy, remnants of countless dark rituals performed over millennia. His thoughts, however, burned with a volatile mixture of fury and amusement. Whoever ripped me from my rightful throne and cast me into this bygone era, has destroyed everything I spent lifetimes building, he mused bitterly. I had done it. I manipulated every thread, bent every will, and finally I broke the Jedi Order. A wicked grin crept across his face. And the most exquisite triumph? I stole the Jedi's precious chosen one, their prophesied savior, and remade him as their doom. Sidious chuckled, low and menacing. The sound echoed ominously through the vaulted chamber. Everything, he whispered to himself, has proceeded exactly as I had foreseen. Truth be told, his time as Emperor of the Galaxy had barely lasted a single day, yet in that moment, he had ascended to godhood. With the Jedi annihilated, the Republic in ruins, and his dominion unchallenged, there had been only one emotion left to taste: boredom. But not anymore. Now, he found himself cast back thousands of years into the time of the Old Republic. A time of powerful Sith Lords he had only read about in holocrons. A time when the Jedi were at their peak. And he was not just intrigued. He was thrilled. I am the most powerful Sith Lord who has ever lived, he murmured. And now, I have an entire empire of Sith beneath me ripe for domination. A dark glint sparked in his yellow eyes. Perhaps the vision of my dark empire shall be realized sooner than expected. The stars themselves shall bow to my will. He moved deeper into the chamber where the Dark Council convened. Everything had been arranged. Whatever feeble being had brought him here had ensured his transition into the Sith Empire would be seamless. Now it was time for introductions. Inside, seated in a triad of towering thrones, Darth Mar, Darth Then Aten, and Darth Ravage were embroiled in heated discussion. Thanaton's voice was sharp with indignation. Darth Zish has shown blatant disregard for Sith tradition, murdering Darth Scotia in such a disgraceful manner and lacking the pride to admit it. Her actions are an affront. If she continues this mockery of our sacred customs, I will take action. Darth Mar, ever the stoic, raised a hand in irritation. I've heard enough, Then Aten. If the behavior of a newly minted Darth troubles you so greatly, then deal with it as befits your station. We are not squabbling apprentices. Ravage gave a gruff nod. Agreed. Your concern is trivial at best. What truly requires our attention is horrid Jadis's heir. Thanaton's glare darkened. What of the child? Ravage leaned forward, voice dripping with disdain. What of the child? Let me put it plainly, while you've been obsessed with Zish and her wriggling little apprentice, you've failed to notice the catastrophe sitting among us. We have a lunatic occupying a seat on this council. A deranged brat with no discipline, no respect for the order, barely capable of coherent thought, let alone leading. Then Aten waved him off. If she's a liability, then replace her. Surely there are dozens of worthy Darths prepared to assume her mantle. Mar interjected with calm finality. It's not that simple. Finding a suitable successor who is not already compromised by another council member's influence would be difficult. The balance of power here is delicate. Tamper with it, and the entire empire could fracture. Until the Emperor names a replacement, we wait. I don't like it, Ravage growled. But I must agree. Darth Vengeance has already consolidated far too much influence over the Lords. Rumors whisper he commands loyalty from entire sectors of Sith. We are stretched thin, and the wrong move could tip the scales. Then Aten folded his arms, displeased but silent. Mar sat back, his visor reflecting the firelight. Let us hope the Emperor blesses us with a worthy peer and not another wild card like Horrid. Or worse, someone with ambitions beyond this council's design. The great doors of the Dark Council chamber burst open with a sharp hiss, ancient durasteel groaning under the pressure as a figure cloaked in shadow strode forward. The flickering firelight reflected off the crimson etchings of the ancient Korriban chamber, casting elongated silhouettes across the obsidian floor. Darth Sidious entered without hesitation, his hood drawn low, obscuring all but the glint of golden eyes that burned with cruel intelligence. The chamber fell into a tense silence as the Dark Council members turned to face the intruder. Darth Ravage was the first to respond, his tone laced with fury. "Who are you? And how did you breach the sanctity of the Dark Council chamber?" Darth Mare's deep, metallic voice followed swiftly, filled with cold authority. "You are either incredibly brave or suicidally foolish to walk into these halls uninvited. State your purpose, stranger. If it fails to meet our standards, I will cut you down myself." Sidious paused, then offered a slow, graceful bow, his voice a velvety mix of reverence and arrogance. "My lords of the Dark Council, I offer my most sincere apologies for the intrusion. I come not in defiance, but in return from a 1,000-year mission into the unknown regions. My name is Darth Sidious, and I speak for a forgotten sect of the Sith. Our campaign culminated in the eradication of the Jedi Order that once plagued those regions. I have returned, alone, but victorious." A heavy silence hung in the air. Then, Mare's mask tilted slightly as he studied the figure. "If that is true, then you will know a name: Anakin Skywalker, also called Vader. We've come across that name in certain records." Sidious's grin widened, sharp and knowing. "Ah, so my apprentice walks these stars as well. That pleases me. He is a blade forged by fire and betrayal. I shall welcome him back into my service." Mare's tone turned immediately frigid. "Unfortunately, he is no longer available to you. Anakin Skywalker has been assigned to Darth Baris. Your request is denied." Sidious masked the swell of fury within him. "Denied? No one denies me. Not a council. Not a mask. Not even the Force itself. But now was not the time to strike." He lowered his gaze in feigned submission. "No matter," Sidious said smoothly. "Young Skywalker may be out of my reach for now." The council members exchanged glances, then began to converse among themselves in the ancient Sith tongue. Harsh syllables echoed like knives in the chamber, filled with suspicion and calculation. Then Sidious spoke up, his own voice slipping flawlessly into the ancient dialect. "If it pleases the council, perhaps I might be permitted to return to service assuming the rank of Darth once again. I bring not only experience, but an offer of aid. There are problems within your empire that I may be uniquely suited to solve." Then Aten raised an intrigued brow. "You speak our language well. It seems your sect has not forgotten the old ways. Tradition is not something we often see preserved, especially not with the likes of Zish running amok." He gave Mar a glance. "Very well. You may be granted the rank of Darth. But first, we will test your worth. Show us your true power." Sidious offered a wicked smile beneath his hood. "As you wish." In the next breath, he unshackled his presence in the Force. A terrible pressure filled the chamber, a storm of dark side energy crashing against the will of the council. The air grew thick, heavy with power and ancient malice. Lightning crackled invisibly across the floor. The great statues trembled, and shadows danced unnaturally along the walls. The council members went still. Ravage narrowed his eyes. "You're far more powerful than we anticipated." A beat of silence passed before Ravage continued, voice now calculating. "Tell us, then, how do we reach this region you returned from? If it lies beyond the great hyperspace barrier, and if the Jedi Order has been destroyed there, then perhaps it's ready for Imperial conquest." Sidious exhaled, slow and deliberate. "Alas, the pathfinder that allowed our journey through the great space wall was destroyed in battle. Without it, travel to that part of the galaxy is impossible. And even if one could breach the barrier, what awaits is little more than a wasteland. That sector is engulfed in anarchy, its worlds burned, its governments shattered. The war we waged was absolute. I returned because my task was finished. I am, the last of my order. Ravage looked visibly disappointed. A shame. That could have been fertile ground for expansion. Mar raised a hand. Enough. We will deliberate on this matter privately. The Dark Council will determine what place if any you have within our order. Sidious bowed his head again, though his smile had not faded. Whatever your decision, I am confident it will be wise. I remain at your service. You are dismissed, Mar said, his voice firm. Sidious turned and strode from the chamber, his cloak billowing behind him like a curtain of darkness. That fool dared dismiss me, he thought. Me, the Dark Lord of the Sith. But no matter. I will bide my time. Let them believe they hold power. Soon, I will have my piece on the board, and then, the game truly begins. Back inside the chamber, then Atten leaned forward. You see? That is a Sith who respects tradition. Unlike that wretched Wormsush. Ravage nodded in agreement. Perhaps we've found a true servant of the Emperor, one that could replace the lunatic's horrid. And if he proves loyal, he could be molded, a powerful ally. Mar remained silent for a long moment. His visor reflected the fading shadows of Sidious's retreating form. He is dangerous, Mar said quietly. Too dangerous. I know the scent of a serpent, and that one stinks of it. There is something off about him even for a Sith. Something slanderous. He clenched his gauntlet fist. I will watch him. Satil Shan sat in solemn stillness within the hallowed Jedi Council chambers atop Tython, her posture composed but her senses alert. The gentle illumination from the high windows bathed the council circle in golden light, yet attention clung to the air like the calm before a storm. Master Thul Braga, his voice steady but tinged with unease, addressed the gathered masters. His presence was reminiscent of ancient strength, not unlike the old tales of Master Plo Koon. We convene today because of a troubling development, he began. Over the past several months, numerous Jedi Padawans, knights, even the venerable Master Yonlach have fallen in mysterious, violent confrontations. His gaze shifted directly to Satil. You, Master Shan, you've encountered this Anakin Skywalker Vader even if briefly. Your insight is invaluable. What do you make of him? Satil inclined her head respectfully. You are correct, Master Braga. Our encounter was brief, and at the time, I was unaware of his true identity. But even in that short moment, it was clear he is a seasoned warrior. His campaign on the Brental Star, the capture of General Garza, the death of a Jedi Padawan, and the destruction of the vessel all occurred before I could arrive. He is dangerous, but not wholly consumed. She paused, her words careful and deliberate. There was conflict in him. He did not reek of the dark side like others I've faced. He was composed. Even willing to negotiate, civil in a way no Sith I've met before has been. Braga stroked his beard thoughtfully. Perhaps, he might still be redeemed. Turned back to the light, and made an ally against the Emperor. But first, he continued, we must call back the remaining Jedi from the unknown regions. The Order cannot afford further losses. Just then, the great doors opened. A trio entered, Masters Yoda, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Mace Windu, whose mechanical hand gleamed where his original had once been severed. Master Siobakern turned subtly, curiosity piqued. So they truly did survive. This must be reported to the Emperor. My master will find this development very intriguing. Braga acknowledged the new arrivals. You three were once members of the Jedi Order this Skywalker betrayed. Your insight could clarify what we face now. Obi-Wan stepped forward, his face weary with regret. That is correct. And I must accept full responsibility for his fall, not just as his master, but as his friend. I failed him. I allowed the darkness called Sidious to twist his mind. He became the very thing he swore to destroy. Satil interjected calmly, failure alone cannot account for what you describe, Master Kenobi. You say he was the chosen one, please, elaborate on this, Sidious. But first, what signs did you see in Skywalker? Before Obi-Wan could speak, Yoda lifted his cane and addressed the room. Failed him, Master Kenobi did not alone, he said gravely. A failure of the Order, it was. My fault, too. Too old was the boy. Too attached. Chosen one he may be, but turned, he has. Now, stopped he must be. Both Sith and Skywalker. The council murmured among themselves, stunned. Master Sio seized the opportunity, his voice sharp. So what you're saying is, the Jedi Council knowingly trained the one destined to bring balance only to lose him to the dark side. And now the entire galaxy suffers because of your miscalculations. He leaned forward. Tell us, Master Kenobi, how was Skywalker treated within the Order? Was there precedent for his fall? Or was he failed from the beginning? Obi-Wan sighed, shame weighing heavily in his tone. Anakin was troubled. From a young age, he defied instruction, rejected limitations, and harbored deep anger. He felt the Order never truly trusted him. His peers often shunned him, envied him. Some mocked his past as a slave. He closed his eyes for a moment. One day, during a sparring session, he nearly killed another student who mocked him. I stopped him in time. But the resentment only grew. He looked up again. And during the Unknown Wars, his Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, was accused of bombing the temple. Though she was innocent, the council turned on her. Only Anakin uncovered the true culprit and cleared her name, but by then it was too late. She left the Order, broken in spirit. Another wound in his soul. One we inflicted. Silence followed. Satiel's expression darkened, her voice low. Then perhaps this Vader is not a monster born of darkness, but one they helped shape. Yoda closed his eyes, exhaling through his nose. A reckoning, this is. Learn from this, we must, or fall, we will. Satiel Shan remained seated in still contemplation, her eyes lowered in silent reflection. Then she spoke, her voice calm, yet laced with restrained disappointment, echoing through the chamber with unshakable authority. I am deeply disappointed in you, and in your Order, she began, lifting her gaze to meet the council. It is painfully clear to me, and I hope to my fellow masters, that the Jedi Order failed Anakin Skywalker. You didn't just lose a student, you forged the cracks in him yourselves. His fall was not born from the Sith alone, it was cultivated here. Her words hung heavy in the room. The silence that followed was taut, almost reverent. For now, she continued, her voice firm but hopeful, I suggest we focus on a solution. We must seek a way to bring him back to the Order. And if that path proves impossible, then, and only then, must we stop him. She stood, placing both hands behind her back, her stance unwavering. I still sense light in him. Even if he has turned to the dark side, I believe I know he can return. Look at my ancestor, Ravan. He was once Jedi, then Sith, and ultimately redeemed. He defied the darkness and emerged whole. If Anakin truly is the chosen one, then we must try. We cannot allow the Sith Empire to wield such a deadly force without a fight for his soul. Before another could respond, a resounding metallic slam cracked through the chamber like thunder. Mace Windu's cybernetic hand was clenched in a fist against the council table, his fury boiling to the surface. I cannot accept this, he snapped. He's Sith. I saw it from the start. Skywalker was always a ticking bomb. He must be stopped. Permanently. His eyes burned as he continued. I suggest we assemble a strike team, Jedi Shadows, elite, and track him down. We end this now, while we still can. This redemption talk is a fantasy. He is a great evil, and he must be eradicated. Satiel's stance stiffened. Her eyes narrowed, and her presence surged through the force-controlled, powerful, irrefutable. "Take a seat, Master Windu," she commanded, her voice like durasteel. Windu turned sharply, defiant. "Take a seat? No, I refuse to let this order fall into delusion and sentiment." Yoda finally intervened, his voice calm but firm with unshakable Jedi wisdom. "Control yourself, Master Windu, you must." The Grand Master said slowly. "The Jedi, this is not." The chamber remained still. But it was Master Siobakern who now leaned forward, his expression grave and voice cold with condemnation. "This is not the Jedi way," he said. "You should be ashamed of yourself. Your anger, your refusal to listen, this is not the conduct of a Jedi Master. I motion that we strip Mace Windu of his rank and demote him tonight." A pause. Then, slowly, one by one, heads began to nod across the chamber. The majority of the council silently agreed. Windu's face contorted with disbelief. His hands clenched into fists, and his voice trembled with fury. You can't do this. This is unfair. You're making a mistake." Satiel stepped forward, now standing at the center of the council ring like a blade of reason in a storm of chaos. "This decision is final," she declared. "The meeting is adjourned." Her voice cut through the final protests like a lightsaber through steel. She turned slightly toward Obi-Wan and Yoda. "Masters Kenobi and Yoda, will speak privately to devise a plan for how to capture Skywalker. This will be handled with care, with wisdom, and with the honor that Anakin himself was denied." The twin sons of Tython cast elongated shadows across the polished floor as the council slowly dispersed. A storm had passed, but another loomed on the horizon. Scene break. In the early morning haze of Tatooine, the first soft rays of sunlight spilled into the cave, painting the rocky interior in muted amber. Nox lay nestled beside Anakin, her head resting gently on his bare chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heart as R2-D2's projector dimmed, the last flickers of the holovid fading into silence. "You really weren't lying," Nox said, her voice laced with disbelief and admiration. "You actually won a pod race, at 9 years old. As a human. That's practically unheard of." Anakin let out a dry chuckle, his gaze drifting to the ceiling of the cave. "Honestly, I don't even know how I made it out of that alive. Looking back, I should have died a dozen times. Sababa nearly killed me, that bastard. He sabotaged my racer, tried to have me crushed before the race even began." Nox's expression darkened, her eyes burning with protective fury. "If I'd been there, I would have made him regret ever looking at you wrong. No one hurts you and gets away with it. Not on my watch." Anakin smiled, the tension in his frame softening at her intensity. "Remind me never to get on your bad side. I don't envy the fool who does." Her smirk lingered as she relaxed against him. The silence was warm, comfortable until Anakin spoke again. "You want to see the first time I flew a starship?" Nox's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Of course. I want to know everything about your past." R2 chirped affirmatively and activated the next recording. A blue hollow shimmered to life, showing a young Anakin Skywalker, just a boy, climbing into the cockpit of a Naboo starfighter. Inside a hangar under siege, chaos erupted as droid Ekis rolled in, blasters opening fire on the Queen's entourage. The camera tilted as Padme and her guard were forced into cover. "We've got to do something, R2, the young Anakin cried, voice cracking with urgency. R2 beeped rapidly, clearly anxious. "I'm trying. I don't even know where the trigger is," the boy barked, frantically pressing buttons. The starfighter rumbled, lifting into the air as it drifted forward. "Oops. Not that one," Anakin muttered. "Maybe this." He pulled a lever. The canopy slid closed with a hiss, and the fighter's control systems lit up. The craft pivoted to face the droid Ekis. Anakin's eyes widened. "Wait, here it is." He squeezed the trigger, and the fighter's laser cannons roared to life, blasting the droid Ekis into pieces. "Yeah!" he screamed, exhilarated, as the ship shot forward out of the hangar and into the void of space. Nox held her breath, watching the footage with a tight grip on Anakin's chest. He glanced down at her reaction, amusement gleaming in his eyes. Back in the recording, young Anakin gripped the controls. "It's on autopilot," he yelped, panic setting in. R2 wailed beside him as anti-aircraft fire lanced through the sky. Explosions rocked the atmosphere. The fighter raced toward a looming Looker Hulk-class battleship locked in combat with Naboo fighters. "There! That's where the autopilot's taking us!" Anakin shouted, eyes wide as multiple friendly fighters were blasted out of the sky. "The deflector shields are too strong," a pilot's voice cried over the comms. Anakin yanked the stick, narrowly avoiding a barrage of cannon fire. "This is insane!" More vulture droids swooped in, unleashing a hail of plasma fire. Anakin yelled over the noise, "R2, get us off autopilot! It's going to get us killed!" R2 screeched in affirmation and overrode the controls. "You did it!" Anakin whooped. "Okay, let's go left." The ship veered sharply, skimming past a barrage of fire. Explosions bloomed like fiery blossoms just beyond the canopy. R2 beeped again, concern rising. "Go back!" Anakin barked. "Qui-Gon told me to stay in the cockpit, so that's what I'm going to do." A trio of vulture droids locked onto him, chasing with deadly precision. "I'll try spinning, that's a good trick," Anakin declared. The fighter twisted into a corkscrew, narrowly dodging laser blasts. Anakin screamed, half panic, half exhilaration. R2 wailed louder. "I know we're in trouble. Just hang on." Then boom! A blast rocked the ship. Alarms screamed. Smoke curled from the damaged fuselage. "We're hit, R2!" Anakin shouted, teeth clenched. He steered the failing fighter toward the battleship's hangar bay. The ship tore through the energy field, nearly colliding with transport crates and parked droids. Sparks rained from the ceiling. "I'm trying to stop, I'm trying!" Anakin howled as he slammed buttons and yanked the controls. R2 beeped in desperation. The ship skidded across the floor of the hangar, metal screaming in protest. It finally came to a shuddering halt mere meters from a reactor conduit. Inside the cave, Nox clutched Anakin tighter, the rise and fall of his chest grounding her in the present. "He was 9, she whispered, voice thick with awe. 9, and already braver than most Sith Lords I've met." Anakin stared into the dying embers of the fire, his expression unreadable. "I was just surviving." Nox looked up at him. "No. You were already fighting fate and winning." As the smoke cleared and sparks crackled from damaged wiring, a squad of B-1 battle droids marched into view, blasters raised and optics glowing red. "Roger, Roger," one of them squawked mechanically. "We got one in our sights." Another droid tilted its head. "What should we do?" "I don't know," replied a third, their metallic voices glitching slightly from the static-filled hangar. While the droids bickered, R2-D2 emitted a sharp series of beeps, whirling in place as his sensors detected the rising danger. Anakin, still just a boy, sat frozen in the cockpit. "Oh," he muttered. "This is definitely not good." His fingers flew over the console, wildly mashing buttons in a desperate attempt to get the systems online. Suddenly, the console flared, green power returned. Just then, a Neimoidian commander stormed into view, his expression twisted with panic. "What are you doing?" "Kill him," he barked, gesturing frantically. One of the droids hesitated. "But sir, he's just a kid." "I don't care if he's a damn infant," the Neimoidian snarled. "Eliminate him." Anakin's eyes lit up. "Yes, shields are up," he shouted triumphantly as the Naboo starfighter roared to life, engines igniting with a blinding burst of blue flame. "Roger, Roger," the droids echoed in unison before opening fire, red bolts lighting up the hangar. Anakin yanked the controls. "Take this, he shouted, pulling the trigger. The starfighter's twin cannons unleashed a rapid burst, ripping through the droids in a fiery spray of sparks and shrapnel. And this, he shouted again, as he launched a pair of proton torpedoes. They screamed across the bay and detonated with devastating force, engulfing nearby fuel cells and triggering secondary explosions. The ship trembled violently. "Whoa!" Anakin yelped, gripping the controls tighter as the entire hangar began to shake. Inside the control room, a technician shouted, "We're losing power. Reactors destabilizing." The Neimoidian's eyes widened. "Impossible. Nothing can get through our shields." Anakin pulled a lever hard. The fighter surged forward, engines screaming as it engaged full thrusters. "Let's get out of here," he cried. The starfighter blasted through the hangar doors just as an enormous fireball rolled out behind him. Explosions cascaded through the ship's interior, breaching decks and tearing metal apart like paper. Static-laced voices crackled over the radio. "What's happening? The ship's blowing up from the inside." "We didn't hit it," another pilot shouted. Anakin maneuvered like a prodigy, instincts guiding his hands. He dipped and rolled through waves of chaos, R2 squealing in celebration. "Now this is pod racing," he laughed, the adrenaline masking his fear. Another voice broke through the radio. "Wait! One of ours coming out of the main hull." "Whoa!" someone exclaimed as Anakin's starfighter rocketed out of the flaming debris. He narrowly escaped the shockwave as the Lucre Hulk behind him erupted in a spectacular fireball, the superstructure collapsing in on itself. His ship rejoined the remaining Naboo fighters, the radio erupting in cheers. "Did he do that? That was a kid, he blew up the whole command ship. He saved Naboo." Another voice joined in. "The droid army is shutting down. We actually won. We won." The lead captain's voice came through, awed and breathless. "One hell of a shot, kid. You're the hero of Naboo. What's your name?" Anakin leaned forward, pressing the COMM button nervously. I'm Anakin Skywalker, sir. Am I in trouble? If so, I'm really sorry." The captain chuckled. "Kid, I'm not even gonna ask how you ended up in that fighter. I bet your parents are worried sick. But you're not in trouble. You're a hero. You saved an entire planet. Don't forget that the name Anakin Skywalker will be remembered." Anakin stared at the console in stunned silence. No one outside of his mother had ever said anything like that to him. Not even after the Bunta Eve Classic. He whispered to himself, almost unsure. "A hero." Then his voice rose. "A hero. You hear that, R2? We're heroes now," he shouted with boyish pride, clutching the controls tighter. "Just you wait, when Qui-Gon teaches me how to be a wizard, I'll be the hero that saves everyone." His voice softened, a tender edge replacing the excitement. "Just you wait, Mom. I'll become the most powerful Jedi to ever live. I'll come back and free you. I promise," he whispered, eyes glinting with the fire of a boy dreaming of something greater. The recording ended. Anakin sat in silence. Nox immediately sensed the shift in Anakin's mood. Without saying a word, she tightened her hold on him, her head pressing more firmly against his chest as if shielding his heart from the ghosts of his past. "I'm fine," Anakin muttered, eyes still distant, staring at the ceiling of the cave as twin suns began to rise beyond the horizon. Nox nodded slowly, but her voice held the bite of disbelief. "Like hell you are. You blew up a Krif Fing battleship at age 9. 9, Anakin. And that was your first time flying anything. What are you, some kind of perfect human prototype? I mean, I remember what I was doing at that age, still getting force thrown around by my masters while trying to focus on lifting a pebble. And there you were, doing war hero shit in a cockpit you could barely reach. I'm not gonna lie, part of me's seriously jealous. We're practically the same age, and yet, you've done more in 1 year than I did in 5. Anakin chuckled under his breath. Don't sell yourself short, Nox. You just didn't have the same opportunities I had. His smile faded slightly. I was forced to grow up fast. Nox gave him a playful slap on the shoulder. Yet? Well, that's for laughing at me, she teased, before leaning in and planting a soft kiss on his lips. And that's for worrying me in that video. Anakin winced dramatically. Ow. Okay, the kiss I'll take, but the slap? That's cruel. I am alive, right? You saw me survive. R2, back me up here. R2-D2 let out a low series of nonchalant beeps, then spun around and began playing a cheerful tune as if pointedly ignoring them. Anakin narrowed his eyes. Not you too, buddy. Man-women are complicated. Nox smirked, eyes twinkling. Can't lie to you there. But isn't that the fun part? Anakin gave her a deadpan look. Maybe for you. I'm out here emotionally confused while you sit back and enjoy watching me squirm in misery. She chuckled and leaned back. Well, if it makes you feel better, I haven't exactly had a peaceful week either. Had to recruit some hotshot pilot to help me locate an artifact, but he couldn't take the heat. Ended up whining halfway and I told him to stay on the ship while I finished the job alone. Anakin raised a brow. Sounds like a nightmare. Meanwhile, I was busy hunting a Jedi Master and stopping a trapped Rakata from converting an entire planet's population into brainwashed thralls, potentially the whole galaxy, if it escalated. Nox let out a low whistle, visibly impressed. Damn! You really do attract the weirdest situations, don't you? Anakin nodded slowly. Yeah, you could say that. Actually, I ended up in some rundown cantina, got into a brawl with a Jedi Knight who thought I was her target. She said she was hunting a Sith. I killed her. Nox blinked. Then burst into laughter. Wait, that was you? I heard about that incident. Small galaxy. She was actually hunting me. Anakin frowned. Why? Beats me, Nox replied with a shrug. Probably something to do with Darth Then Aten. That snake's got it out for my master, Zush. Wouldn't be surprised if he tipped the Jedi off, told them I was smuggling rare Sith artifacts or some crap like that. Either way, you saved me a headache. So, for your troubles. She leaned in and gave him another kiss. Anakin grinned. Don't sweat it. She just happened to cross paths with me, on the wrong day, during the wrong mood. Nox leaned back with a playful glint in her eye. Speaking of moods. I've been wondering. Think your Skywalker Corporation could sponsor a little cause of mine? Something spiritual. You know, help me expand my cult on Nar Shaddaa. You are the founder and CEO. Your backing could improve thousands of lives and help spread our influence among the desperate masses. Anakin blinked. Wait, when did you get a cult? Nox gave a casual laugh. Recently. I kind of stole it. The original leader was a cruel Sith Lord hoarding a relic I needed. I collaborated with some of his disillusioned followers, took him out, and voila! I'm the new goddess of enlightenment. It's more fun than I thought. Anakin shook his head, smirking. And I'm the one who gets into weird situations. He sighed. Fine. Send me the details. I'll get the funding in place and have my team prepare a discreet transfer. You'll get your cult sponsored by the morning. He stood up, stretching. I have to head out. But I guess this makes us official, hey? Nox rose with him, brushing off the dust from her robes. Yeah. It does. And don't think for a second I'm gonna let any other girl steal you from me. Outwardly, she kept her cool. But inside, her thoughts were racing. Yes. Yes. Finally. I was so damn scared he didn't feel the same after everything that happened. But now I just have to make sure he stays mine. Anakin stepped out of the cave, the morning suns casting golden light across the sands. R2 followed behind, beeping softly as he hopped into the droid compartment of the starfighter. Anakin gave Nox one last glance and waved, a rare softness in his expression, before climbing into the cockpit. The fighter's engines ignited with a low roar. With a quick motion, Anakin took off toward the horizon, the sleek vessel slicing through the dusty air as it sped back toward the Tatooine spaceport. Anakin's starfighter glided into position and locked magnetically onto the Fury-class ship's external starfighter carrier. The hull hissed as it adjusted to the pressure and heat from Tatooine's dry atmosphere. The moment the docking clamps secured, Anakin leapt from the cockpit with fluid precision, landing smoothly on the platform as R2 dropped down behind him with a metallic chirp. As he approached the boarding ramp of the Fury, a familiar voice called out from behind. "I never expected to see you again." Sherrick stood there, her expression a mixture of surprise and admiration. "Does this mean, you actually ventured beyond the Forbidden Pass? You found Master Yan Lach?" Anakin turned halfway up the ramp, his silhouette framed by the rising suns behind him. "The mission is complete," he answered simply, his voice calm but resolute. Sherrick stepped closer, her eyes wide with revelation. "This is a great lesson. The only barriers that exist are the ones we create in our minds. I'll never again assume I know all there is to know. From now on, I'll explore every corner of the Tatooine desert without fear, without limitation." Anakin gave her a curt nod. "Seems you've learned more than most do in a lifetime." She bowed low. "I hope Lord Baris realizes how fortunate he is to have such a formidable champion shepherding his cause. I shall never forget you." Anakin smirked as he resumed walking. "Just don't make me your bedtime story. I'm heading out." "Of course," Sherrick replied with a grin. "Safe travels, my lord. If you're ever back on Tatooine, come see me." He offered a small wave before vanishing into the ship. The moment the hatch hissed shut behind him, the atmosphere changed. Vet stood with arms crossed, her leco twitching. "So you're finally back, huh? Thought maybe you got lost playing big game hunter with the crate dragons." Anakin chuckled, unfazed. "Sorry, some things I needed to handle alone." "So, what have you two been up to while I was gone?" Vet rolled her eyes, her tone feigning nonchalance. "Oh, nothing special. Just hung around." Quinn's still about as lively as a malfunctioning droid. Rex shifted awkwardly, avoiding Anakin's gaze. Anakin's eyes narrowed. "All right, what really happened?" Rex exhaled. "While you were gone, we, took the ship and returned to Nar Shaddaa. I helped Vet with something personal." Vet shot Rex a glare. "Really? You can't keep a secret for 5 seconds." Rex shrugged. "I can't lie to the general." Anakin crossed his arms, voice cool but firm. "I'm waiting. What was so important that you took my ship, and convinced Kalani and Quinn to go along with it?" Vet sighed, knowing there was no escaping it now. "Fine. I was going to tell you anyway, but you were just, always off on missions. I got word from some old friends. A black market dealer on Nar Shaddaa was selling stolen Twi'lek heirlooms. Really sacred stuff. There wasn't time to wait, you were off-world, so Rex and I took the Fury, shut Kalani down for a bit, and kinda lied to Quinn." She winced. "But we got the heirlooms back and returned them to their rightful clan. No casualties. Quick and clean." Anakin didn't speak immediately. He let the silence drag, letting the weight of the situation settle. Then he sighed, his tone heavy but controlled. "Next time, you tell me first. I would have let you go, hell, I'd have helped. But I don't appreciate being undermined or lied to. Especially not by people I trust." Vet's shoulders drooped. She bowed her head slightly. "You're right. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Next time. I'll come straight to you." Anakin studied her for a moment, then gave a resigned nod. Apology accepted. As R2 rolled up the ramp, his dome swiveling and beeping joyfully, the familiar chime of his processors echoed through the chamber. Rex caught sight of him and rushed forward, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Hey, little guy! I thought I'd never see you again." Rex crouched beside the astromech and gave him a quick pat on the dome before turning to Anakin. "Where did you find him?" Anakin, already halfway up the gangway, looked over his shoulder and smirked. "Long story. A Jawa scavenger had stumbled across my old starfighter somehow still intact and R2 was inside it. Guess the galaxy has a sense of humor." Rex shook his head, grinning. "I don't know how that's even possible, but Kriv. It's great to have him back." Vet sauntered over and crouched beside the droid, her violet eyes analyzing him with interest. "Wow, this is easily the most advanced astromech I've ever seen. You guys from the unknown regions must have some serious tech. I wonder how much a droid like this could go for." Before she could finish the thought, R2 let out an annoyed screech and promptly sprayed her in the face with a blast of cleaning fluid. Vet recoiled, falling back onto the deck, spluttering as she wiped the liquid from her face. "Hey! What the hell was that for, you little jerk?" R2 beeped with mischievous glee, his dome spinning as if in laughter. Vet growled, "What do you mean I smell? Droids can't even smell, right?" Anakin chuckled as he approached. "All right, that's enough. R2, go find Kalani, he'll show you around the ship, plug you into the main systems, and even get you an oil bath." The moment R2 heard the words oil bath, he let out a delighted trill and zipped off down the corridor, his dome glowing with enthusiasm. Vet stood up, brushing herself off. "You've got one hell of a lively droid." Anakin nodded fondly. "He's an old friend. Had him since I was a kid." She looked him over, squinting. "No restraining bolt. Have you ever done a memory wipe on him?" Anakin shrugged. "I don't need to. I trust him. R2's the most loyal companion I've ever had. Whether it's his will or programming doesn't matter to me. Besides, I've modified him. Memory wipes aren't necessary anymore." Vet raised a brow, smirking. "Whatever you say, but I swear that droid is a Sith Lord in disguise. From now on, I'm calling him Darth R2 the Wise." Anakin gave a half shrug. "Fine. Just don't get ahead of yourself." He stepped into the command chamber and approached the central holo communicator. A few seconds later, the image of Darth Baris flickered to life, towering and oppressive in its projection. "You have done admirably, apprentice," Baris intoned, his deep voice echoing. "Your time on Tatooine was not wasted. Your handling of Master Yonlach has sent a resounding message. No Menkar and his Padawan, Jasa Wilsam, now know they cannot hide. The pressure weighs on the old Jedi, it will soon bring his precious student to her knees." Anakin bowed his head slightly, calm and calculated. "So far, the plan is unfolding exactly as intended. No Menkar and his Padawan will be forced into the open soon enough." Baris's distorted features twisted into something that might have been a cruel approximation of satisfaction. "Indeed. It is deeply satisfying to see each piece fall into place. Every lead followed. Every world touched by our influence. Our enemies are panicking. I feel it. Expect news soon. Head to Alderaan. Follow the next thread." The transmission ended in a crackle of static. Time skip 1 month later. Much had changed in that short span. Anakin, now juggling his dual life as Sith warrior and corporate mogul, had attended several high-profile business conferences as the public face of the Skywalker Corporation. A new branch had opened on Nar Shaddaa, officially serving as a security front, but its true purpose was far more personal, protecting Nox's cult and their mutual interests on the criminal moon. Commandos reprogrammed battle droids from his old stash kept a tight grip on the compound. Word of their efficiency had already begun to spread in the underworld. Meanwhile, back aboard the Fury-class vessel, the crew was settling into an uneasy but evolving rhythm. Kalani and R2 had formed an odd, but remarkably effective partnership. The two droids worked in tandem, optimizing ship performance, managing tactical overlays, and even refining battle simulations together. Vet, Rex, and Quinn had grown more synchronized, though Quinn's uptight nature had been a stubborn wall to break through. With enough dry sarcasm from Vet and jabs from Rex, however, even he had begun to loosen up if only a little. Now, standing at the forward viewport, Anakin watched the serene blue sphere of Alderaan come into view. Lush and picturesque, a world of old money and political posturing, and also one of the last places he expected to return to so soon. He narrowed his eyes. The mission was about to continue and the next move would be his. Quinn approached Anakin with his usual rigid posture, though there was a noticeable edge of determination in his voice. "My lord," he began, "my efforts to locate SAS agent Valoran have finally paid off. We have a narrow window of opportunity to intercept him. I can handle the matter personally. Requesting permission to proceed with the operation and eliminate him." Anakin, standing near the viewport with arms folded behind his back, gave a curt nod. "Permission granted. Take the shuttle and move fast. I want you back within a few hours. We'll be arriving on Alderaan soon, and there's no time to waste. He's eluded justice for long enough. End it." Quinn saluted crisply. "Understood, my lord. I appreciate your decisiveness. The Empire will finally be served." He turned and exited without another word, his boots echoing down the corridor. Time skip later that day. Quinn returned precisely on time, his uniform slightly scuffed but his expression composed and proud. He approached Anakin again, his voice calm but with restrained satisfaction. "I'm pleased to report, Agent Valoran's decade-long betrayal has been brought to a definitive end. The Empire no longer has to suffer his treachery. It is, indeed, a great day." Anakin nodded, arms crossed as he leaned against the ship's console. "It's not every day we get to close the book on an old score." Quinn gave a slight, respectful bow. "It was long overdue. Thank you, my lord, for allowing me to see it through." "So long as you inform me first," Anakin replied pointedly, "I won't have any issues with these personal missions." "You're very gracious, my lord," Quinn responded, lowering his head. "Is there anything else you require at this time?" Anakin shook his head. "Not at the moment." "Understood. I shall return to my post." After Quinn departed, Anakin made his way down the corridor to Rex's quarters. The door was slightly ajar, and inside, Rex was seated on a bench, methodically cleaning his pistols, the soft whir of a maintenance cloth moving across durasteel filling the silence. Anakin stepped in. "How are you holding up? I imagine being pulled through time can't be easy." Rex looked up, pausing in his task. "Honestly? Not as hard as you'd think. The only thing I really miss is my brothers, and Ahsoka." His tone turned softer, reflective. "But for the first time in my life, people don't look at me like I'm just a number. Like I'm a thing." Anakin raised a brow. "What do you mean?" Rex set the pistol aside, leaning forward with his forearms resting on his knees. "Back in the Republic, the Kaminoans didn't raise us to be people. We were property. Products. Numbers. Even when we fought, even when we bled and died beside Jedi and senators, a lot of the galaxy still saw us as clones' tools, not individuals." He paused, his eyes distant. "There were moments I'd ask myself, am I even real? Do I have a soul?" Most citizens avoided us, looked at us with disgust, like we were walking reminders of a war they didn't want to think about. He exhaled slowly. "But when I came here, at first, I was focused on tracking you down. Didn't give it much thought. But then, I spent time with Vet and even Quinn. And they saw me. Not as CT-7567. Not as a clone. Just Rex. A faint smile formed. I remember when we went back to Nar Shaddaa. The people there sure, some of them looked at me like scum, but not like I was less than human. Not like I didn't matter. And when I helped Vet recover those heirlooms, I realized something. For once, I was doing something out of my own will. Not because it was an order. But because I chose to help. Anakin nodded solemnly. I understand what that means to you. But, aren't you conflicted? Fighting Republic forces? Jedi? Rex tilted his head, then shrugged. Not really. The Republic I served is gone. And let's be honest, we clones never had a choice about which side we were on to begin with. I still trust you, General. That's enough for me. Anakin placed a hand on Rex's shoulder. Good. Be ready to deploy, we'll be moving out soon. Rex gave a firm nod and stood. Ready when you are, General. Anakin stepped into the dimly lit engine room, the soft hum of the hyperdrive core resonating beneath his boots. Vet was crouched beside an open panel, tools scattered around her as sparks flickered from the exposed wiring. She looked up, brushing a leku over her shoulder, and offered a half smile. You know, she said, voice low and contemplative, I never thought much about being a Twi'lek when I was younger. Even back on Relith, there were all kinds of people. As far as I could tell, folks like me were just the ones who made the best slaves. Wasn't exactly something to be proud of, you know. Anakin leaned against the bulkhead, arms crossed, and nodded solemnly. Yet. I get that. When I was 9, I was supposed to become a Jedi. Out in the unknown regions. Master Qui-Gon Jinn, he was going to train me. First time I saw him, I wanted to be like him. A Jedi, or as I called it back then, a wizard. He paused, his gaze distant for a moment. But he died before he ever got the chance. Killed right in front of my old master. What I'm trying to say is, not having role models, it complicates your sense of identity. Vet stood slowly, wiping her hands on a cloth. You really surprise me sometimes. So mature. Not what I'm used to in Sith. She exhaled. After I left Nok Drayan's gang, I joined a crew of Twi'lek artifact hunters. They were the ones who told me about those stolen heirlooms being sold on Nar Shaddaa. We were young, full of fire, obsessed with pride and heritage, trying to take back pieces of our culture. She gave a dry chuckle. She leaned against a crate, her expression softening. Our first job together was this rich Duros Slamo named Qatar Bliss. Guy was obsessed with Twi'lek women, artifacts, even our fashion. We cleaned him out every credit, every relic, every trace of his pervy collection. Took him for all he was worth. Anakin smirked. Sounds like quite a haul. I take it your little gang lived well after that. She shrugged. Well, not exactly. The Twi'lek buyers we sold the stuff to weren't rolling in credits either. But we scraped by. Survived. Did a few more jobs. Then, came Korriban. And then I met you. She looked away for a moment, then sighed. Seeing Rex again, laughing with him, joking like the old days, it made me miss my mom. And my sister. Which is weird, right? I don't even remember their faces clearly anymore. Just, feelings. It's like I remember the memory of them more than the actual people. Does that make sense? Anakin gave her a half smile. On the Vet weird scale? That's a solid 3. Vet laughed. Only a 3? I need to step up my game. And on the Sith humor scale, I guess that one's still under construction. We'll work on it later. Her smile faded slightly. I wonder what Teva would be like today. Last time I saw her, she was, what, 10? Maybe 12. And now I'm out here gallivanting around the galaxy with a former Jedi turned Sith and a droid with a mean sense of humor. She picked up a datapad and gestured toward the console. Anyway. Enough nostalgia. I think I'll stay on the ship this time, do a bit of research while you're out. That cool with you? Anakin nodded. Fine. Just don't take my ship again and vanish to Nar Shaddaa without telling me. Vet held up a hand in mock solemnity. Yet. I told you I was sorry, didn't I? Won't happen again. Pinky promise. Anakin rolled his eyes with a chuckle and turned to leave, the hum of the engine fading behind him. Anakin strode toward the central hollow communicator, the soft mechanical hum of the ship pulsing behind him. With a flicker of static, the imposing holographic form of Darth Baris materialized in front of him, his presence cold and commanding. Ah, you've touched down on Alderaan, Baris intoned, his deep voice oozing satisfaction. The homeworld of Nomenkar's prized Padawan, the very place he claimed her for the Jedi. Good. Very good. Anakin folded his arms, his expression unreadable. You will discover everything you can about this Padawan, Baris continued, her identity, her ties, her weaknesses, and destroy everyone she holds dear. Anakin gave a sharp nod. It is a certainty. Baris's mask-like face didn't change, but his tone tightened ever so slightly. I hope your results will justify your confidence. Unfortunately, the civil war consuming Alderaan's noble houses has rendered our contact, Duke Kendo of House Thul, unreliable. He paused, then added with venomous disapproval, Kendo was tasked with unearthing details about the Padawan, her name, her allies, her attachments, but instead, he wallows in petty politics and distraction. You must correct his priorities. Use any method necessary. Anakin's brow furrowed slightly. The smell of nobility and indecision already irritated him. Why don't I just kill him? Baris's voice was like a blade sheathed in silk. No doubt, his usefulness will run dry someday, but that day is not today. Kendo is a political creature. The idea of failing me is an abstract fear. You will make it concrete. You'll find him in the executive chambers of House Thul. Make haste. The transmission cut with a ripple of blue static. Anakin turned, his cloak swaying as Rex and R2 joined him near the ramp. As they descended the ship, the chill Alderaanian breeze brushing against their faces, a neatly dressed officer stood at attention below, his posture rigid. Greetings, my lord, he said crisply. I bring the good wishes of Moff Saruk, the officer entrusted with annexing this planet. He has been anticipating your arrival. Anakin sighed inwardly. Of course he has. Bring me up to speed. The officer bowed his head deferentially. I would not presume to speak for the Moff. He insisted on briefing you himself. He produced a hollow projector from his coat, activating it. A human man in a sharp, dark uniform flickered into view. His hair was combed straight and parted, a neatly trimmed goatee adorning his face. His green eyes gleamed with a mix of political ambition and calculated charm. Good day, my lord, Moff Saruk said. The presence of such an accomplished Sith will serve the Empire's interests on Alderaan immensely. I assume you have little interest in the political niceties here, so I'll be brief. Anakin folded his arms, silent. The Empire intends to exploit Alderaan's throne crisis to bring the planet under Imperial control, Saruk explained smoothly. And I'm offering you the chance to play a pivotal role. Anakin gave a small, skeptical huff. I'll need details before I stick my neck out. The heir to the throne was recently assassinated, Saruk said, his voice lowering slightly. Conveniently, just after Alderaan withdrew from the Republic's protection. Now the planet is embroiled in civil war, and for the first time in millennia, the Republic has no army here to maintain order. Anakin glanced to the snowy mountain ridges in the distance, his thoughts drifting. Alderaan. In his time, it had been a sanctuary of peace and pristine idealism, champions of pacifism, self-righteous in their distance from war. But beneath that noble mask, Anakin knew many of their houses profited from the misery of the Outer Rim. They condemned war in speech but reveled in it when it came to their doorstep. Still, Alderaan was a beautiful world, rich in history, culture, and ancient traditions. That's a long time without war, Anakin said. Has the Republic truly abandoned them? Sidious nodded. The Republic still meddles through proxies, just as we do. Our allies are House Thul, exiled 60 years ago after a failed coup. They turned to us, but sadly, they lack the strength to do what must be done. Anakin's eyes narrowed. Do they need the Emperor's fear beaten into them? Sidious's smirk was faint but telling. Precisely. Jorad, one of Thul's vassals, insists on adhering to Alderaanian codes of civilized warfare. I want you to teach him that warfare is anything but civil. The Moff's voice turned cold. Several of Thul's vassal houses have rebelled since their imperial alliance became public. This is unacceptable. You are to take a slave collar from my man and bring back one of these rebel nobles alive, only one. Kill the rest. Let their bodies be a lesson. Anakin stared at the collar being handed to him. He clenched it in his gloved hand. In another lifetime, he might have rejected this order without hesitation. But now, he understood the importance of appearances. This noble would likely be dining in opulence again by next week. But the Empire needed to make a point. These Alderaanian lordlings will beg to serve the Empire, Anakin said darkly. Sidious gave a nod of approval. These lords must learn that their pride is a luxury. Those who will not bow, must break. The hollow projection shimmered and vanished. Anakin turned wordlessly, Rex falling in beside him and R2 trailing behind, his dome swiveling with curious beeps as they descended the steps into the ancient stone streets of House Thul's capital. Ahead, the cold wind carried the scent of wood smoke, nobles whispered in alleyways, and high above, the banners of House Thul fluttered in uneasy alliance with the insignia of the Empire. Anakin strode through the heart of House Thul's opulent city, its polished ivory towers and finely paved streets betraying a quiet rot beneath the surface civility. The banners of House Thul fluttered overhead deep crimson with silver embroidery, but they were joined now by the sharp, imperial black and red of the Sith Empire. The occupation was subtle, but suffocating. Rex kept close, helmet tucked under his arm, eyes alert. R2 trailed behind, his dome swiveling as he scanned the aristocrats in passing, his sensor chirps low and irritated. They soon arrived at a grand lounge reserved for Alderaan's elite, a building flanked by pristine marble columns and heavily guarded, but clearly not expecting uninvited Sith. The doormen were about to protest, but a casual flick of Anakin's hand sent them crumpling to the sides, clutching their throats in paralyzed silence. Anakin kicked open the doors to the VIP section, the room immediately falling silent as the scent of spiced wine and Alderaanian perfumes filled the air. Richly robed nobles turned their heads in disbelief and disgust. A pale young noble, no older than 20, with golden curls and a self-important sneer, rose from a velvet-lined chaise. "Aren't you lost?" he sneered. "This is a place for nobility, not mongrel Sith. You may leave now, or I'll have Father assign you to boot polishing duty." Anakin turned his head lazily toward Rex. "Kill the rest. I think we've found our new, temporary slave." The nobles gasped and erupted into panic, wine glasses shattering on the ground as they scrambled. "You can't do this. You can't harm us, we're nobles," one shrieked in desperation. But it was too late. Rex raised his blaster with practiced efficiency and, in a heartbeat, several nobles lay dead or dying across the marbled floor. Screams echoed as the survivors fled. Anakin reached out with the force, pulling the young noble through the air like a rag doll. The boy yelped in panic, twisting midair until he slammed into Anakin's grip. A slave collar snapped shut around his throat with a mechanical click. "Unhand me, Sith," he sputtered. "Wait, what are you doing? You can't do this, I'm a noble of Alderaan." Rex approached with a dark grin and promptly drove his fist into the young man's nose, the crunch of cartilage loud and wet. The noble shrieked in agony, clutching his face as blood spilled between his fingers. "Ah! My nose," he wailed. "I swear, wait until my father hears of this. He'll have your head. Do you hear me?" dead. Anakin's eyes narrowed, voice icy. I suggest you come with us quietly, or I'll carve out your tongue and drag you behind me half alive. Am I clear, rebel scum? Tears welled in the noble's eyes, blood streaking down his chin. He actually hit me, he muttered in disbelief. Fine, I'll go. But know this, Alderaan deserves freedom. House Thul's alliance with the Empire is a betrayal. We should rejoin the Republic or at least stand free. Anakin's expression didn't change. I don't care. Dragging the chained noble through the city, the trio made their way toward the towering palace of House Thul. The streets grew quieter the further they walked, but whispers followed in their wake. Nobles stared from behind fans and masks, horrified at the sight, one of their own, collared like a beast, bloodied and disgraced. As they crossed the palace threshold, the polished obsidian floor echoed beneath their boots. Guards stiffened but dared not move. The throne room loomed ahead, lined with blue crystal chandeliers and rich banners bearing House Thul's sigil. At the far end, seated upon a modest throne of carved dark wood, stood a dark-skinned, rotund man with a bald scalp glinting in the light. He wore layers of silken robes and bore a gilded ring on nearly every finger. His eyes widened in horror at the sight before him. What is? Who? Kremar Novan, he gasped, taking a step forward. That's a free nobleman of Alderaan. Unhand him at once. Lord Jard's voice echoed through the marble throne room, tone defensive and uncertain. Who are you? What is this about? Before he could say more, Rex shoved Kremar Novan forward with force, the collared noble tumbling unceremoniously across the polished floor until he landed at Jard's feet with a grunt. Rex took a step back and stood beside Anakin, arms crossed, a smirk tugging at his lips. Kremar clutched his broken nose and staggered upright, just as Jard rose in confused outrage. By the stars! Anakin's voice cut through the room like a vibroblade, cool, controlled, and unreadable, his Ravan mask concealing his expression. Listen up. I didn't catch that worm's name, nor did I care, and with that collar on, he's not a noble of Alderaan anymore. Now, if you've aligned yourself with the Empire, I suggest you learn quickly to recognize those with real power. Jard stood frozen, his composure crumbling. My lord. Kremar snapped toward him, glaring with bloodshot eyes. All of Alderaan will be thrown into chains because of you. His voice rang with venom and desperation. Anakin's patience thinned. His fingers danced over the remote in his palm, a device he never imagined he'd have to use. Silence, slave, he said, voice dropping to a dangerous tone. The sooner you see reason, the easier this becomes. With a sharp click, the collar activated, and Kremar convulsed violently. The scream that followed echoed through the chamber. Ah! Electricity arced through his body, and he collapsed, twitching. Anakin frowned. Distasteful, he thought. I'd prefer force lightning to this crude tool. Jard, horrified, stepped forward. I've said before, being too harsh might only stir greater rebellion, though, of course, that's not my place to judge. Suddenly, a hologram flickered to life behind Anakin. Moff Suruk's image emerged in pale blue light, arms behind his back, watching with an approving glint in his eye. I believe that's up to me, the Moff said coolly. Jard turned with a jolt. Sir. Anakin glanced at the trembling noble lord and thought dryly, so this is the man entrusted with House Thul? No wonder his vassals are emboldened enough to rebel. As satisfying as this display had been, Anakin was already beginning to tire of court theatrics. Unfortunately, he said with a sigh, this is where I get off. Indulge me, Moff Suruk interrupted. Your results have inspired confidence. I'd like to make you the voice of the Empire within House Thul. Assist Jard and his men in crushing all resistance to Imperial control. He speaks with my authority. Disobedience will carry the same consequences. Jard bowed shakily, words stumbling out of his mouth. Why yes, sir. My lord. The hologram blinked out. Anakin folded his arms. Well then, it seems I'm in charge. How wonderful. Now tell me, what do we move on to next? Jard took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves. Of course, my lord. I imagine the Moff intends for us to take the fight to House Organa. They're one of Alderaan's oldest and most prestigious families and staunch supporters of the Republic. House Organa. The name stirred something in Anakin's memory. He remembered Bail Organa clearly, a man of conviction, dignity, and genuine love for his people. An idealist, yes, but one I respected. A pacifist trying to hold together a galaxy built on war. Anakin wondered what his ancestors were like, before the corruption of the Senate and the final years of the Clone Wars. Jard continued, until recently, they were without a standing army, but now, they've got well-armed supporters across the planet. Even here, in Thul territory. Kremar, still on the ground, let out a bitter laugh through blood-stained teeth. Ha 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 ha. You'll never find them. Organa's got top-of-the-line cloaking tech better than anything the Empire can manufacture. No probes'll get through, no spy satellites, nothing. Anakin's eyes narrowed. Without a word, he lifted a single gloved finger and sent a blast of force lightning into Kremar's chest. The noble's shriek tore through the throne room. Ah! Please, no more. Please. Then I suggest, Anakin said coldly, you be quiet. Jard cleared his throat, forcing himself to speak over the smell of scorched velvet and singed flesh. House Organa denies raising an army, of course. They claim these forces are merely patriots defending their ancestral lands. But their attacks are far too organized. Surgical, even. They're planning something. Anakin's tone sharpened. We'll never hunt them all down. We need leverage. Intel. Jard nodded. Exactly. We need access to their planet-wide communications network. Which means, we must locate one of their major bases, a command site, likely tucked into some cave or canyon under natural camouflage. If we can breach one, we'll find a master comlink terminal. You'll need to insert this. He produced a sleek, needle-thin computer spike and handed it to Anakin. Once inserted, we'll have a backdoor into all of Organa's comms, every command, every rally point. It'll give us the edge. Anakin examined the device with interest. Good. If we get into their command center, we'll anticipate their moves and avoid their traps. A pair of guards stepped forward and roughly dragged Kremar away, his broken body limp and silent now. Jard sank back into his throne, relief and exhaustion washing over his features. With this, House Organa will not make another move without us knowing. Anakin's cloak swirled behind him as he turned, the computer spike now tucked into his belt. Anakin made his way toward the executive chambers with Rex walking alongside him, R2-D2 rolling faithfully at his side. The chambers loomed ahead, a testament to the excessive vanity of Alderaanian aristocracy. Once inside the private lounge, the air was thick with incense and pride. Drapes of expensive cloth lined the walls, and polished wood floors gleamed beneath golden chandeliers. A man stood in the center, clad in noble attire that screamed wealth and self-importance. His skin was tanned by privilege, a thin mustache curled perfectly above his lip, and his hands moved with the flair of someone who had never been told no. Surrounding him were heavily armed guards, all loyal and clearly hand-picked. But what caught Anakin's eye was the tallest among them, a lean human with a military buzz cut, black hair, and a calm intensity. Clipped to his belt was a lightsaber. A Sith bodyguard. Curious. Anakin leaned against the wall, arms crossed, observing the scene with amused detachment as two other nobles appeared via hologram, equally overdressed. The older hologram spoke first, his tone tight with condescension. You lack patience, Duke Kendo. There are standard procedures that must be adhered to. The younger of the two jabbed a finger at Kendo, his voice rising with outrage. Your disregard for our family rules is appalling. You are an abomination. Goodbye, cousin. The holograms vanished, leaving Kendo muttering to himself. Fools. They won't be feeling much of anything for long. He turned to a droid nearby. Fetch me some fine Corellian wine. And be quick about it. Disobey me again and I'll have you melted down into scrap. Anakin stepped forward, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Duke Kendo, Darth Baris sent me. Kendo turned, eyes narrowing as he feigned confusion. What? You're not on my schedule. I don't appreciate being interrupted. Baris isn't even on my radar, Sith. I have a war to wage and personal ambitions to achieve. Anakin's gaze turned cold. Is breathing one of your personal ambitions? Kendo scoffed, gesturing flamboyantly. A threat? Look around. You see these Sith attending me? Your corpse will make an excellent message to your master. He flopped onto an expensive couch and called to his lead guard. Fimres, make this intruder a distant memory. But Fimres didn't move. Instead, he turned toward Kendo, expression unreadable. I'm sorry, Duke Kendo. We are assigned to protect you and assist your ambitions in the Alderaanian conflict. But our duty is first and foremost to the Emperor. And we will not cross Darth Baris or his apprentice. Anakin smirked, watching as each Sith bodyguard bowed toward him in synchronized respect. The message was clear, rank was power, and Kendo had neither. Kendo stood, visibly shaken. Okay, that was unexpected. It seems I may have been hasty. How can I make amends? Anakin's voice was flat. You can start by bowing to me. Kendo quickly obliged. Of course. Consider it a small demonstration of my repentance. I pledge the same level of focus that had me so absorbed in my work. I pledge myself to your directives. And as I aid you, perhaps you'll be moved to help me in mine. We'll see, Anakin said simply. Of course, Kendo nodded rapidly. As I recall, Darth Baris wanted information on a young Alderaanian girl taken off-world to train with Jedi Master Nomen Kar. I was tasked with locating her family, to send her a message. That is my understanding, Anakin replied. The truth is, the information is elusive. I managed only one viable lead. Nomen Kar's Padawan matches the description of a former handmaiden to Lady Renata of House Ald. I haven't questioned her yet, as she is guarded by House Ald's greatest champion. The man is undefeated in melee combat. Anakin smiled darkly. He's never met me. Kendo leaned in. If I may, once you eliminate her protector and get what you need, I would be personally very grateful if you arranged to bring Lady Renata here. For questioning. Anakin saw right through him. The thirst in Kendo's voice wasn't political. It was personal. Obsessive. But perhaps useful. I'll take it under consideration. All right. I'll just hope the mood strikes you. Be warned, though, while House Ald is a minor player, they are affiliated with House Organa. Lady Renata's estate is in hostile territory, well defended. Be cautious. I do hope to see you soon. At that moment, the protocol droid shuddered beside Kendo. Oh, my circuits can't take much more. Kendo snapped, silence. I told you to be quiet and obey. Anakin's brow furrowed. That voice was familiar. Then it clicked. C-3PO. The golden droid turned his head. Master Skywalker? R2? Save me. R2 beeped furiously, wheeling forward and slamming into Kendo's leg. Sparks flew. Kendo shrieked. What is wrong with this droid? Guards, help me. I'm being assaulted. He turned to Anakin, voice trembling. Well? Don't just stand there. Call off your droid. Anakin's voice was steel. That protocol droid is mine. I built him. I want him returned. Kendo sputtered. Nonsense. He was a gift from my cousin. Or, former cousin, I suppose. He tragically fell ill. Anakin's eyes narrowed. Or was helped into his grave. Kendo paled. No need for violence. Take the damn droid. Just call off your lunatic astromech. Anakin gestured. R2, escort C-3PO to the ship. Inform the crew of the acquisition. Oh my! What a relief! I'm finally returning to where I belong. C-3PO chirped happily. He turned to Kendo, his tone sweet and deadly. Oh, I do believe I poured poison into your Corellian wine earlier. My mistake. Kendo's face went ghost white. What? C-3PO turned to Anakin. Thank you, Master, for rescuing me from that dreadful creature. Anytime, Anakin said with a smirk. R2 had already rolled out. C-3PO glanced around, panicked. R2? R2, wait for me. Don't leave me behind. He waddled after the astromech, the two droids vanishing into the corridor, leaving a pale Kendo and an amused Anakin in their wake. Anakin exited the grand chambers of House Thul, his cloak trailing behind him like the shadow of a predator in motion. The ornate halls faded behind him as he and Rex stepped into the wild expanse of Alderaan's dense forest lands. Towering trees loomed above, their branches casting long shadows through the fog-kissed underbrush. The scent of damp moss and distant pollen mingled with the faint scent of fuel from the starport. Nature here was beautiful, untouched but deceptive. Rex silently matched Anakin's pace, blaster ready, the crunch of twigs beneath their boots the only sound save for a faint rustle in the foliage behind them. Anakin paused, tilting his head. We're being followed, he murmured, almost too quiet for anyone but Rex to hear. He gave a simple nod. Rex veered off into the underbrush to flank. Anakin continued casually, before vanishing behind a thick outcropping of root-laced trees. From the mist, a lithe scout crept forward clad in muted grey armor with a House Organa insignia faintly etched into her shoulder. She moved cautiously, unaware that her target had already disappeared. Then, in a blink, Anakin emerged behind her like a wraith. It's rude to stalk strangers in the woods, he whispered coldly. The scout jumped in alarm, whirling and lunging with a vibro knife in a swift strike aimed at Anakin's side. With inhuman reflexes, he snatched her wrist mid-swing, pivoting and using her momentum to slam her body back first into a thick tree trunk. The impact knocked the air from her lungs. He disarmed her in a single fluid motion, twisting her arm until the blade clattered to the ground. He pressed her hard against the bark. The knife now reversed and placed flush against her throat. Her chest heaved as fear gripped her, wide hazel eyes stared into the void of his unreadable gaze. Easy way or the hard way, Anakin said coldly. Who are you working for? No one, she gasped. I work for no one. Anakin tightened his grip slightly, enough to draw a line of blood. That lie might cost you your life. Think carefully. Do you value your contract more than your breath? Hands trembling, the scout raised them in surrender. Okay. Okay. I'm not lying. I'm freelance a bounty hunter. Contracted by House Thul. I was sent to locate one of House Organa's hidden bases, map it, and bring back the coordinates. When I saw you, I thought maybe you were Organa, and maybe if I followed you, I'd get another lead. 2 locations double the credits. Anakin lowered the blade slowly. Hand me the data. Now. She shakily retrieved a datapad from her belt and extended it. Here. Everything I have. He released her. She collapsed to her knees, gasping for air and rubbing her throat. Rex stepped into the clearing. You got what you needed, General. Anakin glanced at the datapad and nodded. Indeed. Minutes later, they stood atop a high ridge. Below them, nestled into the mountain's natural defenses, was a concealed cave lined with fortifications, the hidden Organa base. With no hesitation, Anakin ignited his twin lightsabers, one vibrant blue, the other crimson like searing blood and descended into chaos. The first wave of defenders barely had time to react. A barrage of plasma bolts screamed toward them, but Anakin deflected the shots with precision, his sabers moving in deadly arcs. He leapt into their lines, slicing cleanly through armor and flesh, using force-assisted strikes to disarm and cripple. Rex flanked from the side, gunning down a pair of snipers perched atop a bunker wall. He dove behind cover, returning fire in sharp bursts while Anakin plowed through enemy after enemy like a demon unleashed. An enemy commander charged with a Cortosis blade. Anakin met him head-on, sidestepping a downward strike and delivering a swift elbow to the jaw, followed by a low spin kick that swept the man's legs out. Anakin drove his red blade into the man's gut and flung the body aside with the force. Explosions rocked the interior of the base as Rex hurled a thermal detonator into an ammunition cache. The concussive wave sent several soldiers flying. Blaster fire echoed, screams filled the air, and within minutes, the defenders were routed. Smoke and plasma residue lingered in the corridors. Finally, Anakin reached the central communications chamber. Sparks flickered from damaged consoles. He stepped forward and inserted the slicer spike. The hollow image of Lord Jard materialized, his expression a blend of awe and awkward approval. "Impressive work," Jard stammered. "We now have access to the Organa systems. They're all talking about the ruthlessness of the recent attack. Quite the reputation, my lord." Anakin, still breathing lightly from the battle, said flatly, "Wars are not won by words." "Yes, of course," Jard fumbled. "With your success, we can start laying groundwork for our bid for the throne. And with access to their communications, we..." Suddenly, a panicked voice cut in through the channel. "Lord Thul! Border Outpost 2 is under siege. Repeat, under coordinated assault by unknown droid forces." Another voice added. "Our perimeter defenses are collapsing. They have probe droids and assault mechs with heavy shielding. We can't hold them back." Anakin's eyes narrowed. The battle wasn't over yet. He turned to Rex, his voice calm but urgent. "Rally yourself. We're not done here. Let's show them what happens when you challenge the wrath of the Sith." Rex gave a crisp nod. "Yes, General." Lord Jard faced the flickering hollow projection, his lips moving in a barely audible whisper, "Pod, blood of the Queen." The words held weight, as if dredged from some deeply buried past. Anakin folded his arms across his chest, his voice dry with controlled sarcasm. "Sounds like you could use a little Imperial muscle right about now." Lord Jard's eyes widened, almost gleaming with relief. Yes, show those backbiters that the Empire stands behind House Thul. The intercepted data confirms it 3 border outposts under simultaneous attack. It's a coordinated strike, hunter-killers and probe droids. My garrisons are thin. All I've got posted out there is a skeleton crew. You're the only one close enough to reach them in time. Please, save my bases, and if you recover memory cores from any probes, bring them to me. I want to know who's behind this betrayal." Anakin cracked his neck and glanced at Rex, who was already checking the charge on his blaster. "I'll bring you the heads of those droids," Anakin replied. "And their masters, if he's bold enough to show himself." Lord Jard bowed slightly, the tension in his posture palpable. "Thank you, now hurry." Without wasting a moment, Anakin and Rex sped off across the dense, snowy mountain terrain of Alderaan, scaling frost-covered slopes and leaping over the gnarled roots of old forests as they made their way to the besieged outposts. The biting wind howled through the pines as the sounds of distant blaster fire and explosions echoed across the valley. They struck the first outpost like a vengeful storm. Anakin ignited both lightsabers, his crimson blade crackling violently alongside his sky-blue saber. He launched forward, spinning like a cyclone of death. He cleaved through the outer ring of droids, their metallic limbs and heads scattering into the snow with each brutal stroke. Rex flanked from the side, sliding into cover and firing precision shots from his DC-17S. One droid's head burst into shrapnel, another collapsed as his knee joint was severed. A group of hunter-killers advanced in tight formation, unleashing suppressive fire. Anakin raised a force barrier, the bolts disintegrating harmlessly as he advanced, then leapt high into the air and brought his sabers down like twin guillotines. 2 droids were bisected, a third impaled. He twirled backward, disarming another unit and driving his saber through its power core. Rex used a magnetic grenade to blast open a wall, exposing a line of hidden snipers. "Push forward!" Anakin commanded. They moved in sync, Rex providing suppressive fire while Anakin carved a brutal path through the base's interior. When the command center was secure, Anakin recovered the first probe's memory core. Without pause, they moved on to the second outpost. This time, the enemy was prepared. Dozens of assault droids were arranged in layered barricades, creating a death corridor. Mortars pounded the snow near them. Anakin lifted a fallen tree with the Force and hurled it into the front barricade, shattering it and scattering the defenders. He charged in, slicing one droid in half, then used the Force to hurl another into a fuel cell, causing a fiery explosion. Rex vaulted over debris and gunned down a probe droid trying to flee with reconnaissance data. He ripped the core from its smoking body and tossed it into his pouch. Got it. The final outpost was under heavy siege, flames and smoke rising into the skies. A massive war droid, nearly 3 meters tall, stood at its center, its cannon arms tearing through Thul defenders. Anakin narrowed his gaze. That one's mine. He dashed forward, dodging the war droid's concussive blasts, each one cratering the ground near him. He slid underneath a barrage, vaulted off a ruined tower, and landed on the droid's back. With his sabers, he cut through its targeting sensors and control modules, riding its thrashing bulk as it tried to shake him loose. Sparks rained down like fireworks. With a final plunge of both sabers into the droid's main core, it let out a shrieking electronic death cry and exploded behind him. With the battlefield secured and all enemy units eliminated, Anakin and Rex returned to the capital of House Thul. They strode into the throne room like returning war gods. Lord Jard stood up from his throne. I cannot thank you enough for your quick work. I don't know what the Organas were after, but that attack was long in the planning. Anakin nodded. It was a costly defeat for them. Lord Jard replied, they have deep pockets, but it won't be quick to rebuild such a force. Lord Jard pulled out a datapad as a droid came and scanned the memory bank that Anakin had captured. Lord Jard questioned the droid. Who's the source of these? What were they looking for? And quickly. T-65R, the protocol unit, spoke. The programming signatures point to Lord Cedric Killisa. Lord Jard's voice cracked with disbelief. Lord Killisa? He's my vassal. He swore loyalty to me personally when we returned from exile. Anakin thought to himself, of course Lord Killisa would conspire against a weak-willed lord like Jard. It's becoming more and more clear that even someone like Duke Kendo would lead House Thul better. For all of Kendo's cowardice, he is cunning and ruthless enough to rule House Thul, maybe even Alderaan. But for long-term rule? Kendo would struggle. His reign might end in civil war. He has 2 glaring flaws. First, his ability to fight is lacking. His own strength is unimpressive, but even that wouldn't necessarily shorten his reign. His real issue is his greed. It makes him act irrationally and make stupid decisions. Like when he ordered his guards to attack a Sith apprentice without knowing the Sith's strengths and weaknesses. The smart move would have been to gather information first, play along, observe, calculate. Then decide whether an attack was viable. Kendo had many options, and he chose the most reckless one, without the power to back it up. His second flaw is his perverse feelings for Lady Renata. That will be his downfall. It's a blind spot. One that could easily be exploited, used to manipulate or even eliminate him. And it doesn't need to be a Sith who does it, an Organa assassin could do the job just as well. Either way, I'm growing tired of Lord Jard. Honestly, I don't care if the Empire succeeds here or not. Even if House Thul secures the throne, the civil war won't end. House Organa and others won't accept it. And with Jard's incompetence, he'll make a worse leader than the old Bamoran governor. When the war between the Republic and Empire reignites, Alderaan will be the first to fall. It's a core world, far from any Imperial sector, and isolated from reinforcements. The Republic will have a fleet waiting to intercept anything we send. So why am I even here? What do I gain? Influence. Reputation. The more I gain, the more I can ensure my long-term plans succeed. If there's one thing I learned from the Sith Academy on Korriban and even from Sidious, it's that planning is everything. As a Jedi, I let emotions guide me. But in battle, I was brilliant and unorthodox, genius general. I never managed to bring that clarity into my personal life. But now, without distraction, I can plan. I can strategize. I can scheme like a Sith. And I will achieve my goals no matter the cost. Then there's Nox. She's different. I've never had a connection like this. Not even with Padme. Nox and I were both raised as slaves, both fought our way to power. If she weren't here, I'd be doing all of this alone. But together, we can accomplish anything. And unlike with Padme, I don't have to fear for her life, not from me, not from Force users. Nox will become one of the most powerful Sith to ever live. Her potential rivals, maybe even exceeds, Sidious himself. But it'll take time. Training. And patience. Still, she's a special part of my plan. And, even my heart. Anakin snapped back to reality. Your vassals have too much freedom. In this instance, an iron fist works better. The protocol droid chirped in. The parameters indicate the probes were joined by an assault team in A. My lord, this program indicates an assault team massing in a tunnel between here and the Kilissa estates. I don't find any such tunnel on the blueprints. Jard's expression shifted to panic. The siege tunnel. Blood of the Queen, they're coming through the siege tunnel. Anakin thought, a well-executed plan. Draw House Thul's guards away to reinforce the outposts, then strike the palace through the hidden siege tunnel. Storm in, seize the throne, force Thul's surrender. It would have worked, if I wasn't here. Anakin said aloud, those attacks were meant to draw your guards away from the palace. Lord Jard shouted, his voice trembling with rage, the wretched traitor. That tunnel connects his land directly to our estates. No one's used it in centuries, but, the tunnel opens right under this room. What are we going to do? Anakin's tone turned icy. Your indecisiveness is grating. It's quite simple, I'm going to kill them all and destroy the siege tunnel. Once that's done, everything should return to normal and it'll give us a stronger position. Lord Jard bowed. I'm sorry for my indecisiveness. I would not have guessed your bloodlust would come in so handy. Moff Saruk gave us cartons of thermite explosives. They take time to set up, but they pack a punch. I don't know what I'd do without you here. There's an entrance to the tunnel nearby. The storeroom is in the same area. I'll recall my troops to defend the surface, but there is no doubt the real battle will be below. Thank you. Anakin and Rex moved swiftly through the stone-choked artery of the siege tunnel, the dim, flickering glow of their helmets' hoods casting fractured shadows across the walls as they advanced. Crates of thermite explosives weighed heavy in their hands, each one a promise of fire and finality. They worked with synchronized precision. Placing the charges along ancient supports, centuries-old durasteel beams and archaic stonework that once bore the weight of forgotten battles. The air was thick with tension, the silence punctuated only by the distant hum of power cells and the echo of their boots against the cold, damp floor. As they reached deeper into the tunnel, resistance surged forth like a wave of desperate defiance. Kilissa war droids emerged from hidden panels in the wall, their steel-plated forms lumbering with lethal efficiency. Red photoreceptors glowed with malevolent intent. The lead unit raised its arm-mounted repeater cannon, but before it could fire, Anakin was already in motion. Twin lightsabers ignited with a violent snap, his signature blue blade in one hand, and the crackling, crimson edge of his Sith weapon in the other. The blue blade arced upward, cleaving the blaster clean off the droid's arm, while the red saber followed in a reverse grip, slicing through its torso and causing the machine to explode in a burst of smoke and sparking circuitry. Left flank! Rex called, opening fire with surgical accuracy, blaster bolts ripping into the torsos of encroaching infantry. He ducked behind a support beam, rolled, and emerged with a vibroblade in hand, plunging it into the thigh joint of a charging trooper before finishing him off with a close-range shot to the chest. Anakin became a blur, moving faster than the eye could track. He ducked a wild swing from a vibroaxe, slid low, and then drove his saber upward through the enemy's spine, twisting as he rose to his feet. Another soldier tried to catch him off guard, but Anakin reached out with the force, seized the man mid-stride, and hurled him into a support beam with bone-cracking force. Two more droids joined the fray, one launching plasma grenades while the other unleashed suppressive fire. Anakin leapt into the air, flipping over the barrage with acrobatic finesse. He landed directly behind them, sweeping his red saber through one droid's torso, then plunging the blue blade through the other's cranial processor. The whir of servos died instantly as their bodies collapsed in sync. Bodies piled up around them, organic and synthetic alike. Still, Anakin and Rex pressed forward, methodically placing the last of the explosives. Each charge they set was a sentence of death, a ticking heartbeat counting down to a collapse that would bury an enemy ambition beneath tons of stone. Finally, the tunnel widened into a grand subterranean chamber. Columns supported a high, domed ceiling, dimly illuminated by aged torches and auxiliary lights powered by portable generators. Down the wide steps ahead descended a figure wrapped in dark noble robes lined with gold thread, his gait slow, deliberate, arrogantly theatrical. Lord Cedric Kil'Lissa. At his flanks marched two Republic guards in ceremonial white and bronze armor, their hands resting on their weapons with practiced calm, but their eyes spoke volumes: arrogance, calculation, readiness. Kil'Lissa's voice echoed in the chamber like venom in a cathedral. So, you're the Empire's obedient dog. The one who taught that yapping mutt Dariathol to bite instead of bark. Tell me, does he lick your hand? Fetch your slippers? Real Alderaanians will never kneel to the boots of scum like you. Anakin said nothing at first. He descended a few steps, eyes locked with the nobles, his sabers humming quietly at his sides. Yield now, he said with dispassionate authority, and you may keep your title, and your lands. Kil'Lissa laughed bitterly, shaking his head with righteous fury. I would sooner see Alderaan reduced to ash scattered across the void than watch it handed over to your Sith masters. You don't even have the spine to face me like a warrior. Hiding behind your crates of fire. If you had an ounce of honor, you'd draw steel and duel me one-on-one. Anakin gave a faint shrug, expression unreadable. If you truly wanted a duel, Kil'Lissa, you would have come alone. But instead, you brought guards. Your thoughts betray you, they always do. You intended for me to be caught in the collapse, buried beneath the explosives you hoped would kill me. This entire performance? It's a mask for cowardice. He stepped forward, voice growing colder, sharper. But I'm not here to entertain your delusions of grandeur. I'm here to end this farce. Kil'Lissa's jaw clenched. You don't understand, even now. Even our ruins, our graves are more alive than your empire will ever be. And with that, he turned, retreating up the stairs, shouting over his shoulder, fall back. Retreat. Get out of the tunnel. But it was far too late. Anakin raised the detonator. With one decisive press, the entire chamber lit up with a hellish glow. The thermite charges detonated in rapid succession, their searing fire melting supports and shattering the ancient stone. The explosion was deafening, an avalanche of fury and precision. Rex grabbed Anakin by the arm, and together, they vanished in a blur of force speed, racing back through the crumbling tunnel as the world behind them was consumed by fire, ash, and screaming rock. The ceiling buckled. Walls imploded. And somewhere behind it all, Lord Kelix's final words were cut short by the collapse of everything he had built. When Anakin and Rex emerged from the secondary exit, they were coated in dust, sweat, and blood. The roar of falling stones still echoed behind them, like the dying breath of a traitor crushed beneath the weight of his own hubris. They didn't speak. The silence was heavier than any words could be. A simple nod passed between them, silent, mutual understanding. It was finished. And Kelix was no more. They approached Lord Jard. Jard rose from his throne, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and relief. The Kelix's have surrendered. My men are returning from the outposts now to take them into custody. When they saw the tunnel collapse around their lord, every last soldier laid down their arms. Not one resisted. He took a deep breath. I will inform Moff Sirik of your heroism immediately. Anakin, his expression stone cold, replied flatly, take 10 heads for every one traitor. Do that, and they will never dare rebel again. As if summoned by the words, a hologram flickered to life. Moff Sirik's stern visage appeared, cast in pale blue light. The Thul need not fear any further rebellion in their ranks. The message has been made brutally clear. It would be a waste to keep one of our few Sith stationed here any longer. General Thul is overseeing operations near House Ald. Speak to him if you wish to continue your role in this conquest. With that, the hologram vanished. Jorad stepped forward, sincerity in his eyes. You have saved my house's dream of ruling Alderaan, and taught me what such rule will truly require. I will not forget this, Lord Anakin. Anakin gave a curt nod and turned away. His cloak billowing slightly as he made his way toward the taxi pad. He and Rex boarded a sleek Imperial speeder and flew through the misty mountain passes toward outpost Bolim Thranta. The outpost was a rigid sprawl of durasteel and sensor towers, perched like a scar on the mountainside. As they disembarked from the speeder onto the landing pad, a noble in House Thul's garb awaited them with slouched shoulders and a hollow look in his eyes. Anakin's eyes scanned the man. This is likely the general. Stanil Thul? Anakin asked, his tone clipped and direct. I was told you wanted to see me. Stanil looked up, weary and aged far beyond his years. Yes. Moff Sirik said you'd be arriving. We've lost an inspection team to the Kelix several days ago. Advisors from Dramundkos. They were assessing one of our mining sites for lanthanide deposits. Midway through their work, the entire site was swarmed and overrun by Kelix. Anakin frowned. Kelix? Another noble house. Stanil let out a bitter chuckle. No. The Kelix are native to this world. Insectoid creatures, giant bugs with barely enough intelligence to wield blasters. But dangerous in swarms. We've had no communication from the site for days. Moff Sirik insists we recover the team. Apparently some of them hold significant rank off-world, but the rest of House Thul balks at the idea. It would take half our army to mount a full assault. And now I'm told I'm too close to the problem to properly assess its strategic value. Anakin narrowed his eyes. Insectoids. Sound familiar? Like the Genosians. But this doesn't quite add up. If these were Genosians, the site would have been annihilated. Survivors taken, brainwashed, repurposed. These Kelix must be something else, but I can feel something deeper here. Something more personal. You've got a personal stake in this, don't you? Anakin asked, his tone measured but sharp. Stanil hesitated, then nodded with a trembling voice. Yes. I don't want you to think this is just about my family, but my daughter was leading that inspection team. I don't know if she's alive or dead. His eyes pleaded. If you can find her, if you can recover the advisors, free them if they're being held, I swear to you, I will reward you with everything I have. Even if it leaves me bankrupt. Anakin's voice was quiet but unwavering. I won't let them die, General. Your daughter. The advisors. I'll bring them back. Or burn through the hives trying. Stanel straightened, a flicker of hope returning to his eyes. Thank you. For myself, even more than for my house. Anakin and Rex pressed forward toward the jagged opening of the Kelix hive cave, its entrance looming like the mouth of some ancient beast carved into the mountain face. The air grew thick and stale as they descended, heavy with the damp scent of earth and something far fouler, pungent and organic, like rot mixed with honey. Without warning, a shrill series of clicks and screeches echoed through the tunnels. From the shadows burst a wave of Kelix foot soldiers, tall, chitin-plated insectoids with jagged limbs and bulbous, pulsating abdomens. They moved in coordinated swarms, wielding modified blaster carbines fused grotesquely with their carapace. Blaster bolts lit the cave in strobing flashes. Anakin responded instantly, his twin lightsabers igniting in a brilliant clash of crimson and cobalt. The force surged through him like a storm held barely in check. He ducked, spun, and leapt with supernatural precision, his sabers carving arcs of destruction. One slash severed a Kelix blaster-wielding arm. Another cleaved through the thorax of a drone mid-pounce. Rex flanked him, his DC-17s barking in tight bursts, each round landing with mechanical discipline. He pivoted into cover between stalagmites and stalactites, sending thermal detonators bouncing into Kelix formations. The cave walls shuddered with muffled booms. A Kelix drone lunged at Anakin with a serrated claw. Anakin intercepted the blow, locking it midair with his saber and delivering a brutal reverse kick that shattered the creature's chitinous knee. He then spun, driving his saber through its thorax with a growl. The deeper they went, the more intense the resistance. Narrow choke points turned into kill zones. Anakin used the force to hurl debris, collapsing parts of the tunnel and crushing clusters of Kelix. Rex followed behind, covering their advance and picking off stragglers with ruthless precision. Eventually, they reached a crude holding area or ribcage-like chamber pulsing with bioluminescent mucus. Inside, a group of battered, terrified humans clung to one another inside a twisted, metallic cage. One of them staggered forward. "My lord, help us! These freaks, they captured us and took the lead inspector deeper into the hive." Anakin extended his hand. The metal cage screeched and groaned as it was torn apart by the force, flinging open like the jaws of a dying beast. "Get out of here," he ordered, his voice low and commanding. The inspection team scrambled past him, offering thanks through gasps and tears. Anakin didn't watch them go. His focus was deeper. He and Rex descended further into the hive. The walls grew slicker, lined with glistening resin. Pulsing egg sacs dotted the tunnel's low, rhythmic clicking echoed around them, as if the very structure of the hive was alive. They reached a cavernous chamber. In the center stood a young woman, motionless and alone, clad in dirted house Thul finery. Her posture was eerily calm. Anakin took a cautious step forward. "You must be Dariathol, daughter of Stanel Thul. Your team is safe. I'm here to bring you home." She turned slowly. Her eyes were pitch black, her face expressionless. Her voice was quiet, but firm. "You have removed those who are not of the nest. Had they stayed, they would have learned the peace of the joining. We will not deny you your prize. But leave now. There has been a song of swarming. We have claimed these mines." Anakin frowned. Brainwashed. Just like the stories of Genosians. What have these things done to her? He stepped closer. "Seems like you've suffered some neurological damage." "I'm speaking to Dariathol, not some drone." "Once," she replied slowly, "we were called Dariathol. Now, we are new child of the Yukunaku nest. We have tasted the gel. Scented the egg chamber. We have joined." Anakin snorted. "You don't look like a bug to me. So what, you're a Kelix now?" "Appearances deceive," she answered. "My flesh is human, but my mind is one with the nest. There is peace and unity. A love that transcends blood. We will never return. That's nonsense, Anakin said, his tone colder now. You've been drugged. Poisoned by pheromones and half-formed ideology. This is slavery wearing the mask of peace. How do you live in a world where every smile hides betrayal? Daria snapped, her tone sharpening. Where fathers turn daughters into political pawns. Where love is conditional, and loyalty bought. The nest has no lies. No ambition. Here, there is harmony. I am home. Anakin's expression hardened. He wasn't here to debate philosophy. She's lost. But she's coming with me. Come with me, or die with every last bug in this pit. That's your only option. Daria opened her mouth to protest, but stopped. Her head tilted slightly, her eyes glazing over. She was listening. Not to Anakin but to something else. A beat passed. Then another. Her voice, when it returned, was subdued. We are hearing the voice of the nest. We have decided it is not worth the loss. We will return. Relieved but wary, Anakin nodded to Rex. Together, they escorted Daria out of the hive. Kelix moved aside without interference, their antennae drooping in submission. Back at the surface, medics swept in quickly. Daria was taken away under heavy sedation. Her face remained expressionless, but her black eyes flickered faintly with confusion. Thul rushed forward, desperation etched in every line of his face. Thank you. My medics say the inspection team is recovering shocked, but whole. But Daria. He swallowed hard. She's been changed. Drugged. Brainwashed. I've heard of this before. Something in the Kelix pheromones joins their captives to their hive mind. Anakin remained silent. His eyes followed the medics as they wheeled Daria away. Anakin knew one thing clearly: the hive, and the Kelix as a whole, were a threat that had to be eradicated before they infected any more minds. He turned sharply to Thul. Turn your troops against the Kelix before they destroy another mind. Stanl's hands clenched into fists, his eyes blazing with rage. You're right. What use is the throne of Alderaan if we hand it over to a swarm of mind-stealing vermin? We'll drive them out. Burn their mountains to ash and salt the ground where they once stood. Before his fury could boil over further, a voice cut through the air. General Thul, pardon the interruption. I must speak with my rescuer. A stern man in a black uniform approached, his presence precise and calculating. I am Agent Craig Graff, Imperial Intelligence. It was no coincidence that the Kelix attacked when they did. They were herded toward that mine. Anakin turned slightly, expression unreadable. How do you know that? Craig's voice was calm, but edged with urgency. We've been monitoring Ulgo communications. Their strike teams coordinated the movement. This wasn't a random event. It was a smokescreen to mask something they've labeled Operation Sun Shower. Anakin folded his arms. Then let's ensure their plan burns in the light. Stanl's voice came next, more controlled now. That phrase has surfaced before. We've intercepted Organa chatter using it code for something significant. Craig added, it's a Baradium-class detonator. Massive. Ulgo plans to strike the heart of House Thul lands. The weapon is being transported by their elite guard, former Republic Spec Ops, with cutting-edge weapons and tactical training. Anakin raised a brow. So, we kill the elite, take the weapon. Simple. Craig nodded. We also recovered a data file launch codes for the detonator. Stanl stepped forward. Use it. Infiltrate their camp and detonate the device early. They'll feel the bite of their own venom. Let Ulgo burn. Anakin and Rex wasted no time. They sped across Alderaanian terrain, entering House Ald's stronghold under a storm of blaster fire. Guards swarmed them, but Anakin carved through them with cold efficiency, lightsabers flashing like the blades of judgment. Rex covered their flank, firing with ruthless accuracy, clearing the path to the inner sanctum. Inside, a towering brute with a massive club stood at the side of a tan-skinned noblewoman draped in elegant fabrics. "My lady, we have an intruder," the bodyguard growled. Anakin strode forward, radiating lethal calm. "Lady Renata, I presume. You once had a handmaiden who left Alderaan with a Jedi. I seek her family." Renata waved a hand flippantly, playing ignorant. "I don't know what you're babbling about." The brute turned to her. "Lady, let me kill him like the last one Kendo sent." Renata barely looked at him. "Wind Red, you don't need my permission to deal with fools. Kill him quickly." Typical. Anakin thought. As arrogant and foolish as Kendo. Anakin ignited a single red blade. "Let me save you the trouble." Wind Red charged, club raised. This Sith faster than last one. But Anakin was already moving. He sidestepped effortlessly, blade sweeping in a single elegant arc that pierced Windred's chest. The brute staggered, eyes wide. "Lady. Sorry." He crumpled to the floor, lifeless. Lady Renata screamed, backing away, hands raised. "Please don't kill me. I didn't mean it. I thought you were one of Kendo's assassins. You mentioned a girl, right?" Yes, I remember now." Anakin's voice was flat and cold. "Kendo said you had a Force-sensitive handmaiden. If you're lying, the consequences will be unpleasant." Renata's eyes flashed with defiance. "He lies. The girl never served me. I knew of her, but she belonged to another house." Anakin stepped closer. "I warned you." At that moment, Frimres entered with several Sith acolytes. "The Duke will handle her interrogations personally. He congratulates you on your work. I'm here to escort Lady Renata." Renata panicked. She fell to her knees before Anakin. "Please don't let him take me. I do know who she served. The girl's name is Jasa Wilsam. She was handmaiden to Jessel Organa. She's on the front lines now, leading troops." Anakin's masked gaze bored into her. "Where?" I don't know exactly. But, the Duke does. He can tell you." Frimres interjected smoothly. "Let me deliver the lady to the Duke. He'll give you what you need." Anakin turned his back. "She lied. I warned her. She's no longer useful. Do what you will." Renata screamed in frustration. "You swore you'd protect me." Frimres grabbed her arm. "Your destiny lies with the Duke. Be nice, and he might treat you kindly." He turned back to Anakin. "The Duke awaits your arrival. He's eager to assist." Anakin gave a final command. "Make sure he's ready." Frimres nodded. "Of course, friend." Renata, now pale and trembling, muttered under her breath as she was led away. "And a terrible fate it will be." Anakin said nothing, already planning his next move. Anakin and Rex returned to House Thul's executive chambers, the towering marble doors sliding open with a hiss as they stepped into the vast hall. At the far end, lounging with arrogant satisfaction, stood Duke Kendo. His eyes gleamed with crude pleasure. "Ah, you return," Kendo purred, barely containing the lascivious curl of his lips. "I'm beside myself with appreciation for delivering Lady Renata to me. She will prove to be most useful." Anakin exhaled sharply, a cold sigh of disgust. "Tell it to someone who gives a damn." Kendo raised both hands in mock defense. "Merely expressing my boundless gratitude. So, Frimres tells me the lead was fruitful. While Lady Renata wasn't the girl's mistress, she did know who was Jessel Organa. Or rather, General Jessel Organa. That's who you'll need to track down now. Unfortunately, that poses a bit of a problem." Anakin took a step forward, his boots clicking with purpose. Without warning, he seized Kendo by the throat and lifted him clean off the ground. "If you can't solve the problem," he hissed, eyes burning behind the mask of Ravan, "you should be afraid." He hurled the Duke to the floor like trash. Kendo landed hard, gasping, and clambered to his feet, avoiding Anakin's gaze. Understood. Perfectly understood, he rasped, trembling. I'd better come up with a solution then. Straightening his cloak and clearing his throat, Kendo quickly continued. Jessel Organa leads House Organa's war effort against House Ulgo. Her headquarters is protected by an impenetrable force field. Nothing we throw at it has even scratched it. That field lets her and her advisors command operations from the very edge of the front lines. Anakin narrowed his eyes, processing the tactical implications. She's competent. That much is clear. But relying solely on a shield? That's a fatal over-reliance. Sounds like General Jessel knows what she's doing, Anakin said. Kendo stroked his beard thoughtfully, eyes glimmering with sudden insight. As smart as she is, there must be a way to overcome. Wait, yes. Every force field needs power, yes? If we cut the power just the right power, we can bring it down. And I have a strong suspicion where Jessel's getting her juice. If I'm right, you could just walk through her front door. Anakin remained still as a statue, his voice low. Sounds promising. Kendo nodded eagerly. Almost all power on Alderaan is routed through the planetary generator above the Strait Valley. Jessel must be piggybacking off the mainline. Many of my rivals do the same for their private defenses. A precise charge at the generator will force the fail-safes to kick in. The planet's main systems will stay online, but smaller, unauthorized systems like Jessel's will shut down. The shield will collapse, and she'll have to reset it manually. That'll take time. Anakin tilted his head slightly. If the field runs on an emergency tap, the transfer will force it into hibernation. That buys us a window. Kendo grinned. You do know your stuff. Frimrees, fetch a 7/7 detonator from the arms cabinet. Give it to our guest. Frimrees, who had just entered the chamber, gave a curt bow. His tone was thick with contempt. As you wish. He turned and left. Kendo continued, oblivious to the tension. The Alderaan power generator is nestled atop the cliffs above the Strait Valley. It's fortified with some of the most advanced security systems this planet has to offer. Frimrees returned moments later, his expression unreadable. He handed the compact explosives and detonator to Anakin without a word. You'll need to breach the compound, fight your way in, set the charges, and escape before detonation, Kendo explained with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Not exactly a stroll through the garden. Anakin gave a half shrug. I'll try not to yawn too much. Kendo chuckled nervously but pressed on. Once the generator blows, you'll still need to push through Jessel's surrounding forces and storm her command post before she can reset the field. I'll be monitoring your progress, eagerly. Good luck. Anakin gave no reply, only a quiet nod before turning on his heel. Rex followed behind as the doors of the chamber hissed closed, sealing Kendo's scheming voice behind them. Anakin and Rex strode out of House Thul's capital stronghold, their boots striking the stone steps with a deliberate rhythm. The air outside was sharp and cool, laced with the faint scent of smoke from distant skirmishes. Ahead stretched the Alderaan wilderness, a sea of rolling hills, jagged rock outcroppings, and clusters of pine that whispered in the breeze like restless spirits. The path to their destination was perilous, with the occasional tremor of artillery fire echoing from faraway battlefronts. Yet neither of them slowed. Both men moved with a calm and ruthless purpose, their minds fixed on the mission ahead, the annihilation of House Ulgo's forward base, a nest of defiance entrenched deep in contested territory. After hours of traversing treacherous terrain and cutting across patrol routes, they finally caught sight of the Ulgo outpost, a fortified compound nestled between two ridges. Barricades of durasteel glimmered under the fading light, and the hum of shield generators filled the air with a low, electric pulse. It was not a sprawling fortress but a hardened military station, bristling with sensors, automated turrets, and disciplined soldiers standing ready. Rex's sharp clone instincts instantly took note of the sniper perches and choke points. As they approached the perimeter gate, a voice barked through a helmet speaker. "Halt! This is a restricted zone, smack in the middle of an active war front. You are ordered to leave the area immediately." The soldier, a member of House Ulgo's elite special forces, stepped forward, his blaster rifle trained squarely on them. Anakin didn't bother to answer. His golden brown eyes, now flickering with a darker, almost molten intensity, locked on the man. With a slow, almost casual motion, he raised his hand, fingers curling slightly like the talons of a predator. The soldier stiffened, unable to move, as an invisible grip crushed down on his throat. The sickening snap of vertebrae echoed like a thunderclap. The man's body crumpled lifelessly to the ground, armor clattering against the dirt. The quiet before the storm ended instantly. Sirens wailed. Klaxons roared through the outpost, bathing it in flashing red lights as alarms blared across every COMM channel. The compound's soldiers surged to action, swarming the walls and battlements, blasters raised. Orders were shouted in rapid succession. Hostiles detected. Intruder alert. All units, converge on the north entrance. Anakin exhaled slowly, the corners of his lips curling into something between a sneer and a promise of carnage. He thumbed the ignition of his lightsabers, one crimson, one cerulean. The twin blades erupted with a hiss and snap, their glow painting his face in deadly, shifting hues. "It's a Sith," someone shouted from the ramparts. "Open fire! Don't give him a second to think." Blaster bolts rained down like a crimson storm. Rex, moving with the precision of a seasoned commander, raised his rifle and returned fire, cutting down two soldiers before they even had time to dive for cover. He rolled forward. Using a fallen barricade as partial protection, his shots surgical and unrelenting. Anakin, however, advanced without a shred of hesitation. The force coiled around him like a living storm, guiding his steps. He weaved through the incoming fire, sabers flashing in arcs of blazing light. Each deflected bolt ricocheted back with lethal accuracy, dropping attackers in clusters. The first squad rushed him, shouting in unison, blasters set to rapid fire. Anakin surged forward with unnatural speed, his body a blur. A crimson blade carved through one soldier's chest plate, while the blue saber cleaved another's rifle clean in half before slicing through his shoulder. Without pausing, he extended his free hand, unleashing a telekinetic shockwave that hurled three more troops backward like rag dolls, their armor screeching as they slammed into durasteel walls. Rex covered his flank, expertly switching between his rifle and a vibroknife when an Ulgo commando lunged at him with a shock baton. The clone twisted, parried the strike, and rammed the knife into the man's ribcage before ripping it free in one fluid motion. "You're clearing the path a little too fast, General," Rex muttered through clenched teeth, firing a burst at an enemy officer trying to flank them. "Then keep up," Anakin replied, his tone cold yet sharp as the hiss of his sabers. As they carved their way deeper into the base, enemy resistance stiffened. Automated turrets deployed from ceiling mounts, spewing streams of laser fire. Anakin vaulted over a pile of debris, landing directly beneath a turret. He hurled his blue saber like a boomerang, the spinning blade slicing clean through the weapon's rotating mount. The saber snapped back to his hand as he crushed the remains of a nearby droid with a single downward strike. Rex lobbed a thermal detonator into a choke point, the explosion sending armored bodies sprawling. They reached the control hub after a brutal push through three squads of Ulgo troops. The room itself was heavily guarded, but the defenders barely had time to aim before Anakin swept through them like a storm. One soldier tried to raise a shield, only to have it cut in two by a cross-slash of blue and red light. Another fired at close range, but Anakin caught the bolt on his crimson blade and impaled the man through his chest plate in one seamless motion. Within moments, the room was silent save for the hum of computers and the harsh breathing of the survivors if any dared remain. Anakin stepped up to the console, fingers flying over the controls as he accessed the launch codes for the Baridium-class detonator buried beneath the base. This will wipe their presence from the map, he muttered, entering the final sequence. The alarms shifted to a shrill warning tone. The base was now primed for self-destruction. Time to go, Rex said, glancing at the flashing lights. Anakin gave a single nod. They bolted from the control room, cutting down any stragglers that crossed their path, and leapt onto a waiting speeder bike. Rex climbed onto the rear seat, clutching his rifle as the engines roared to life. They sped away across the rocky terrain just as the ground trembled behind them. The base erupted in a chain of explosions, massive fireballs clawing at the sky. Shockwaves rolled across the land, uprooting trees and sending shrapnel raining like hellfire. By the time the final detonation ripped through the compound, nothing remained of House Ulgo's forward presence, only scorched earth and molten wreckage. Hours later, they returned to the House Thul outpost. As soon as they dismounted, Thul himself emerged to greet them. His usually composed face bore an expression of raw relief and admiration. "Thank you," he said, voice firm yet heavy with emotion. "You are once again Thul's savior, protecting our lands from devastation and death." From the crowd of officers, Imperial Intelligence Operative Craig Graff stepped forward, offering a respectful bow. "The abilities of the Sith are truly beyond the comprehension of the rest of us. What you've done here is nothing short of extraordinary." Anakin's gaze swept over them with calm detachment. "I get the job done. When I set a goal, I accomplish it, no exceptions. Now that House Ulgo's threat is dealt with, what comes next?" Thul straightened. "Indeed, with Ulgo forces shattered, I can turn all my troops to eradicating the Kelix. Every last squirming larva will be burned from our lands." Craig added, "My superiors have been asking about you. There's a matter involving House Rist trouble brewing for our allies. If you're interested, seek out Thys Elgin. Moff Surik himself has already commended you to him." With that, Craig bowed once more and departed. Anakin mounted his speeder again, Rex climbing on behind. But before they could depart, Thul raised a hand. "One more thing. Thank you for saving my daughter from those vile creatures. She's recovering stronger by the day. But mark my words, those insects will pay for what they've done." His expression hardened. "I've also transferred a substantial sum of credits to you. I know it's nothing compared to the wealth of your successful company, but I always repay my debts. Consider this a token of my family's appreciation and of House Thul's gratitude." Anakin nodded as he sped off to outpost Talarn Thranta. When Anakin arrived, he saw House Thul's forward outpost buzzed with activity as the twin suns began to dip beneath Alderaan's icy peaks. The perimeter was tightly guarded, with squads of Thul soldiers stationed behind durasteel barricades, scanning the horizon with disciplined precision. Above them, towering Imperial war droids marched in rhythmic formation, their servos whirring with menace as they patrolled the compound like metal sentinels of doom. Military transports and tactical speeders rumbled in and out through the western gate, ferrying supplies, munitions, and operatives to undisclosed sectors of the battlefield. The air was thick with tension and the ozone tang of overloaded shield capacitors. Anakin's black cloak flowed behind him like a shadow with purpose as he dismounted his speeder. Captain Rex disembarked beside him, helm tucked beneath his arm, ever alert. As they stepped onto the main concourse, a sharp voice called out to them over the roar of engines. "My lord!" A man in a crisp Imperial officer's uniform strode forward briskly, his boots clicking against the permacrete. "Ah, yes, thank the stars. You've arrived." Anakin slowed his pace, raising a brow slightly. "You must be Thys Elgin." The officer nodded and offered a tight, respectful bow. "Indeed, my lord. Thys Elgin, Imperial advisor to House Thul. It is a relief to have someone of your reputation with us. We have a matter of great urgency. Let's get straight to business." Anakin said nothing, merely offered a slight nod. Elgin took that as permission to continue. "House Thul faces a crisis that could shatter their already precarious position here on Alderaan and, I might add, severely damage the Empire's strategic foothold as well. Anakin's jaw clenched slightly as he listened, though his face remained unreadable. Internally, he sighed. This again. Without me, this house would have collapsed 3 times over. 4 if I count the Kelix incursion and that pathetic rescue team. I swear, how many times must I be the pillar that keeps this whole structure from toppling? I'll need to know what this crisis actually is before I agree to anything, he said aloud, his tone flat but unmistakably sharp. Of course, Elgin replied, motioning for them to walk with him. Allow me to explain. They passed under the shadow of a gunship as the advisor's voice lowered. House Rist, Elgin began, Alderaan's infamous house of assassins, has aligned itself with the usurpers in House Ulgo. In the past, however, Rist was far less discriminating. They performed any number of clandestine jobs, kidnappings, targeted killings, disappearances for whoever could meet their price. And now, the skeletons are starting to rattle. Anakin's eyes narrowed slightly. Next time, don't hire assassins. Elgin grimaced, as though Anakin had slapped him with a truth he couldn't deny. Every noble house on Alderaan has indulged in underhanded dealings. House Thul is hardly unique. But now one of those former assassins, cast out from Rist for revealing the identity of a client, has turned to blackmail. He paused and looked Anakin dead in the eye. He's threatening to expose every dark deed, every ambush, abduction, and backroom execution Thul ever paid for unless we meet his demands. Anakin folded his arms, unimpressed. Just tell me where he is. I'll deal with him. Elgin quickly raised a hand. If you can. My lord, please don't kill him outright. That could draw attention. Too many questions. We've arranged a fake payment drop, a meeting. But he's brought some of Rist's finest assassins with him. I don't trust him, and that's precisely why I need someone like you. He leaned forward, emphasizing every word with rare desperation. He wants land and a title. He wants to establish his own house of assassins. He thinks he can barter silence for nobility. Take this. Elgin handed over a slim, locked case. If he accepts the bribe, fine. If he refuses, kill him and make sure the records vanish with him. Anakin accepted the case silently, then turned away. Rex followed without a word as the two of them made their way to the meeting site, located in the shadow of an abandoned diplomatic complex now overgrown and cracked with neglect. Inside, the stale air carried the scent of rust and old blood. Broken glass crunched under their boots as they entered the central atrium. 2 men stood waiting for them beneath a flickering chandelier, both clad in sleek black combat armor adorned with faint wrist sigils. The taller of the two stepped forward with a smug, predatory grin. Well, brother, he said mockingly, his voice slithering across the room. Would you look at this? A Sith. I guess House Thul isn't as stupid as I thought. The younger brother snorted and crossed his arms, his eyes glinting with cruel amusement. The lead blackmailer circled around them like a jackal. Sending a Sith, though, pointless, really. Still, I'll give them points for effort. Now then, if you'd be so kind, hand over the payment. Anakin didn't flinch. His voice was cold, sharpened like a dagger. You're not getting anything until I know there aren't any traps waiting. The man's grin widened, his tone dripping with mockery. Tricks? But we've only just met, and already you know me so well. His brother cackled with laughter behind him. He kept pacing, like a showman before a captive audience. Honestly, I expected some frail Thul diplomat I could throw into a bag. But you. His eyes gleamed with greedy hunger. You and your pet? You'll fetch a much better price. Anakin's eyes narrowed to slits. The air around him seemed to ripple with growing pressure. He didn't give a warning, just the snap hiss of his crimson lightsaber as it sprang to life in a flash of searing red. His voice dropped, menacing and final. I'm going to enjoy killing you. The two assassins responded in kind, drawing twin blaster pistols with practiced speed. The lead blackmailer's grin remained, razor-edged. "Don't get your hopes up," he said. "We've been doing this our entire lives." Anakin and Rex moved in perfect sync. The assassins didn't stand a chance. With a sudden surge of force energy, Anakin tore one of the pistols from Kai's grip and crushed it mid-air, sparks flying as the metal twisted into useless fragments. In the same instant, Rex lunged low and kicked Sam's weapon from his hand with a bone-jarring snap of his boot. The blaster spun across the floor and clattered into the corner. Kai and Sam froze, wide-eyed, their arrogance gone in a blink. Rex's DC-17 pistol was already aimed squarely at Sam's chest, while Anakin's crimson blade hummed inches from Kai's throat. "Stop! Stop this, Kai!" Sam shouted, hands raised, voice cracking. He has the better of us. It's not worth it anymore." Kai gritted his teeth, hatred boiling in his eyes. But he was forced to kneel under the weight of Anakin's presence. Every ounce of his confidence shattered. Sam slowly reached into his coat, moving with the caution of a man cornered by a predator. "The evidence," he said, voice strained. "It was already on its way to House Ulgo. But, you arrived earlier than expected. Here, take it." He held out a datapad, trembling. Anakin didn't take it. His eyes narrowed, and his grip on the lightsaber tightened. "Listen," Sam added hurriedly. "Kai never planned to give it to you. He was going to double-cross Thul, ransom you, trade the intel, maybe even kill the negotiator if he showed weakness." Anakin stepped forward, the blade's red glow casting deep shadows on his face. His voice was a whisper of wrath. "You'll all pay for this." The lead blackmailer, now revealed as Kai, snarled in frustration and tried to stand, but Rex planted a foot on his back and forced him to his knees again. "You idiot!" Kai screamed, neck strained, spittle flying. "We could have been counts. Lords of our own fiefdom. And you ruined everything." Sam stepped over to his brother, his face contorted with disgust. "You've lost all sense of honor, Kai. Lying. Stealing. Betrayal. I swore to live by a code." Kai turned his head just enough to meet his brother's gaze, his voice cracking between anger and disbelief. "Sam, you'd betray your own brother? For what?" "For them. I'll kill you for that, you shameless little scoundrel." Sam's hand trembled, a subtle sheen of sweat covering his brow. "Damn it, Kai. I'm sorry." In a blink, he drew a hidden vibroknife and plunged it into his brother's chest. The blade buried deep, piercing armor and flesh in one clean thrust. Kai gasped, choking on his own blood as he slumped forward. He hit the ground hard, his body twitching, mouth gurgling crimson. "You, traitor," he croaked, eyes wide in disbelief. "You're not my brother. I dreamed we'd rise higher, be more than servants. I wanted us to be lords," his breath hitched. "But in the end, I was betrayed by my own flesh and blood. I hate." The last word died on his tongue as his eyes glazed over, staring into nothing. His blood pooled beneath him, spreading slowly across the fractured tile floor. Sam stood over him in silence, the knife still dripping in his hand. His voice was low and hoarse. "You have what you came for. I'll take what's left of Kai's assassins and disappear. I swear on my life neither you nor House Thul will hear from us again." Anakin's gaze was cold as steel. Inwardly, he thought, a man who kills his own brother for convenience, who lives by no bond except survival, cannot be trusted. He stepped forward, silent as death. "No one betrays me in lives." With a brutal finality, he drove his crimson saber through Sam's heart. The young assassin barely had time to react before his body jerked violently, the stench of scorched flesh filling the air. He collapsed beside his brother, lifeless, the blade's hum fading as Anakin deactivated it. With grim efficiency, Anakin lifted the datapad and ignited his saber again, carving the device into molten slag. Sparks flew, and the evidence along with the lives of the blackmailers was reduced to smoke and ash. Rex moved to the edge of the room and uncapped a small charge of igniter gel. He smeared it across the walls and floors with practiced hands, then activated the ignition node. The building erupted in flame as they walked out, the inferno licking skyward behind them. The corrupted data, the betrayal, the corpses all erased in fire. They returned to the Thul command center after nightfall. The sky over Alderaan was clear now, starlit and cold, and the horizon glowed faintly from the distant blaze left behind. Inside the compound, Imperial Advisor Darth's Elgin was hunched over a console, flanked by a protocol droid with glowing blue photoreceptors. The droid chirped mechanically. Master Darth's, alert //Sith Master equals returned from mission //Sith Master equals appears successful. Elgin turned sharply and approached with quick steps. Tell me, did the deal go well? Is the evidence destroyed? Anakin didn't waste time. It was a trap. The blackmailer Kai and his brother were expecting a negotiator from House Thul. They planned to ransom him, trade the data to House Ulgo. But we showed up instead. He crossed his arms, gaze unwavering. They got arrogant. Sam killed Kai to try and make amends. Then I killed Sam. I destroyed the evidence and burned the building to the ground. No one will ever find proof of what happened there. Elgin let out a long, shaky breath. Relief flooded his features like a man narrowly avoiding execution. Then we were fortunate. Never in my life have I been so relieved. House Thul owes you yet again, Lord Vader. He gestured to his day top hat. A confirmation sound chimed softly. I've transferred a significant reward to your account. From Thul's war chest. It's a mere token, compared to what you've done. The droid chirped again, interrupting the moment. Master Darth's, alert //N5 equals message from Lieutenant Muir / Lieutenant Muir equals servant to Darth Victus / Lieutenant Muir equals requests urgent meeting with Sith Master / N5 equals uploaded coordinates. Elgin blinked. It appears, someone higher is requesting you. Anakin tilted his head slightly, eyes narrowing. Then I'll answer. Anakin stepped out into the cold artificial light of Alderaan's subterranean power grid, the air humming with electricity and tension. The darkness was broken only by the flickering of warning sirens as his boots echoed down the metallic corridors. Security systems crackled to life, auto turrets, stun barriers, and sensor drones locked onto him. But he moved like a phantom through their ranks. With twin sabers igniting in a chorus of fury, one crimson, one violet, he cleaved through metal and flesh alike. Sparks danced across his armor as plasma met steel, and bodies dropped before alarms could even blare. He planted the charges with surgical precision, every movement calculated, deliberate. The structural heart of the facility, its stabilizers, data relays, and shielding matrix was laced with destruction. When the final charge clicked into place, he turned without a word and exited the way he came, slipping into the shadows like death given form. Moments later, a concussive pulse rocked the power grid. Flames surged from the subterranean levels. Above, a shimmering force field that had once bathed Jessel Organa's frontline command base flickered, trembled, then collapsed in a crackling cascade of energy loss. The protective dome that had held House Organa's might secure was now just mist in the air. Outside the smoldering ruins, Anakin emerged onto the charred plateau, joined by Captain Rex. They barely had time to breathe. Across the horizon, the ground trembled, metal feet marching, voices rising, guns loading. 2,000 Organa soldiers closed in from every angle, flanked by 3 towering battle tanks whose cannons glowed with charging plasma. One soldier raised a megaphone. Surrender, Sith. You're surrounded. Nowhere to run. Another voice laughed cruelly. You really thought General Organa would leave her base undefended? This is where your war ends. Anakin turned slightly to Rex, his expression calm. Get into cover, he said flatly. You'll die if you don't, and I can't unleash my full power with you standing beside me. Rex, without hesitation, dove into a crater nearby, crouching behind twisted metal and debris. Then, silence. Anakin ignited both sabers in unison. The glow illuminated his face beneath the Revan mask, casting long shadows as he raised them high and stepped forward. His voice rang out, not with desperation but certainty. "All I am surrounded by, is fear and dead men." And then he moved. Lightning screamed from his fingertips as he launched himself forward, a whirlwind of death and rage. His sabers cut down the front ranks with brutal efficiency, decapitating one, impaling another, then spinning in a blur to carve a plasma-tipped arc through a cluster of soldiers. He bent the force to his will, yanking rifles from hands, slamming armored men into the ground with bone-crushing impact. The tanks opened fire, 3 high-explosive plasma shells soaring toward him. The ground erupted in a wall of smoke and fire. "Silence! He's gone," a soldier muttered, panting. "We got him. Ha! I knew that Sith bastard couldn't take us all on." "Wait, do you hear that?" The silence was broken by something far more terrifying than any explosion. A mechanical hiss. "Breathing. HHHSSSHH. KKKSSHHH. HHHSSSHH." From the smoke emerged a nightmare. A towering silhouette in black, twin red sabers ignited and humming, cape fluttering behind him in the windless air. The mask, the unmistakable, soul-chilling visage of Darth Vader, gazed down upon them like death incarnate. He changed. "What the hell is that? That's not Revan's mask anymore. What is he? A monster? Open fire!" Blaster bolts flew, plasma shells boomed, but Vader advanced unflinching, deflecting bolts with minimal movement, the illusion as real as blood to the terrified soldiers. In his mind, Anakin laughed. It worked. He had tapped deeper into Force illusion, guided by the lingering echo of his dark side self. Vader. That entity, his darkness, now walked beside him, whispering. To non-Force sensitives, the illusion was perfect. The mechanical breathing, the movements, even the aura of dread crafted through pain, precision, and power. He lifted one hand, clenched it, and a dozen soldiers dropped, choking violently as their throats crushed under invisible force. He flicked his wrist, several were hurled into their own tanks, crumpling like dolls. With each slash, each stab, each scream, he ripped the morale from their hearts. A terrified soldier dropped to his knees, dropping his blaster. "Please, please, I have a family." Vader's saber plunged through him without pause. Within minutes, the battlefield was silent. Bodies smoldered, weapons lay discarded, tanks burned like funeral pyres. Without breaking stride, still cloaked in the Vader illusion, Anakin entered the command base. The metal doors shrieked as they opened, revealing a sterile interior of blinking consoles and terrified personnel. In the command center, panic had already set in. "General," one of Jessel's advisors cried out. "Our entire front line is gone. Someone is cutting through everything. It's heading this way." Vader stepped into view and silence fell like a guillotine. A guard lunged forward. Vader impaled him through the heart, twisting the blade before withdrawing it with a hiss. Another he seized midair with the force and crushed his ribs with a crunch that echoed in the cold room. "My technicians," the plump advisor stammered, sweat pouring from his brow, "they're working on resetting the force field, but we're still a sitting duck." Another advisor spoke up, trembling. "There were coordinated attacks on House Thul. Their officials were killed while their security systems were downed. This was a decoy. House Ulgo must be behind it." Jessel stood tall at the center of the chaos, hands behind her back, eyes fixed on the monitor, yet her fingers trembled. Then the force hurled the guard's corpse into the room, crashing into the wall before sliding lifelessly to the floor. Vader entered fully now, mechanical breathing reverberating through the chamber. The advisors recoiled in terror, one stumbling back and falling. What is he?" one whispered. But another, a younger male advisor, stood beside Jessel protectively even as fear gripped his bones. Vader's voice sliced through the tension like a blade. Your opinions are irrelevant. I'm here for one thing, Jasa Wilsam's family. Tell me where they are. One advisor pulled a pistol, desperation overtaking reason, but Vader's hand twitched, and the man froze, weapon clattering to the floor as invisible power held him suspended. The younger advisor stepped in front of Jessel. General! Get behind me! But she didn't move. She stared at Vader. Sith, did I hear you right? You destroyed all this for my former handmaiden. Precisely, Vader replied. Tell me now you live. Stall, and everyone dies. Lie to me, everyone dies. Refuse and everyone dies. Am I understood? Jessel's expression didn't flinch, but her heartbeat betrayed her. Still, she tried to play the game. You're ruthless. You've slaughtered my front line. They were meant to reinforce my crumbling position. Now I'm vulnerable. And yet you want something only I can provide. She took a measured step forward. Maybe we can work together. Anakin's mind already unraveled her gambit. He saw the fear she tried to bury and something else. A weakness. Someone she valued. He stepped forward. I'll kill your entourage, one by one, until you yield. Go ahead, she said with a strained calm. They knew the risks. They served a general, not a mother. But when Vader extended his hand toward Blanks, the young advisor by her side, and began to choke him, her composure cracked. No. Stop, stop. Please, she cried, running to him. Blanks is my lover. I'll tell you what you want. Just don't kill him. He dropped to his knees, gasping, clawing at his throat. Jasa Wilsam's parents are servants at Castle Organa in the central tower. Here. She threw a keycard. Vader caught it effortlessly. That'll get you in. Just let him go. But Vader could now read her thoughts. Her panic made it effortless. When he leaves, I'll alert the Jedi Watch. Reinforcements will intercept him. He'll never reach that castle alive. Your thoughts betray you, Vader said, voice ice cold. You've sealed his fate. He clenched his fist and Blanks let out a final gasp before collapsing, dead. Jessel screamed. No. Blanks. She knelt beside his corpse, tears falling freely. You're not a man. Your cruelty given form. I am what your enemies need to fear, Vader said. And what your allies cannot stop. You'll die at Castle Organa, she spat, trembling. The Jedi Watch will rip you apart. He chuckled. You mean your Jedi lovers? How fitting, you'll die here, in his arms. He raised his sabers and advanced. Screams echoed. Plasma seared flesh. When he exited, fire bloomed from the command center behind him. An explosion painted the sky crimson. Anakin deactivated his sabers, lowering his hood as the Revan mask glinted in the fire's glow. In his mind, the voice of Vader echoed. The illusion worked. But it can be perfected. We must study this art further. Anakin nodded silently, walking away from the carnage with Rex. Scene break. Jedi Temple, Tython. The stillness of the Jedi archives was deceptive. Ancient holocrons and data scrolls hovered silently under the watchful glow of high-vaulted ceilings. The tranquil hum of the force-infused air could calm even the most restless mind. But not his. Mace Windu sat alone, his broad frame shadowed beneath the towering shelves of Jedi lore, a man out of time, out of place. His robe sat heavily on his shoulders like the weight of history pressing down. In the dim light, his mechanical hand tightened into a fist, servos whining softly in protest. The cold durasteel fingers clenched until his knuckles groaned. This timeline. Ever since the Force, cruel and unpredictable, ripped him from death and hurled him into this unfamiliar era, Windu had known no peace. No redemption. No glory. Only the bitter taste of failure, his failure. He had been demoted. Night. The word echoed like a curse. Not even master. Not even trusted. After everything he had done for the Order, for the galaxy. The Council, he muttered under his breath, teeth grinding. Damn hypocrites. He had once led them. He had embodied the Jedi Code. And yet they cast him aside, just as this era had no use for his rigid ideals. But what angered him most, what twisted a dagger in his gut every waking moment, was not his fall from grace. It was Anakin Skywalker. That ungrateful, arrogant, shameless little scoundrel, Mace hissed, the words like venom in his mouth. We freed him. We gave him a future. We clothed him, fed him, trained him. We gave him a family. The Jedi was his family. He looked down at the artificial hand that replaced the one lost in Palpatine's office. The hand was a symbol of all he had given up in the name of the Jedi. A part of him had died in that room. A part of him had wanted to stay dead. I should have died there, died a Jedi Master. Not lived to wear the shame of survival, he whispered. But he hadn't. And now? I will have my revenge, he said aloud, his voice low, resolute. The Sith in this era did not hide in shadows or cloak themselves in Senate robes. No, they wore their darkness openly. Unlike his own time, where deception ruled the galaxy, the Sith Empire now stood tall, visible, even proud. And the Republic? Cowardly pacifists. Not at war. Not yet. But Mace knew war was coming. And when it did, when blood stained the stars once again, Anakin Skywalker and the Sith who dared claim him as their own would be erased. Burned from the galaxy. Forever. A presence stirred in the chamber. He sensed it before he saw it. A hooded figure stepped into view, robes shadowed, face partially obscured. Human in appearance, but cloaked in the kind of confidence that screamed danger. Mace Windu, the figure said with reverence. We've heard much about you. Your warnings to the Jedi Council, your plea to eliminate the Skywalker threat, and their refusal. Their punishment. Mace narrowed his eyes. And who are you to speak of the Council's decisions? What are you? A spy. The man smiled. I am the messenger. I bring an invitation from those who heard your call when no one else would. We represent a secret order, long hidden. You may know us by whispers, as the Jedi Watch. The name hit him like a thrown stone. The Jedi Watch. Mace said slowly, rising to his feet. You were disbanded. You were purged for extremism. You're telling me your little cult survived both the Civil War and the Great Purge, hiding in the Order's shadow all this time? Impossible. Officially, yes, the messenger replied calmly. We were disbanded. Forgotten. But unofficially we've grown. We exist wherever the Jedi falter. When the Council hesitates, we strike. When the Sith rise, we answer. We do what others won't. Mace studied him. The man was calm, collected, and certain. Dangerous. Then why show yourselves to me? Because you know what must be done, the messenger said, stepping closer. Skywalker must be destroyed before his potential is realized. If what your allies have told us is true, that he is the chosen one, then he is the greatest threat this galaxy has ever known. He will not save it. He will enslave it. And your proof? His actions, the messenger said. He has already crippled several Organa fronts. He left Ulgo and Organa loyalists in ruins and even killed Master Yan Lach. And now, one of our own Master Nomenkar is hunting him. Or was. Mace's eyes widened. You know where he is? We did, the messenger admitted grimly. But Kar has gone dark. We fear his obsession with Darth Baris, Skywalker's master, has broken him. He's gone rogue, or worse. He could be compromised. Or dead. Mace took a step forward, tension crackling around him like a storm. Then let's go after them. End them both. Now. But the messenger raised a hand. No. This is not the time for a direct strike. Skywalker is evolving. Reckless moves will only hasten his ascension. Instead, we prepare. We coordinate. We cleanse. That's why I came. He extended his hand. Join us, Master Windu. Or Knight Windu, as they call you now. Mace stared at the offered hand. Inside him, something shifted. The Council had abandoned him. The Jedi had lost their purpose. The code was failing. But this was purpose. A war. A crusade. He nodded once. What do we do next? The messenger turned, his robe trailing like a shadow. Come. The Shadow Grandmaster awaits. There is much to discuss. Together, they disappeared into the ancient halls of the temple, walking toward darkness in the name of the light. Scene break Alderaan, outpost Grint Thranta. The biting Alderaanian wind whipped across the snowy valley as Anakin and Rex stepped out from the shadows of jagged mountain stone, approaching the dimly lit perimeter of outpost Grint Thranta. Smoke trails from distant artillery hung in the air like ghosts of war, and the faint smell of scorched metal still lingered from skirmishes days prior. The outpost was little more than a hastily erected Imperial forward base modular tents, communication arrays, and prefabricated command towers all nestled between steep cliffs. Camouflaged turrets tracked movement with cold precision. While sentries clad in dark grey armor stood stiff-backed in the snow. Anakin walked ahead without hesitation, his long black cloak fluttering behind him, Ravan mask gleaming beneath the pale moonlight. Rex followed at his side, silent and alert. The two had become symbols of terror to their enemies and whispered myths among allies. Their mere arrival sent a wave of unease through the base. A junior officer stood outside the command tent and saluted rigidly. "My lord." "Captain." He stepped aside and opened the tent's flap. "You're expected." Inside, the warmth of active consoles contrasted against the cold outside. Tactical data blinked across hollow tables, and the distant hum of power generators formed the backdrop. A single officer waited, nervous, young, and far from battle-hardened. "My lord," the lieutenant said, bowing his head quickly. "Please stand by. I have urgent orders to connect you with my superior, Darth Victus." Anakin said nothing. He merely crossed his arms as the lieutenant activated a portable hollow emitter. A flickering, distorted image sputtered into view, then sharpened into the imposing figure of a man whose presence screamed corruption. Darth Victus's face was gaunt and sickly pale, eyes sunken into pits of sulfur-yellow rage. Veins like black vines traced beneath his thin skin. Power radiated from him, but it came at a cost. He was rotting from the inside. Inside Anakin's mind, the calm and collected voice of his light-side self stirred. "You should be thankful I exist," it spoke. "The dark side is a devourer. It eats away at flesh and spirit. Victus is the result of imbalance. So long as I regulate the current flowing through your soul, I can stop the decay. But remember, we are yours to control. Not the other way around." "Me, and Vader." Anakin gave no outward sign of acknowledgement, but internally he nodded. They were both tools, light and dark. Balance was strength. And he was the master of both. "Ah," Darth Victus said, voice smooth and serpentine. "So you've finally arrived." The hologram turned its gaze directly on him, as if even through projection the Sith could sense the violent storm coiled within Anakin's aura. "I've been told of your accomplishments under Darth Baris. Your work has not gone unnoticed. The Empire has need of you, Sith, here, now." Anakin's tone was calm, clipped, professional. "I'm here. Present. Lay out the situation for me." Victus's image folded its arms, the glow of war maps flashing over his hollow cheeks. "The matter concerns House Panther," Victus began, each syllable measured. "Once, they ruled Alderaan. Regal. Proud. But now, believed extinct. Except for a few hidden survivors. A beat passed. These remnants are key to legitimizing House Thul's eventual rule over Alderaan. We are currently negotiating with them in secret carefully. Anakin listened quietly, absorbing every word. But, Victus continued, his expression souring, House Ulgo ever the rabid hounds intends to interfere. Baris Ulgo, their so-called king, was a Republic war criminal before he seized Alderaan's throne. His hatred of the Empire is unmatched. Anakin narrowed his eyes. And what does he want with the Panthers? He sees them as a threat, Victus said. Ulgo has deployed strike teams via Thranta-class transports. Their objective is simple: locate the mountain hideaway where the Panthers are sheltered and annihilate them. The hologram leaned forward, voice now acidic. Should Ulgo succeed, House Thul's claim dies with them. That cannot be allowed. Anakin's voice was low and cold. You want them dead? Victus smiled thinly. Indeed. Hunt down Ulgo's strike teams. Leave none alive. Rex looked toward Anakin, awaiting the command. The Jedi-turned-Sith gave a single nod. Consider it done. Excellent, Victus replied. Report to Lieutenant Muir when the task is complete. He will relay the next phase. Serve well, and the Empire will remember your name. Fail, and it will remember your weakness. The hologram faded. Anakin turned to leave without another word. Rex followed him into the cold once more. Field deployment, Ulgo strike teams. Snow swirled in the dark, and silence blanketed the wilderness until the first Ulgo patrol vanished in a scream of lightning and plasma. Anakin descended upon the enemy strike teams like a wrathful spirit from myth. His twin blades ignited, one crimson, one blue, painting the white hills with death. Rex provided covering fire, expertly placing shots that pierced command officers and shredded flankers. The two worked in tandem with frightening efficiency, Anakin drawing all attention with reckless force-fueled aggression while Rex executed precision tactics to support the assault. One Ulgo squad tried to flee back toward their dropship. Anakin raised a hand and clenched his fist. The fleeing soldiers were ripped into the air, howling as their bodies twisted unnaturally. With a flick, he crushed them like meat in a vice, their broken bodies slamming into the snow. Not a single survivor remained. Returned to outpost Grint Thranta. The tent was quiet when they returned. Lieutenant Muir straightened at the sight of them, then quickly accessed his console. Welcome back, my lord, he said. Probes have confirmed the complete elimination of all Ulgo strike teams. I'll contact Darth Victus immediately. The hollow emitter hummed again. Victus returned, the flickering light of his projection casting long shadows across the command tent. My lord, Muir said. The matter is dealt with. Victus smiled again, cold, controlled satisfaction. Perfect. The Empire is fortunate to have such a capable Sith in its service. This accomplishment will be well rewarded. Anakin gave a slight nod. I just did my part as a Sith. Victus's tone darkened. There is still more to be done. I'm currently in negotiations with the surviving Panthers at their mountain hideaway. You'll be granted access. He leaned forward. But remember, this is neutral ground. No uncalled for aggression. You represent the Empire, not tyranny. Show restraint. The name of light. Anakin's expression behind the Revan mask remained unreadable. Victus continued, our final obstacle is Baris Ulgo himself, the self-proclaimed king of Alderaan. When you arrive, we will speak again. Alderaan, the Panther Mountain hideaway. The journey to the mountain stronghold was long and treacherous. Razor-sharp winds howled through the icy canyons as Anakin and Rex navigated their way up the narrow pass, high above the forests of Alderaan. The path was flanked by inactive defense turrets and watchtowers, each manned by Thul or Imperial guards under strict neutrality protocols. At the peak stood the hidden refuge of House Panther, an ancient fortress built directly into the rock face, once a hunting lodge for Alderaan's royal family, now transformed into a war council sanctuary. Intricate banners bearing the faded crest of House Panther still hung above the arched gates, stained from years of conflict. As they approached, Imperial war droids scanned them and stepped aside. No questions. No resistance. The interior of the hideaway was as regal as it was fortified. Polished stone floors reflected flickering torchlight. Grand columns rose to a high ceiling adorned with murals of Alderaan's lost golden age. Yet beneath the opulence was the unmistakable scent of desperation: soldiers in survival gear, medics treating wounds, nobles whispering in fear. In the main chamber, Anakin paused as he stepped onto a raised platform. The room was filled with tension. House Panther's remaining nobility stood on one side, resplendent in their ceremonial garb, outdated, but still proud. On the other side were House Thul's envoys and a small group of Imperial officials, all gathered in delicate diplomacy. And at the center of the discussion was Darth Victus, speaking intently with a tall, dark-skinned noble whose presence radiated quiet strength. Anakin stepped forward with deliberate grace, his armored boots clinking across the stone. The Revan mask gleamed in the firelight. Victus turned at the sound. "Good, you've arrived," he said. "Allow me to introduce Lord Organa Panther, nephew of the late Queen Silera, rightful heir to the Alderaanian throne." The noble turned and regarded Anakin with solemn eyes. There was nobility in his posture, a dignity that hadn't yet been tarnished by the years of war. "It is an honor to meet you," he said. "My family owes you a great debt. You will always be welcome in the home of Panther." Anakin paused. Inside, he braced himself. The political game. One he had long avoided, one that once bored him. But Palpatine had trained him well, even when he hadn't realized it. "I guess I have to play the court," he thought. "I always knew the rules. I just never cared enough to use them." He removed his mask, gave a slight bow, and offered a calculated smile. "It was my honor to crush your enemies, my lord." Lord Organa smiled faintly in return. Darth Victus stepped between them. "The elimination of Ulgo's strike teams has forced their hand. They've drawn soldiers from their own castle guard. Their stronghold is exposed." He turned to Organa. "Given his proven effectiveness, your lordship has deemed it appropriate to give our champion the next task." Lord Organa's face hardened. "Baris Ulgo, the usurper and butcher, has broken every noble law. He seized the throne by force, stained the royal court with blood. Now, with your help, it's time to remove him." Anakin tilted his head. "In service of Alderaan, it will be done. But I take it this won't be easy." Victus nodded. "You'll be facing one of the most heavily defended men on this planet. Hundreds of loyal troops. Elite royal guards. You'll have your work cut out for you." Lord Organa added, "Please, if you can capture him alive. The people deserve to see justice. They deserve to see him answer for what he's done." Anakin said nothing. Just then, a female Panther servant rushed into the chamber and bowed low before Organa. "Begging your pardon, my lord, an urgent matter requires your attention." Organa turned to Victus. "Excuse me." As the heir to House Panther departed with the servant, Victus leaned close to Anakin, voice low and clipped. "Captured alive, you will do no such thing." Anakin turned his head slowly. "Even in chains, Baris Ulgo is a threat to House Thul's ascendants," Victus growled. "He must be eliminated. Permanently." "That is not a suggestion." Anakin placed the Revan mask back over his face, shadows creeping over his expression. "I never intended to keep him alive," he said quietly. "Baris Ulgo has already seen his last sunrise." Victus grinned. "Excellent." Lord Organa returned a moment later. "Apologies. Where were we?" "Discussing the weight of my task," Anakin replied. Organa nodded grimly. "Then you understand. Ulgo is entrenched within Castle Panther itself, a fortress he stole from my family. Until now, no one has dared to challenge his seat of power. I've killed generals, warlords, even Sith lords, Anakin replied coolly. Some overconfident tyrant playing king doesn't scare me. Just ensure you show discretion, Oren said. Once you breach the inner sanctum, my elite Queen's Guard will move in to secure the castle. We want it preserved, not destroyed. Victus's eyes narrowed one final time. Do not fail us. Anakin gave no reply. He simply turned and left. Castle infiltration. The storm was in full force when Anakin and Rex descended the mountains and began their approach toward the occupied Panther stronghold. Blizzards howled through the narrow canyons, but the Sith and the clone pressed on, their figures cutting through snow and ruin. Castle Panther loomed ahead, dark, monolithic, its once proud banners replaced with the red sigils of House Ulgo. The gates were reinforced, barricades manned by rifle squads and anti-vehicle turrets. Floodlights scoured the hills for attackers. They never saw Anakin coming. Anakin's sabers ignited with twin bursts of violent energy as he descended from the high ridge, slicing through metal and flesh. Rex flanked left, tossing EMP charges to disable turrets and scrambling comms. Together they moved with tactical brutality, nothing wasted, no hesitation. The inner halls were lined with corpses by the time they breached the keep. Droids crackled on the floor. Soldiers screamed in confusion as the Sith tore through them. Fire exploded through the corridor, shrapnel raining down as Anakin walked through the flames unscathed, cloak in tatters, mask still gleaming. Ulgo's throne room. The final doors opened with a groan of ancient stone. The throne room was flooded, an ornate chamber with ankle-deep water lapping against the pillars and cracked tiles. Torchlight shimmered across the surface. At the far end, Baris Ulgo sat upon a throne built into the mountain's foundation, elevated on a dais of black stone. His armor gleamed red and silver, and upon his brow rested a steel crown. He rose slowly, arms folded across his chest. So, it's just as I predicted, he sneered. Another mindless tool of the Sith Empire. Just like the beasts in House Thul. Sent to steal what little honor remains in this world. Anakin stepped forward, water rippling around his boots. I have no patience for your self-righteous prattle, King. Ulgo didn't flinch. Of course not. If you had any care for others, you wouldn't be here. I was the only one willing to act when Alderaan needed strength. The people needed me. Only I can lead Alderaan, and I will not surrender the throne to you or anyone. You're wasting my time, Anakin said flatly. Just die. Ulgo scoffed and returned to his throne, sitting arrogantly. I believe I've tolerated your intrusion long enough. He raised his arm and pointed. Destroy this assassin. Defend your king. Defend Alderaan. The water rippled with every step Anakin took as he advanced into the heart of the chamber. The ornate throne room, once the proud jewel of House Panther, had become a flooded mausoleum, echoes of lost nobility now drowned beneath Ulgo's arrogance. Baris Ulgo stood tall upon the raised dais, clad in his custom-forged battle armor. His eyes burned with fanaticism, and the sigil of his false crown gleamed under torchlight. But even his bravado couldn't mask the tension in his jaw. Then he raised one hand. With a deafening clang, sealed blast doors at both sides of the chamber erupted open. From them poured a tidal wave of death, soldiers clad in elite crimson Ulgo armor, each bearing heavy blasters and electrostaves. Behind them lumbered war droids, 10 feet tall, plates thickened with reinforced durasteel, plasma cannons embedded in their shoulders, each step shaking the chamber. Anakin's sabers ignited, one blue, one red, their opposing hues illuminating his armored silhouette like a demon born of balance and contradiction. You stand alone. Ulgo roared. I command the last true army of Alderaan. You will drown in a sea of loyal blood. Captain Rex was already moving. I've got the flanks, he shouted, diving behind a pillar and laying down suppressive fire. Ulgo's troops returned fire immediately, bolts scorching the stone and slicing through the air. Anakin moved into the fray. The first wave hit like a hammer. 3 soldiers lunged at once. The red blade lanced upward, splitting one from groin to throat. The blue saber reversed, caught the second's blade, then cut through his arm and neck in a single brutal motion. The third tried to flank him. Anakin grabbed him mid-motion with the Force and hurled him into a pillar so hard the impact left a crimson smear. The water danced violently around him as he twirled between strikes, sabers a blur of light and heat. The red one spoke of rage. The blue discipline. Together, they were death. The droids opened fire. Giant plasma bolts screamed toward him. Anakin raised his hand. Time seemed to slow for just a second as he reached into the depths of the Force and twisted. The bolts bent mid-air, redirected back into the droids that fired them. The resulting explosion tore through 6 soldiers and 1 war droid instantly. "He's just one man," a captain screamed. "Keep firing. Hold the line." But they couldn't. The fear started small then spread like rot. Anakin began to speak, low and guttural. A dark chant, Sith tongue laced with ancient venom. The room seemed to dim, shadows growing longer. Then, HHHSSHHHHH. KKKSSHHHH. Mechanical breathing echoed. One by one, soldiers blinked and what they saw was no longer Anakin Skywalker. They saw him. Darth Vader. The Revan mask was gone, replaced by a black helmet of death. A towering silhouette draped in a cape. Each footstep resonated with deep, thunderous dread. His breathing filled every corner of the chamber. What is he?" one soldier gasped, dropping his weapon. "He's not a man," another screamed. "He's a monster." It was Anakin's Force illusion perfected since the massacre at Organa's base. Amplified by fear, it spread like wildfire through the minds of Ulgo's troops. Only the bravest stood their ground. Most began to falter. Anakin didn't stop. He carved through an entire squad with surgical brutality, severing limbs. Disarming opponents with strikes that left them exposed, then finishing them with stabs to the chest and throat. One soldier tried to flee. Anakin extended a hand, clenched it, and the man collapsed to his knees, choking violently, gasping for air as his windpipe crushed. Another droid charged him. Anakin leapt high, flipping through the air. Mid-flight, he slashed downward, both sabers digging into the droid's neck. He landed on its shoulders and drove the sabers deep, then jumped backward as it exploded beneath him. More troops rushed from the rear doors. Rex took cover behind a toppled column, switching to thermal grenades. "You'd think they'd learn," Rex shouted, hurling one into the oncoming mass. It exploded, sending 10 bodies flying. Then, with a thunderous hiss, the ceiling above the throne began to split. Chains descended. Pistons fired. And from the upper wall, a massive, black and gold war mech lowered onto the platform bearing Baris Ulgo himself inside. The armor-word with power shoulders mounted with missile racks, arms equipped with a high-frequency vibrosword and shield generator. The mech's legs slammed onto the stone like a titan's. "You want the king?" Ulgo bellowed. "Come and claim him." Anakin didn't hesitate. He sprinted up the steps, dodging a missile that exploded behind him. A shield wall burst from Ulgo's arm, but Anakin drove the blue saber into the emitter and severed it, cutting the energy source from the inside. Ulgo swung the vibrosword. Anakin blocked with both sabers, sparks flying, the impact sending shockwaves across the water. "You're strong," Ulgo growled. "But I fight for something greater." Anakin's eyes flared beneath the mask. "So do I." He kicked off the mech's chest and landed behind it. With a two-handed arc, he cut into its knee joint. Sparks erupted. Ulgo stumbled. Rex fired a shot that bounced off the mech's armor but struck a cable line. Steam vented from the machine's side. "Rex, keep pressure on that panel," Anakin called. "On it." Ulgo swung wildly, desperation setting in. Anakin ducked, then force-pulled the mech's damaged leg, pulling it off balance. The Sith leapt, both sabers raised high, and plunged them deep into the chest of the mech, twisting them. Circuits sizzled. Power cores ruptured. The machine spasmed. Ulgo screamed inside, trapped. Anakin ripped the cockpit open with the force, tearing the plating apart like paper. Sparks burst. Smoke poured out. Baris Ulgo tumbled forward, coughing, armor cracked, crown dented. He collapsed into the water, one hand barely holding himself upright on the stone step. He tried to rise. Anakin stepped forward, casting a shadow over him. His sabers remained lit, hissing with energy. Ulgo coughed blood. This world needs strength. Anakin looked down, voice distorted beneath the illusion. You are not strength. You're noise. Ulgo struggled, then finally fell to one knee, breath heaving. His hand dropped. He was defeated. Behind Anakin, the last of the guards lay dead or unconscious. The room was silent save for the mechanical breathing that still echoed across the stone. A dozen terrified soldiers stood frozen in the hallway, too broken to move. Then, the illusion vanished. The Revan mask returned. The breathing stopped. Anakin stepped towards Ulgo's kneeling form. Baris Ulgo remained on his knees, slumped and wheezing, blood trailing from the corner of his mouth and staining the water beneath him. His armor, once pristine and gilded with royal pride, now cracked and smoldering, hissed as broken systems vented steam. His hands trembled as he tried to lift himself, his voice strained but burning with the last embers of defiance. This isn't over, he spat, eyes filled with madness. I'm not dead yet. I won't let you win. I won't let the Empire's shadow fall over Alderaan. Anakin approached slowly, each step rippling through the water like the march of a coming storm. He said nothing at first, no emotion, no pause, no gloating. Just presence. A specter of final judgment. Then he spoke, voice cold and devoid of pity. So ends the reign of Baris Ulgo. Baris roared with all the fury he could summon. For Alderaan. Anakin raised his hand and clenched it. There was a sickening crack. Baris Ulgo's neck twisted violently to the side, his eyes frozen in defiance even as life slipped from them. His body slumped forward with a splash, face down in the water, crown falling from his head and rolling to Anakin's feet. The war criminal was dead. Moments later, heavy footsteps echoed through the ruined chamber as the Queen's Guard of House Panther arrived, dozens of elite soldiers in silver-plated armor, blue plumes on their helms swaying as they swept the chamber with disciplined precision. They moved quickly, securing prisoners, disabling downed droids, and tending to wounded allies with a practiced efficiency. The lead captain, a woman with a crimson sash and silver pauldron, approached Anakin, stepping over bodies and scorched stone. "Areas secure, everyone," she declared. Then, to Anakin, "Looks like the hard part's been taken care of." Her gaze fell to the corpse at his feet. "That's him, isn't it?" she said, voice quieter now. "Baris Ulgo. Finally defeated." She exhaled in relief. The usurper's reign has finally ended. With a swift gesture, she pulled a hollow communicator from her belt and activated it. The blue image of Lord Organa Panther materialized midair, his expression stern but attentive. "Lord Organa," the captain said. "The mission was a success. Baris Ulgo is dead." There was a pause. Then Organa nodded slowly, lips pursing. "Dead," he repeated. "Humph. No more than the traitor deserved, I suppose." Another image flickered into view beside his Darth Victus, his skeletal face bathed in the ghostly light of the hollow projector. "Our house owes you, Lord Anakin, and Lord Captain Rex," Organa said. "And House Thul as well. A great debt." Darth Victus offered a small, composed bow. "You are very gracious, your lordship. We were only too happy to grind this treacherous scum under heel on behalf of the people of Alderaan." He turned his gaze to Anakin. "Isn't that right?" Anakin stepped forward, lowering his hood and removing his Revan mask. His face was calm, unreadable. "It is always an honor to serve, my lord," he said. Lord Organa offered a nod of respect. We are honored by your assistance. You have removed Baris Ulgo from the throne and, in doing so, proven House Thul's commitment to the future of Alderaan. Darth Victus pressed the conversation forward. Will your influence be enough to persuade those misled brothers and cousins of yours who've sided with House Organa? Oren's tone shifted, more cautious now. I'll do my best. But the Organas may not take well to losing. I fear this conflict could be far from over. Anakin's voice was steady. If you ever need my help again, you only need to ask. Darth Victus narrowed his eyes slightly. I will certainly be keeping you in mind. But for now, your work is done. You may go about your own business. Oren's face softened slightly. House Panther will never forget what you've done for us. Thank you. The hollow communicator flickered and faded. The Queen's Guard captain bowed. We'll handle things from here, my lord. Anakin and Rex exchanged a silent glance, then turned toward the exit. The red and blue sabers now deactivated, their hum replaced by silence. As they stepped out onto the balcony overlooking the war-torn valley, smoke still rising from distant towers, Anakin pulled his mask back over his face. Come on, he said to Rex, voice low. We have another target. Rex adjusted his rifle and nodded. Castle Organa. Anakin's eyes narrowed behind the mask. Jesa Wilsam's family. They disappeared into the night, leaving Baris Ulgo's corpse and the echoes of rebellion behind. He assault on Castle Organa. The pale light of Alderaan's second moon cast jagged shadows across the valley as Castle Organa rose like a bastion of resistance on the cliffside. Towering, regal, and fortified with centuries of noble pride, it was no longer the symbol of peace it had once been. Now, it was a military fortress, crawling with armed guards, anti-air emplacements, and shielded towers gleaming with the blue hue of energy barriers. At its heart, the central tower. And within it Anakin's target. The family of Jesa Wilsam. Anakin and Rex lay prone on a ledge overlooking the western wall. Through the scope of his macro binoculars, Rex scanned the perimeter. 3 sentry towers. Organa colors. Thermal shields look active, but not rotating. Blind spots every 27 seconds. Anakin's voice was low. Perfect. Cut the lights. Rex reached into his belt, pulling a modified charge. He lobbed it down the hill. It clamped onto a power conduit with a sharp click. A quiet pulse spread through the castle's lower grid. Lights flickered. Spotlights failed. Anakin didn't wait. They dropped from the cliff like ghosts, their silhouettes swallowed by the night. At the base wall, Anakin plunged his lightsaber into the durasteel gate, red and blue slicing a precise entry point. The panel hissed and fell inward. They were in. Guards in white and gold Organa livery rushed to respond, but too late. Anakin surged forward, sabers igniting mid-motion. One blade deflected a blaster shot back into the soldier's chest. The other carved a leg from the man beside him. A third tried to scream but was silenced by a force push that slammed him into the wall hard enough to crack stone. Rex moved up the right flank, firing controlled bursts. His first shots disabled 2 Organa COMM operators mid-transmission. His next took out the shield technician as she tried to sound the alarm. The courtyard was theirs within seconds. Anakin turned toward the western gate. We go through the archive wing. Less fortified, fewer civilians. Copy that, Rex said, planting a charge on the door hinge. Blow in it. Boom. They entered the western annex, a wing once dedicated to Alderaan's culture, now stripped for military function. Noble portraits burned as stray bolts ricocheted off the walls. More guards stormed in. Anakin ducked low and spun his red saber, cleaving through one soldier's chest as the blue blade blocked a strike from another. He released a burst of the force, sending 3 men flying back over a table. Hold the left. Rex called out. We've got heavies. Anakin leapt across the chamber, saber spinning into the chest plate of an Organa heavy trooper. Sparks exploded as the blade dug into his reinforced armor. The man screamed. Anakin silenced him with a second strike across the neck. A squad opened fire from the rafters. Anakin raised a hand and ripped the supports from beneath them. Screams echoed as the guards plummeted, crushed under beams and stone. "Detour left," Rex said. "Hallway B13 connects to the central spire, but it's guarded." "Not for long." They burst through the corridor, lights flickering from backup power. Blood painted the walls now. Organa's elite fought hard, better trained, better armed. But fear was creeping in. And fear made them weak. At the next junction, a squad of Organa royal guards awaited Vibra's words drawn, full body armor, no blasters. Melee fighters. Anakin stepped forward. "Mine." The first struck. Anakin sidestepped, parried with the blue saber, then dropped low and sliced through both legs. Before the guard even screamed, Anakin stood and stabbed forward into the next man's gut. One spun behind him, blade coming in high. Anakin didn't block, he turned his saber off mid-swing, ducked beneath the strike, then reignited it in reverse grip and thrust it through the back of his attacker. The others hesitated. Big mistake. Anakin released a wave of force energy, smashing the remaining three into opposite walls. Their armor cracked from the impact. "Still breathing," Rex said, pointing. Anakin walked toward them slowly. They tried to crawl away. He raised a hand and choked them all at once, three bodies levitating mid-air, legs kicking, mouths gasping. Rex watched grimly as the men thrashed, then went still. Anakin released them. They collapsed in a heap. Upper level's inner courtyard to central spire. They breached the upper balcony, wind howling as anti-air batteries began to rise. Rex fired a rocket into the turret's pivot, detonating it before it could lock on. Above them, the central tower loomed. "They're retreating," Rex said, watching guards fall back inside. "We spooked them." Anakin's voice was unreadable behind the mask. "No. We broke them." The final leg of the climb was through a tight spiral staircase guarded by a blast door sealed with high-level clearance. Anakin reached into his robes and produced the keycard taken from Jessel Organa. He pressed it to the console. The door hissed open. "Ironic," Rex muttered. "Organa opening Organa." They ascended the spire. Each level was more lavish than the last, ornate columns, golden trim, ancient furniture. This was the noble heart of the Organa legacy. Untouched by the war until now. They reached the antechamber outside the central room. Two Organa knights in ceremonial gold armor stood guard. Rex aimed his blaster. Anakin raised a hand to stop him. The knights turned, saw him, then hesitated. For a moment, they saw something else. The Revan mask shifted. The cape grew longer. Breathing echoed. Heavy. Mechanical. The Vader illusion. One dropped his weapon. The other tried to run. Anakin surged forward and struck them both down in 2 movements, no hesitation. "Final door," Rex said, reloading. "You ready?" Anakin pulled the keycard again and placed it on the final lock. Hiss. The door slid open. Inside was the chamber. And the targets. Castle Organa Central Tower Chamber. The door hissed open, revealing a warm-lit chamber. Luxurious furniture, royal blue carpet, and tapestries hung along the stone walls, ornaments of a legacy now choking on rebellion. The air was thick with tension. At its center stood 2 elderly figures in modest servant robes, a man and a woman, their posture noble despite the rags they wore. Gregor and Parvin Wilsam. But they were not alone. A Jedi Master, human male, tall and broad-shouldered, stood between them and the entrance. He wore no traditional Jedi robes, only a dark variation of their attire, with plated bracers and armor segments on his chest, practical, hardened. A faint stubble covered his face, blonde hair swept back in windswept waves, his blue eyes sharp and cold. His hand already hovered near the hilt of his lightsaber. And an Organa soldier, panicked, reckless, rushed forward to stop the intruders. FSSSHK. He ran directly into Anakin's crimson blade, impaled through the chest. The corpse slid from the saber and hit the floor with a wet thud. Parvin gasped. No. She clutched her husband's arm as the horror registered. Her voice cracked. General Jessel's warning was true. The Sith has come for us. The Jedi stepped forward, placing himself between them and the intruders. Stay behind me, he commanded, voice resolute. The fight is upon us. Gregor's face was pale. He looked between the Jedi and Anakin, struggling to comprehend. I didn't think a single man could breach Castle Organa's defenses. How did you make it all the way here? Anakin took a step forward, sabers deactivated but still in hand. His cloak trailed behind him like smoke in torchlight. I kill everything that gets in my way, he replied coldly. The Jedi's voice was heavy with condemnation. Mark my words, I will stop you. You will not harm Parvin and Gregor Wilsom. I vow it. But Anakin's mind had already begun to turn. Jessel. She had stalled. Played for her time. And in that time, she must have sent a warning. So she had the courage to betray me with her last breath. But even so, Anakin wasn't worried. Everything was still in motion. On the contrary, Anakin said, his voice calm, I have no plans to kill them. Gregor frowned. Then why are you here? I've come to make an offer. The old man hesitated. Please, if we truly are the cause of all this bloodshed. I want to understand. Tell us why. The Jedi tensed. I don't trust you, traitor. But I won't abandon them. His eyes narrowed. Say your piece, Sith, but no, I'll be standing right here. I will not let you twist their minds. Anakin chuckled under his breath, almost pitying. It's going to be fun acquainting you with reality. Gregor stood closer to his wife, shielding her with an arm. Please. No more bloodshed. If there's something you want, speak it. Parvin, her voice quiet but sharp, added, Gregor, this has to do with Jessa. I know it does. Anakin gave the smallest nod. Yes. I'm here because of your daughter. Parvin's eyes watered instantly. I knew she shouldn't have gone with the Jedi. And now the Empire is hunting her. Sith. Jessa was our life. She was supposed to marry into Organa nobility. That marriage was our only chance to rise beyond servitude. Her hands trembled. But she left. She left, and we were told we'd never see her again. We don't know anything anymore. We are mere servants. What could you possibly want from us? Anakin's eyes narrowed beneath the mask. Inside his mind, conflict stirred. They would have sold their daughter to a noble for their own elevation, and yet, they genuinely loved her. It wasn't malice. It was desperation. They wanted her to live well even if it meant never seeing her again. He could kill them. It would be easy. He could cut them down and later destroy Jessa if necessary. But something about this situation about them shifted his intent. I'm not here to punish you, he said at last. I've come to deliver you, from servitude. Gregor blinked. You, want to help us? Parvin recoiled. No, Gregor. The Sith is playing us. Can't you see that? The Jedi stepped forward. Heed your wife's warning, Gregor Wilsom. Sith twist words. They wrap lies in silk. And this one? His gaze burned. He was a Jedi. He betrayed us. Slaughtered his own in the unknown regions. You trust a monster? Gregor looked to Anakin again. Is that what you mean? By delivering us? Do you mean to kill us so our servitude ends? Anakin sighed. Don't be so tense. If you align with the Empire, you live. Gregor hesitated. And if we do? You'll live in luxury, Anakin said simply. I'm the CEO and founder of a mega corporation. I command infinite credits. I will personally see to your transport, safety, and your new life. You'll never want again. Parvin sneered. Oh, you vile, no good. Parvin, Gregor interrupted gently. Jissa has gone off to a life of detachment. We were told we'd never see her again. We've lived in shadows for too long. This Sith, he's offering us a way out. A life. Parvin's resistance wavered. She's sensitive, Gregor. She'll know. She'll feel it in the Force. She'll know we betrayed her. It will poison her. Anakin stepped forward. That is part of it, he admitted. But I have no intention of killing Jissa. I want to save her. The Jedi lied to her just as they lied to me. They betrayed me. They betrayed my Padawan. I'm here to save Jissa from the same fate. Gregor seemed to absorb this with surprising calm. My wife, she sees only the surface. But I see deeper. You're offering us a choice. A life of comfort, or death. And I believe deep down my daughter will forgive us. He took Parvin's hand. We choose life. Anakin nodded. A wise approach. Gregor turned to Parvin. Please. My sweet. Stand with me on this. Parvin's eyes were wet. Her voice cracked. My place, is with you, Gregor. As long as we're together, there's hope. Gregor turned to Anakin. We're in agreement. We pledge ourselves to the Empire. Tell us what comes next. Anakin turned his saber off and gestured. Come with me. I'll personally arrange for your extraction. You'll be brought to Drummond Cos. Everything will be handled. Snap hiss. The blue blade of a lightsaber ignited behind him. Ahem, the Jedi Master said, tone bitter. How touching. You've all found an accord. Anakin turned slowly, posture shifting. But, the Jedi continued, there's still the matter of you being our enemy, Sith. You and your soldier friend here killed dozens getting here. You slaughtered Organa men, royal guards, medics, engineers. His voice darkened. And I'm Jedi Watch. I do not let such crimes go unanswered. The Jedi's eyes narrowed and then without warning. Slash. He moved in a blur. The blue blade arced once, twice. Parvin gasped and blood sprayed. Gregor crumpled to the floor, throat cut cleanly. Parvin dropped to her knees, clutching her stomach as crimson bloomed across her robes. Her eyes met Anakin's pleading, disbelieving then faded. Both Wilsams were dead. No. Rex shouted from behind, blaster halfway raised. Even Anakin froze. For a heartbeat, time stopped. The air thickened with the weight of betrayal. Anakin stared at their corpses, rage rising. Not grief. Not sorrow. Rage. Directed not at the Jedi but at the lie. The lie of the Jedi Watch. The room fell into silence, save for the hiss of the Jedi Master's blue saber humming in the air, reflecting in the shallow pools of blood at his feet. Parvin Wilsam's body lay slumped over her husband's, their final expressions frozen in confusion and fear, innocents slain by the very guardian sworn to protect them. Anakin stood motionless. Not even breathing. Then slowly, he looked up, eyes cold behind the Revan mask. Rex, he said, voice like ice, stand down. This is my fight. Rex lowered his rifle reluctantly, but didn't step far. Understood. But you give the word, and I take his head off his damn shoulders. The Jedi Master raised his saber in a high guard. Your friend won't save you. Nothing will. Anakin activated both sabers, crimson and blue, crossing them in front of him in an X. The hum of the blades echoed off the chamber walls. I should have known, Anakin said. The way you spoke. The way you moved. You're not just a Jedi. No, the Jedi Master replied, eyes narrowing. I am Jedi Watch. Purifier. Executioner. Cleanser of rot. Anakin's brow furrowed slightly beneath the mask. You call yourself Jedi, yet you just murdered the people you were sworn to protect. They were compromised, the Watchmaster said, his voice like granite. Their fear made them weak. Their betrayal sealed their fate. He stepped forward. Unlike the Council, we do not hesitate. We do not forgive. When the light flickers, we cut it out. You traitor will be cleansed. Anakin said nothing. The sabers in his hands shifted. The Jedi raised his blade in salute. For the order. Then he lunged. They clashed in a whirlwind of color and power. Blue met red in a spray of sparks. Anakin ducked beneath the first swing, brought his blue saber up in a diagonal arc, but the Watchmaster parried, spun, and sent a burst of force energy into Anakin's chest. Anakin was blasted back, his boots sliding across the marble floor. He recovered mid-slide, flipping forward and coming in low. The Watchmaster dropped into a Juyo stance, aggressive, unpredictable. His attacks were fast, brutal, relentless. But Anakin matched him, blow for blow, red and blue blades weaving a storm of death around him. Their sabers clashed in a bind, faces inches apart. Tell me, Anakin growled, how many innocents have you slaughtered in the name of your cleansing? As many as it takes, the Jedi spat, eyes wide with conviction. The Force demands purity. Anakin gritted his teeth. You're everything the Jedi claimed not to be. Crack. Anakin head-butted him with the metal of his mask, then delivered a lightning-fast kick to the Watchmaster's leg, sweeping it out from under him. The Jedi hit the ground, rolled, and slashed up, but Anakin caught his blade with both sabers crossed in a trap. With a spin, he disarmed him briefly. His blue blade went skittering across the floor. But the Watchmaster didn't panic. Instead, he roared, pulling a dagger-like hilt from his belt, an unstable Shoto with a flickering red blade. Stolen saber. Anakin noted. From a traitor. Like you. They met again, closer, faster. The battle intensified. Anakin's sabers spun in spirals, one defending, the other attacking. He was flowing between Ataru and Gemso, punishing the Jedi with crushing overhead strikes while moving with dancer-like agility. The Watchmaster held his own with terrifying focus. His style wasn't elegant, it was blunt, forceful, built to kill. Every move was designed to open arteries, break bones, or end the fight in a single blow. Force push. Countered. Force choke. Reflected. Anakin spun into a brutal sidekick, slamming the Jedi into a bookshelf. Books exploded in a wave, scattering history across the room. The Watchmaster erupted from the debris, face bloodied, robe torn. You've lost your way, Skywalker, he hissed. You were the chosen one, and you became this. Anakin's sabers extinguished. He stood still. Then he spoke, not loud, but firm. No. I've become exactly what I was made to be. He raised his hand. The air turned cold. The Watchmaster blinked. Something shifted in the room. A low mechanical breathing echoed through the chamber. HHHHSSSHH. KKKSSHHH. The Watchmaster's face paled. The illusion formed. Not in front of him. Around him. The room darkened. The shadows lengthened. Where Anakin stood now was not a man but a walking nightmare. Black armor. A tattered black cape. Red saber, extended. Darth Vader. You see it, don't you? Anakin's voice rasped deeper, darker. The fear. The future. The Jedi staggered. No, no, this isn't real. It is real to you, Vader's voice said. The Watchmaster roared and lunged, slashing with blind fury. Anakin stepped aside and sliced the back of the Jedi's leg, cutting deep. The man screamed and collapsed to one knee. You killed them, Anakin said, voice heavy with controlled rage. They believed you would protect them and you murdered them. I did what had to be done, the Jedi cried, swinging upward again. Anakin caught the blade mid-strike with the red saber, twisted, and stabbed his blue saber into the Jedi's shoulder. He screamed. Anakin stepped closer. "You're not a Jedi. You're not even a warrior. You're a rabid hound with a broken chain." The Watchmaster collapsed fully, trying to reach for his second saber, but Anakin crushed the hilt mid-air with the Force. Crack! The Jedi gasped. Anakin deactivated both sabers and stood over him. "You're right about one thing," he said. "I was the chosen one." He raised his hand. The Jedi began to choke. "You failed them," Anakin said, nodding toward the Wilsom's corpses. "And you failed me." The Jedi tried to speak, clawing at his throat. Anakin hesitated. Then, he released him. The Jedi collapsed to the floor, coughing, barely conscious. Anakin looked to Rex. "Stun him. He's coming with us." Rex raised an eyebrow. "You sure?" Anakin stared at the dying man. "He's going to tell me everything he knows about the Jedi Watch." Rex pulled out a stun baton and jabbed the Jedi in the side. Thump. Unconscious. Anakin turned to Rex. "Restrain him with force suppression cuffs on his legs and hands and bring him into the Fury's holding area. Inform the crew of this prisoner and have the commando droids I keep in storage guard him. Also make sure no one talks to him. Am I understood?" Rex nodded crisply. "Yes, General." He followed orders without hesitation, securing the Jedi Watch prisoner and heading for the ship. Anakin's holo communicator began to beep. He pulled it out and activated it. The image of Darth Baris flickered into view. "Ah, apprentice." The Sith Fimres, who attends to Duke Kendo, was able to patch me through to you directly. "Excellent. I am seeking an update. News of your search for Jissa Wilsom's family has reached me, and I am quite concerned." "No need to be concerned," Anakin replied coldly. "Her parents are dead." Baris paused, then nodded slightly. "Oh. I see. It appears I have been misinformed about your status. Then all is well." "Good. No doubt the Padawan is twisting with grief. You've eclipsed my greatest hopes for you and prove you belong at my side. Which makes my susceptibility to Duke Kendo's gossip about you all the more foolish." Anakin clenched his fist. In his mind, he was burning with rage. Duke Kendo has reached a new level of foolishness, and he will suffer for it. "Are you going to tell me what that maggot said or not?" Baris responded, his tone sharp. "First off, Kendo said that you set an explosion that caused the death of several Thul dignitaries." Anakin could barely contain his fury. "I'll kill that worm." Baris smirked. "I assume then, that wasn't the case." "Shouldn't surprise me." Kendo also said you had the general of Organa's military forces at your mercy and spared her, suggesting that you're a traitor. "That is a lie." "I killed the general," Anakin shot back. Baris's eyes narrowed, studying Anakin's expression. "I sense no tremor of deceit in you. All that matters to me is that your mission is complete. For whatever reason, the man has taken it upon himself to slander you. I have no further use for Duke Kendo. Punish him however you please. If it were me, he'd pay severely." Already, Anakin had begun moving through the corridors of Castle Organa, slipping into the shadows like a wraith. Guards emerged ahead, but he was already gone. "Looks like it's time for a bloodbath," he muttered. Baris gave his final order. "Do what you will, but quickly. Until we destroy the threat of Jissa Wilsom, nothing else is important. Goodbye, apprentice." House Thul Capital, Executive Chambers. Rain poured from a black sky. Thunder roared overhead as lightning crackled violently. Inside the regal but dim executive chamber of House Thul, Duke Kendo lounged in his seat, a glass of wine in his hand. Fimres stood stoically nearby, his Sith Guardian armor drenched from earlier patrol. Kendo chuckled to himself. "You know, Fimres, that fool Anakin or Vader, or whatever name he hides behind actually believes he's one. Ha! He'll soon find out that I've played him like a common instrument. Once his master hears of his indiscretions, he'll be executed like the mongrel he is. After all this time, I will have my revenge. That commoner disrespected me, a Duke of House Thul, one of the great houses of Alderaan. A lightning strike illuminated the balcony, and a dark silhouette appeared just beyond the open glass doors. The thunder rolled as Kendo's wineglass slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. Ah! Anakin stepped inside, his cloak soaked, water dripping from the edges of his mask. His red and blue lightsabers hung like fangs from his belt. Duke Kendo, he growled. I have come just for you. And I will make you suffer, worm. Kendo stood up, feigning calm. Ah, come in. I have heard of your success, and I am so very pleased for you. Anakin moved closer, voice like cold iron. You told Baris I murdered your rivals. And you called me a traitor. Kendo, I knew you were a fool, but this is your last mistake. Kendo stammered, now clearly nervous. Oh, he. I see how awkward for me. Allow me to explain. I realized when you blew up the power generator, several of my rivals would be exposed. So, I seized the opportunity to eliminate them. I had company when I was speaking with your master, and I needed to keep my fellow house members blind to my maneuvering. That is a lie, Fimres interjected firmly. You contacted Baris yourself. Alone. Anakin laughed like a madman. The sound echoed off the walls, sinister and unhinged. Ha 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 ha. Lying to me was your last mistake. Kendo stumbled backward toward the balcony railing. I only wanted Baris to know that I was looking out for him. It was harmless. I knew you would succeed, and all Baris would care about was that. Please, please don't, kill me. Fimres, you and your men are assigned to me. If I'm attacked, you must defend me. Fimres stared him down. If Darth Baris's apprentice decides you die, we will not intercede. Anakin took another step forward. Kendo is going to die. You can count on that. Fimres smirked. It will be a pleasure to be relieved of this assignment. Can we help at all? Anakin grabbed Kendo by the collar and dragged him toward the open balcony. Rain poured harder, soaking them both. Kendo shrieked, writhing in terror. No. You're supposed to protect me. Anakin unleashed a burst of force lightning into Kendo's body. The electricity surged through him, amplified by the rain. Kendo screamed, convulsing. Ha 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 ha. Anakin cackled. Please stop. I'll do anything, just stop. You want Lady Renata? You can have her. Just let me live. Anakin hoisted Kendo over his shoulder. I have no interest in your lady. With that, he hurled Kendo off the balcony. His scream was lost in the storm. Anakin stepped up onto the railing, removed his mask, and screamed into the rain. People of House Thul. This is what happens to those who betray me. I don't care who you are before me, you are nothing. You hear me? Nothing. Ha 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 ha. I will reward kindness, but I will return betrayal 1,000 times more. Below, the nobles scattered in terror. The man on the balcony wasn't a man at all. He was a force of vengeance. A shadow that had torn apart their world. Anakin stepped down and replaced his mask. Fimres, unflinching, gave a slow nod. He was a sad and twisted waste of space. Serving him was torture. I can imagine, Anakin replied coolly. Fimres added, now we report back to our master on the council. We will be paying attention to your exploits. Farewell. Aboard the Fury. Anakin stood before the central hollow projector. The flickering image of Darth Baris returned. You crushed Alderaan under your boot, apprentice. I am incredibly impressed. The planet will feel the sting for years to come. Anakin gave a slight nod. It was an interesting experience, I have to say. Yet all this is merely prelude. Nomen Kar's Padawan can no longer hide in anonymity. I am pleased. By rooting out Jasa Wilsam's parents, you've reached across the galaxy to strike a sharp blow at our enemies. Every lead followed perfectly. Even the planet ravaged. Our adversary is growing antsy. I can feel it. Expect news soon. Baris out. The image vanished. Malave Quinn, Vet, and Rex approached. Quinn saluted. My lord, I thought it prudent not to interrupt Darth Baris. We received a recorded transmission. It's cued when you are ready. Anakin nodded. Play it. The holographic image of Jasa Wilsam flickered to life. She wore Jedi robes, her tan skin and soft brown eyes set with determination. Sith. I'm Jasa Wilsam. My master, Nomen Kar, has no idea I'm sending this message. Let's be real, we both know this isn't about us. Quinn muttered, Ah, the hunted seeks the hunter. Jasa's voice continued. Our masters pretend otherwise, but this is personal. You and I are only pawns in their private war. And those I care about are caught in the middle. It has to stop. Vet crossed her arms. Wow, gotta give it to her, she's got guts. Anakin smirked. She certainly does, especially with my reputation. Your brutal actions have my attention, Jasa said, her tone fierce. But this passive-aggressive foolishness is intolerable. This message includes coordinates. I'll be waiting in my ship. Let's discuss this face to face. No more nonsense. Anakin raised a brow and looked to his crew. Captain Quinn, what do you think of that? Could be a trap, my lord, Quinn replied cautiously. Nomen Kar may have put her up to it. Vet interjected. Hey, don't listen to Captain Paranoid. I don't think it's a trap. I trust her. Rex shrugged. In my experience, this is most definitely a trap. This Nomen Kar doesn't seem the type to send his most valuable piece away unsupervised. Anakin nodded. Thanks for your input, everyone. Quinn confirmed, the coordinates are set, my lord. We can rendezvous with her ship whenever you give the word. Anakin turned toward the viewport. Do it now. Right away, my lord. Aboard the Fury orbiting Jasa's coordinates. The Fury-class interceptor exited hyperspace, engines dimming as the sleek black vessel connected with a larger cruiser drifting silently in the void. Magnetic clamps sealed with a hiss as the docking corridor extended. Anakin stood at the airlock, his cloak resting on his shoulders like the wings of a vulture. The ship shuddered slightly as the magnetic seals finalized. Rex approached with an uneasy look. Are you sure you want to go alone? It's probably a trap. Anakin gave a slight nod. Thank you for your concern, but I am counting on it being a trap. Without another word, Anakin stepped through the airlock and into the dim corridor of the opposing vessel. The air was heavy with anticipation. He walked calmly, the low hum of distant ship systems echoing around him. He could feel them before he saw them, two Jedi standing at the far end of the hallway. One was a human male with wild red hair and a sharp, sneering expression. The other, taller, bore calm features and brown hair tied back behind his head. Their robes were pristine, their lightsabers already in hand but not yet ignited. The redhead was the first to speak, his voice laced with arrogance. Well, well. We're going to have to thank Nomen Kar after all. The Sith shows up and a traitor, too? My lucky day. The taller Jedi added with grim certainty, stand down, Sith. The Padawan you seek is not here. Master Kar discovered her plan and talked her out of it. Anakin's mind clicked. As predicted. But to think Jasa actually planned to meet me alone? Still, it makes sense. This redhead already reeks of arrogance and emotional instability. A spark waiting for kindling. Maybe I should exploit that. For fun. The red-haired Jedi interrupted his thoughts. It's not your day. You were expecting one lowly little Padawan to crush, and instead, you get us. Anakin sighed theatrically. I should have known this wasn't going to be easy. The redhead snorted. Just like a Sith. Always looking for a shortcut. The taller Jedi stepped forward with authority. I'm Alderaan. This is Zielsk. We are fully trained Jedi Knights and more than your match. You should submit. Zielsk sneered. Of course, we've yet to encounter a Sith with the sense to surrender. You all seem bent on having us destroy you. Anakin kept his voice even. I have no quarrel with you. Let's just go our separate ways. Zylxx's eyes narrowed. Now why would we agree to that, HMM? Alderaan raised a hand, trying to interject. Zielsk, we assumed this Sith would engage, as all the others we've faced have. If that's not the case. Zielsk cut him off. No, Alderaan. This Sith will continue to hunt No Menkar and his Padawan. We must end the threat for good. Anakin tilted his head slightly, voice cold and cutting. Last I checked, I was a fully trained Jedi Knight once, too. True Jedi don't attack to kill. The light side demands temperance. Zielsk growled, anger beginning to color his aura. Who are you to lecture us about the light side? The Sith force us to take measures like this. Alderaan added reluctantly, you Sith pose an exception. Your vile acts and threats against Master Kar and Jissa Wilsam are provocation enough. Anakin smirked. You sound desperate to justify yourselves. How very Jedi of you. Zielsk snapped. That's enough out of you. Alderaan, it's time to end this. But Alderaan hesitated. His lightsaber remained unlit. No. Zielsk, I'm unsure. Master Kar claims this Sith means Jissa harm, but we have no proof. Zielsk looked back incredulously. Master Kar's word is proof enough. I have no crisis of conscience assuming his assessment is sound. Alderaan frowned, stepping back. That's an assumption I cannot make, my friend. I will not engage. I must walk away and I urge you to do the same. And with that, Alderaan turned and strode away, disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Zielsk clenched his fists in fury. His lightsaber ignited with a snap hiss of vibrant green. You may have derailed Alderaan's resolve, Sith, but your luck ends there. I'll take you on myself. Anakin smirked as he unclipped his sabers, igniting both blue and red in a searing X-shaped clash of power. You're going to regret this. They called me the Jedi Killer in the unknown regions for a reason. Zielsk snarled. Never. You haven't faced someone like me before. Just die. Their sabers clashed in a brilliant explosion of light and fury. Aboard the Jedi vessel duel with Zielsk begins. The moment Anakin's red and blue sabers ignited, they hissed through the air like twin vipers, casting a crimson and cobalt glow across the narrow hallway. Zielsk responded in kind, snapping his green lightsaber into life with a flourish that betrayed his confidence. The hum of the plasma blades resonated through the corridor like a war drum, the ship itself seemingly holding its breath. Zielsk lunged first. Anakin sidestepped, parrying with a quick twist of his red blade and pivoting low to slash at Zielsk's legs with the blue. The Jedi Knight jumped back, barely avoiding the strike, and countered with a downward vertical arc. Sparks burst from the bulkhead as metal met metal, each swing heavier and more decisive than the last. You won't lay a hand on Jissa! Zielsk shouted, sweat already beginning to glisten on his forehead. Anakin smirked. You're bleeding your emotions already. I don't even need to try, you'll fall on your own. Zielsk shouted in fury and charged with a flurry of Juyo strikes, his rage pushing his tempo to near recklessness. Anakin danced around each strike with minimal movement, elegant, calculating, infuriatingly calm. He was reading Zielsk like a day-top had. Then Anakin raised a hand, and the force surged. A crushing telekinetic blast slammed into Zielsk's chest, sending him tumbling backwards into a wall panel that sparked violently upon impact. Zielsk groaned, rising quickly with the force to levitate above the floor, then launched a spinning strike in midair. Anakin caught the blade between his own and shoved him backward with raw physical strength. "You fight like a man afraid of his own shadow," Anakin taunted. Zielsk snarled. "I fight for peace. For balance. You fight for a lie." Anakin's red blade spun in a brutal arc, forcing Zielsk on the defensive. Their sabers clashed again and again, each strike from Anakin designed not to kill immediately, but to break Zielsk mentally, spiritually, inch by inch. The dark side seeped into the air like venom, and Zielsk could feel it clawing at his mind. "You hesitate. You doubt your master," Anakin said coldly as he unleashed a series of brutal thrusts. "You don't even believe in the truth of your own cause." Zielsk pushed off the ground with a force-powered leap, landing several meters down the hallway to gain distance. He reached out with both hands and hurled a torrent of force push energy at Anakin. The Sith raised his saber in a two-handed stance and stood firm. The blast hit, but Anakin didn't move. His boots dug into the deck. His aura flared. Then he surged forward like a missile. Zielsk barely had time to defend as Anakin appeared in front of him with terrifying speed, slashing diagonally. Zielsk parried, but the blow sent him skidding backward. Before he could recover, Anakin sent a force choke around his throat and lifted him from the ground. "Feel that?" Anakin hissed. "That's your failure tightening around your neck." Zielsk struggled, his saber falling from his hand, clattering to the floor. His fingers clawed at the invisible grip. With a flick, Anakin sent him crashing into the ceiling, then slammed him into the floor. "You're not even worth killing yet." Zielsk coughed violently, blood spattering from his mouth. With a desperate cry, he summoned his saber back and hurled it at Anakin in a spinning boomerang arc. Anakin leaned slightly to the side, letting it pass by harmlessly. Desperate. Predictable. But Zielsk was already rushing him, trying to catch him off guard. He reached into his belt and threw a flash pulse grenade. The detonation filled the corridor with searing light and sound. Anakin's vision was briefly blinded. Zielsk pressed the advantage, striking furiously now, regaining some control of the duel. He moved with speed and clarity, using Form 4 Adder, letting his acrobatics and agility keep Anakin off balance. He flipped, spun, and launched high-speed jabs, aiming to disarm or disable. "You're a blight on the Force," he roared. Anakin's hearing returned first. With a flick of his wrist, Anakin hurled one of his sabers mid-spin. The red blade cut across the air and nearly decapitated Zielsk, forcing him to drop his momentum and dodge. Then Anakin vanished literally. His form blurred. Force illusion. Zielsk suddenly found himself surrounded by shadows. Dozens of Anakin-like phantoms approached from every direction, sabers ignited, each radiating mechanical breathing and the unmistakable aura of Darth Vader. Zielsk's eyes widened in horror. No, this isn't real." The illusions closed in. Zielsk swung wildly, trying to banish them. One sliced into his shoulder. It burned like a real saber. Another struck his leg. "Stop it! Stop!" The illusion shattered with a scream his own. When the haze cleared, he saw the real Anakin standing above him, mask now off, eyes glowing with fury, both blades raised in an X. "You lost the moment you chose to believe no men car." Zielsk coughed blood, his knees buckling. "I won't let you twist her. You already did." Anakin slammed his lightsaber into Zielsk's temple, sending the Jedi crashing to the floor dead. Aboard the Fury after the duel, Anakin left the Jedi vessel behind, the stench of scorched metal and charred flesh still lingering in his memory. He returned to the Fury, his cloak damp with moisture from the humid atmosphere outside. The ramp sealed shut with a pneumatic hiss, and the ship's systems thrummed to life under his presence. As he entered the command chamber, his expression hardened. He reached for his communicator and activated it. The blue flickering image of Darth Baris appeared, his massive form looming. "Apprentice, the timing of this call is fortuitous," Baris began, his deep voice rumbling like thunder. "I was just about to contact you with news." Anakin stood tall. "The Padawan bade me meet with her, so I went to end this, but two of Kar's Jedi friends were waiting. One is dead. The other chose not to fight and walked away." Baris tilted his head in interest. "Fascinating. It seems both Master and Padawan have been disturbed by your exploits. I have received a transmission from Nomen Kar calling me out, if you will. Challenging me to face him to the death. Our lifelong enemy has become desperate." Anakin didn't hesitate. "Allow me the privilege of destroying him." Baris gave a toothy smirk. "You have read my mind, apprentice. Kar fails to understand I have outgrown our personal dispute. He expects me to jump at the chance of strangling him. He will be unprepared for you." Anakin nodded. "Just tell me where to go." Baris gestured behind him, summoning a star map on his side of the transmission. "The duel is to happen on Hutta, at the site of Nomen Kar's betrayal so long ago. A fitting place for this to end. Defeat him but do not kill him. His torment will reach out to his Padawan. He will be the bait that brings her to you." "You honor me," Anakin said with a bow. "I can feel Jasa Wilsam on the verge of breaking," Baris intoned. "And Kar's desperate actions confirm it. Subdue the master, and the pupil will come to save him. I have foreseen it. Hutta, the swamps of Gurtala." The fury descended into the fetid atmosphere of Hutta. The sky was painted in sickly greens and browns, choked by pollution. Blackened trees grew out of the bog like skeletal fingers clawing toward a grey sky. Toxic fog rolled over the surface, broken only by bubbling swamps and stagnant water. Anakin stood at the edge of the ramp, clad in his dark armor, mask clipped to his belt. Behind him, Rex stood adjusting his blaster, and Vet leaned on one leg with her pistols holstered, clearly uncomfortable with the muck. "Reminds me of that gas swamp on Vantar 3, Rex muttered. "At least the smell was tolerable there," Vet groaned. "Stay with the ship," Anakin said. "This is my battle." "Understood, General," Rex nodded, stepping back. Anakin moved through the thick underbrush, each step sinking slightly into the mud as he followed the coordinates Baris provided. The Force guided him like a compass, its currents twisting tighter the closer he got. Eventually, he arrived at the ruins of a former Republic outpost, stone walls now crumbled, moss growing over metal battlements, water dripping from the ceiling of a half-sunken barracks. Inside, kneeling on a worn, moss-covered mattress, sat Nomen Kar. His presence in the Force was a beacon, disciplined, but cracked. Cracks that Anakin could exploit. The Jedi Master stood as Anakin entered, brushing his robes clean as he faced his enemy. His lightsaber hilt remained at his side, untouched. "Your presence tells me that my fellows Uldan and Zylxx must have failed." "Pity," Nomen Kar said. "I should have known Baris couldn't be trusted. As a man of my word, I'm here alone, as agreed. Your master shows himself a coward, sending you in his stead." Anakin's boots echoed softly on the stone floor. "He sends me to do all his killing. You are young in the Force." "A mere apprentice," Kar said, finally reaching for his saber. "I'm a full Jedi Master." Anakin laughed as he unclipped both of his sabers, igniting them slowly, red and blue blades casting their glow against the cracked walls. "Really? It hardly seems fair for you. Do you realize how many Jedi I've killed? Knights, Masters, Padawans. A full temple's worth of dead Jedi in the unknown regions. I've killed Sith Lords and commanded entire armies. I led the Republic's unknown military front for 3 years. And you call me, apprentice?" Nomen Kar's calm began to fracture. He ignited his green saber. "You are Baris's pawn, an especially resourceful and powerful one. But still only that. I must put an end to you. Once you are out of the way, Jasa will provide the proof I need to open the Jedi Council's eyes and expose Baris's network of spies. Anakin's expression darkened. You mean that network you invented in your head? Kar's eyes narrowed. I'll waste no more time with lies. This ends now, Sith. Anakin didn't respond with words. He surged forward, twin blades spinning in a deadly flourish. The red and blue sabers hissed through the fetid air as he brought them down in a cross-slash meant to bisect the Jedi Master from shoulder to hip. Kar moved with practiced grace, parrying both blades with a single arcing sweep of his green lightsaber. Sparks exploded with the clash, illuminating the ruined barracks in staccato bursts of green and red light. The floor cracked beneath their feet, dust and old moss shaking loose from the rafters. You're faster than I expected, Kar said between blows. Breath steady but strained as he blocked a barrage of precise strikes. I've fought monsters in the unknown regions. You're just another dying relic clinging to lies, Anakin growled, spinning into a low kick that Kar narrowly evaded, flipping back. Their blades met again in the center of the room, locking. Anakin pressed forward with raw strength, and Kar's boots slid back across the slick floor. Then Kar's face twisted. The Force is very strong with you. I must dig deeper. Anakin smirked as he leaned in closer. Release your anger. It's the only way to defeat me. Kar's eyes flickered, his nostrils flared. No, he snarled and shoved Anakin back with a sudden burst of force push, hurling the Sith across the chamber into a broken support beam. Wood splintered. Dust rained down. Anakin rolled to his feet, cloak flaring. So you're starting to understand, Anakin said, brushing debris off his shoulder as he ignited both blades again. The air grew heavier charged, thick with tension and dark energy. Kar's aura began to twist, the once serene Jedi now burning with desperation. Kar rushed forward, leading with a wide slash that shattered a durasteel crate behind Anakin when it missed. Anakin ducked under it and countered with a sudden upward slash that grazed Kar's shoulder, drawing blood. Gah! Kar stumbled back. You hesitate, Anakin said coldly. That's why you'll lose. Kar's face contorted. This is not the way, not the Jedi way. You broke the Jedi code the second you agreed to this duel. Their sabers clashed again, this time moving in a blur, each swing deflecting the other, neither side able to land a finishing blow. Anakin struck high, low, then feinted and twisted, nearly catching Kar's side, but the Jedi spun away with preternatural speed. Suddenly, Kar thrust both hands out and released a force repulse. Anakin was launched back again, this time smashing into the far wall. He fell hard onto the moss-covered floor. Kar stood still, breathing heavily. His hands trembled. The air shimmered around him, but not with light, it warped with heat and fury. His eyes began to tint yellow. Subtle at first. Then vivid. Anakin rose slowly, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his glove. He felt it, a shift in the Force. No longer just resistance, but surrender. The first cracks in Kar's restraint had widened. The Jedi Master stood at the center of the ruined barracks, lightsaber trembling slightly in his grip. The whites of his eyes were receding, yellow bleeding into them like ink into water. You feel it now, don't you? Anakin said as he walked forward, sabers lit once more. The hatred. The fear. You know it's there. Kar didn't deny it. I've trained my entire life to resist the darkness, he said hoarsely, but his voice lacked certainty. But you're like a storm. I must match you, or fall. His saber blazed with renewed intensity as he lunged. Anakin parried, spinning backward, redirecting the momentum. Kar pressed hard, his strikes now aggressive, feral, nothing like the measured calm of a Jedi Master. The Force pulsed violently between them. Anakin dropped low and slashed at Kar's knees. The Jedi backflipped onto a rusted pipe jutting from the floor, using it as a springboard to dive toward Anakin, blade first. Anakin snarled and raised both hands, unleashing a torrent of force lightning that exploded outward like a crashing wave. Karr screamed as it struck. His saber absorbed some of it but not all. The voltage coursed through his body, arcs dancing across his limbs as he hit the ground, convulsing for a second before rolling away. He got back to one knee, panting, burnt smoke rising from his robe. But his eyes were now fully Sith yellow. His voice shook, deeper, laced with something monstrous. No. This is not right. Fall. You must fall to me. Their blades met again in a thunderous clash. Sparks erupted, force power rippling outward, shattering crates and stone pillars alike. Karr was no longer fighting for justice, he was fighting for domination. Anakin sneered. I fall to no one. He drove Karr back with a furious assault, slashes coming from unpredictable angles, footwork sharp and relentless. Karr tried to respond in kind, but each parry was sloppier than the last. He was giving in, and it was consuming him. Anakin unleashed a force choke, lifting Karr from the ground by his throat. His legs dangled, his mouth open in a silent gasp. But then, Karr exploded outward with a blast of force rage, breaking the choke and sending Anakin skidding back across the floor, gritting his teeth. The Jedi Master stood hunched, trembling. Baris, broke the code long ago. I see it now. He was right, you are his weapon. But so am I now. Then you're already dead, Anakin whispered. They charged again, an unstoppable dark tide clashing against a wave of collapsing light. Karr's breathing was ragged. His robes hung in tatters, scorched black by lightning, and streaked with his own blood. His movements had lost all discipline, all semblance of Jedi grace. He wasn't even masking it anymore, the dark side had taken root. His eyes were now fully yellow, glowing like twin embers in a dying fire. I feel it, he gasped, holding his side. The Force is very strong with you. I must dig deeper. Anakin paced in a slow arc, lightsabers humming. Release your anger. It's the only way to defeat me. Karr closed his eyes and screamed, drawing on the rot that now bloomed inside him. A burst of telekinetic fury slammed outward, lifting shattered debris, broken durasteel beams, and jagged stone fragments. With a gesture, he launched them toward Anakin like a barrage of missiles. Anakin's sabers became blurs, deflecting, slicing, weaving between the onslaught. Then he raised a hand, catching a massive pillar mid-air, and hurled it back at Karr. The Jedi raised his saber to cleave it just as Anakin appeared behind him in a burst of force speed. Karr barely turned in time, his blade catching the blow meant to decapitate him. Their sabers screamed against one another, crackling with dissonance. Anakin gritted his teeth, pressing harder. Karr growled, face inches away. You have no restraint. And you have no resolve, Anakin spat. You gave in the moment you felt fear. They broke apart, Karr stumbling, clutching his side. Blood now dripped freely onto the stone. I am not defeated, Karr hissed, voice almost unrecognizable. I am a Jedi Master. He raised his hands, summoning all that remained of his power. The walls trembled. The ceiling cracked. A force maelstrom erupted around him, debris hovering in an unstable orbit, energy crackling like a dying sun. I will crush you. Anakin centered himself, then flung both arms forward. A concentrated force wave collided with the storm, dispersing it in an eruption of thunder and flame. Karr was thrown against the wall, spine cracking with a sickening snap as he fell limp to the floor, gasping. His saber rolled from his fingers. Anakin strode forward, unhurried. Karr raised his head, coughing blood. No, this is not right. Fall, you must fall to me. Anakin stood over him, sabers lowered. I fall to no one. Karr laughed, a wet, broken sound. Then, you're not like the others. He slumped forward. Anakin waited. Silence. And then, my wound is mortal, Sith, Karr said quietly, barely audible. At least I die, knowing, you'll never find Jasa. A mechanical hiss cut through the air. 3 Imperial troopers entered the ruined barracks, blasters raised. The lead one, an officer in black, lowered his weapon as he took in the scene. "My lord," he said. "Darth Baris sent us in case you needed help." He looked at the unconscious Jedi. Clearly, that's not the case. Anakin didn't respond, eyes fixed on Kar. The officer continued, "He said the Jedi should be kept alive. May we stabilize him?" Kar stirred at that. With the last of his strength, he growled. "No. Baris, be damned. I want to die." He coughed, blood splattering the stone. "Then Jasa will be safe." His body went limp. The troopers moved fast, securing him in binders laced with suppressor fields, hoisting him into a restraint chair reinforced for Jedi. As they clamped him in, a field of blue energy hummed to life, disrupting force flow. Anakin stood over him, impassive. The officer asked, "Orders, my lord?" Anakin turned his gaze toward the swamp beyond. "Keep him alive." "Barely. I want him to know exactly what it feels like to lose everything." "Yes, my lord." Kar, eyes dim, sat unconscious but not dead. Not yet. His skin pale, veins darkening with the rot of corruption. His once calm presence in the Force now warped into something hateful. The Jedi was gone. Only a broken weapon remained. Some time later, Nomen Kar woke with a start as Anakin slapped him across the face. The Jedi screamed, thrashing in his restraints. "Yah! Torture me all you like, Sith. The pain only fills me with more hate. More rage. I'm going to kill you and your pathetic master. You're both dead. Do you hear me? Dead." Anakin folded his arms. "Now I see your true self. How delightful to hear you spew such venomous thoughts, Jedi. Please, continue." Kar's eyes were now bloodshot and burning with red, and his skin had sunken into the 3rd stage of dark side corruption. His voice growled through gritted teeth. "Your smugness is an insult. You're not my better. Unbind me so I can rip you limb from limb." From the back, Vet pressed her hand to her earpiece. "Hey, she's here. And man, she looks mad." Anakin turned to face the entrance just as Jasa Wilsam marched in, her tone commanding. "Sith, your men outside let me pass, so I assume I'm expected. Cease your sadistic attacks on my master. Now." From his chair, Nomen Kar shouted in fury, "Jasa, no. I told you to stay put. How dare you defy me?" "How nice of you to join us," Anakin said coolly. "It's time you see the true face of your master." Nomen Kar thrashed harder in his restraints, veins pulsing with rage. "My sacrifice for nothing. Stupid child. For all your power, you've understood nothing." Jasa hesitated, covering her face with one hand. "What have you done to him, Sith? Has this been inside him all along? No, it can't be. No one can hide such darkness. Somehow, you've turned him mad." Anakin sighed. "Look into your master's heart and see the truth. I've heard you have a special ability. Use it and you'll understand." Jasa paused, thinking. "Master Kar taught me not to use my power as a crutch. Only when it was clearly necessary. I've never brought it to bear on him. But..." She clapped her hands together and bowed her head slightly, then focused her energy on Kar. I sense pride. And envy. And hate, and vengeance. No. What Sith trick is this? I would have known if such darkness resided within him." Anakin tilted his head. "It's thrilling, isn't it? Watching your whole world crumble. The truth stings, doesn't it? I knew that feeling quite well." Jasa lowered her hands and glared. "I'm not here for your amusement, Sith. You killed Master Yonlach and my parents. Now you've twisted my master into some abomination. I felt every torturous moment you put him through. And it must end now. Anakin spoke calmly. I admit I killed Master Yonlach. He refused to give information. But your parents? I didn't kill them. In fact, I made an agreement to give them a luxurious life. But one of the Jedi guarding them, he killed them in front of me. He stepped closer. So I beat him unconscious and locked him in my ship's holding cell. Apparently, he's a Jedi Watch member. I didn't know who they were, but I reckon if we work together, we can find out. Especially with that ability of yours, we'll get to the truth quickly. Nomenkar roared, Jasa, it's all a trick. Turn your power on the Sith. You'll see. Anakin spread his arms. You need proof? Then let me experience your power firsthand. Jasa studied him, then nodded. Very well. She concentrated deeply, focusing her senses on Anakin. Her voice trembled with revelation. There is great contradiction within you. I see darkness, greed, anger. But there is light as well. Mercy. Justice. Balance. Her voice wavered in awe. So much power. It seems endless. How do you have this potential? But more importantly, I see two figures. One clad in darkness, the other of pure light. They work in harmony and balance. She took a deep breath and stepped back. I sense no lies. You didn't kill my parents, but you did kill Master Yonlach. Yet your reason was truth. She hesitated. Your intentions are not knowable. Anakin nodded. You see, I'm not what you'd call normal. But you sound scared, and you should be. Jasa's face hardened. Then the only way to end this madness is to defeat you. Yes. Nomenkar cried from behind. Strike now, Jasa. Take the Sith down. Jasa ignited her double-bladed lightsaber, its blades shimmering with a pure golden hue. Defend yourself, Sith. Anakin, calm as ever, drew his own lightsabers, the blue and red blades igniting before he combined them into a single, dual-bladed weapon. You see, I've learned from a master of this form. Ever since my old master defeated a Sith, I've been training against a droid built to mimic his every move. Every counter. Every flaw. He dropped into a ready stance. I will use this only once, to demonstrate the difference between our power. The air inside the half-sunken barracks was thick with rot and rage. Water dripped from rusted beams and pooled around their boots, but none of it mattered now. Two lightsabers ignited simultaneously, one yellow, one a twisted fusion of blue and red joined into a single dual-bladed saber that cast a flickering glow across the decayed walls. Jasa Wilsom stood firm, her yellow blade humming, both hands clenched tight around the hilt of her saber staff. The fury in her eyes was tempered by doubt, but not enough to still her hand. Across from her, Anakin Skywalker held his weapon with relaxed precision. His eyes narrowed slightly, reading her stance, her footwork, the tremor in her shoulder all before she lunged. Her strike was a diagonal arc meant to drive him back. Anakin spun his saber staff effortlessly, intercepting the blow with a snap hiss of colliding plasma. Sparks flew. He twisted his upper body, angling the second blade into a low sweep aimed at her legs. Jasa vaulted, twisting in midair, her heel grazing the edge of a hanging pipe. She flipped behind him and immediately struck out in a precise jab at his back. Anakin sidestepped, pivoted sharply, and used the rear blade of his saber staff to parry. You're strong. Quick. But you're fighting from emotion. I'm fighting for justice. She unleashed a flurry of strikes, one after another in seamless rhythm. But Anakin's form was water flowing, redirecting, denying. He countered with Makashi precision, then transitioned into Juyo, each move increasingly aggressive. Jasa stumbled under the change in tempo. Anakin unleashed a force push with his offhand, slamming her into a rusted pillar. She hit hard, coughing as she dropped to a knee. "You want to avenge your master." "I get it," Anakin said, walking toward her with slow, deliberate steps. "But you're not seeing clearly. Look at him. Look at what he's become." Silence. She drew strength from the Force, launching herself forward with augmented speed. Her saber staff became a blur, striking in wide arcs. She pushed him back step by step into the corner of the room. Anakin grunted under the pressure, blocking blow after blow, then slammed his boot into a broken crate behind him. It flew forward from the Force-enhanced strike, smashing into Jessa's legs. She tumbled, but rolled smoothly and came up slashing. He ducked. The yellow blade cut a lock of hair from his head. He answered with a spinning strike from the rear blade of his saber. It nearly took her arm off. She bent backward, narrowly avoiding it, then Force leapt to the ceiling beams. From above, she flung debris at him using telekinesis, sharp shards of durasteel, rusted tools, even broken rebar. Anakin's hand snapped up. With raw power, he held the storm mid-air. "Impressive," he murmured. Then clenched his fist. All the debris reversed direction, slamming back toward her. Jessa gasped and dropped down to the floor, only barely surviving. She turned, just in time to parry another strike, this one so fast it was nearly invisible. The sheer speed of Anakin's movement had begun to increase beyond human perception. "You can feel it, can't you? The imbalance in the Force. The darkness in him. And in you." Jessa gritted her teeth. "I am not like him." "But you could be," he whispered. They clashed again, sparks lighting up the chamber. Water splashed with every step, pillars cracked with every push, and the Force screamed around them. "Hutta the swamps of Gurtala!" Their sabers clashed in a violent scream of plasma and heat, the yellow blade of Jessa Wilsam spinning like a viper's tail against Anakin's hybrid red and blue double-bladed saber. Sparks hissed across the decaying barracks walls. Each blow shook the stone floor and reverberated through the mists outside. Jessa spun low, then launched herself upward with an elegant overhead strike. Anakin caught the arc on his twin blade, pushing her back with sheer strength. Her boots skidded across the mossy floor, but she caught herself, leaping backward and breathing hard. "Your power is undeniable," she said between clenched teeth, eyes focused, her grip tight. "But so is mine." Anakin's expression remained calm. "Let's test that." Jessa darted forward again, twin ends of her saber twirling in a storm of coordinated slashes. She was well trained. Her movements were precise, agile, aggressive. But Anakin didn't just react, he anticipated. He met every strike with smooth, grounded technique, turning her energy against her. He was no longer just a warrior. He was a storm held in restraint. Then he went on the offensive. Anakin drove forward with a flurry of wide, sweeping blows, forcing Jessa to retreat. His strikes were heavy, powerful. They were not the blows of a duelist trying to win a sparring match. They were the strikes of a destroyer. Jessa backflipped over a fallen support beam, landed, and with a scream, thrust out her hand. The Force surged. Anakin was blasted backward into a crumbled wall. Dust exploded from the impact, but before it settled, his lightsaber spun out of the haze, cutting through air like a red and blue crescent. Jessa ducked just in time. The saber whirled back to Anakin's palm as he marched from the smoke, eyes glowing faintly with power. "Impressive," he said, breathing heavier. "You've grown strong. But strength alone is not enough." Jessa gritted her teeth and launched again. The room turned into a blur of motion. Jessa's Adaru-inspired strikes, fast, airborne, unpredictable, clashed against Anakin's hybrid form, a fusion of Gemso's raw power and Julio's aggression. He mixed calculated counters with bursts of ferocity. They moved in a circle. Sparks showered. Stones cracked beneath their footwork. Then Anakin pressed both hands forward. A massive force wave erupted. Jessa screamed as she was hurled across the room. Her back slammed into a rusted column with a hollow metallic boom. She slid down, gasping, but quickly rolled away as Anakin's saber slammed down where she had lain. Jessa kicked at his knees. He stumbled slightly. She jumped and struck again. Anakin ducked and elbowed her side, sending her staggering. They broke apart, breathing heavily. "You're holding back," Jessa spat. Anakin tilted his head. "Am I?" Jessa raised her hand again, this time calling on something deeper. The air chilled. Dust twisted. The force shimmered around her. She leapt with a primal roar. Anakin responded with pure speed, his saber splitting in two mid-motion, red and blue blades now separate. He parried one end of her blade, twisted, then locked her second strike. "You fight with emotion." "That's good," he said, eyes narrowing. "But it clouds your precision." Jessa disengaged, panting, then struck with her mind. A blast of force lightning erupted from her palm. Anakin caught it on his saber. The storm surged between them, lighting the mossy barracks in white and violet. Jessa pushed forward, trying to overpower him with her rage. "I felt everything. Every scream my master gave. You think I can't hate you?" Anakin's arms trembled as he deflected it. "Then use it. Let the hate sharpen you. Let it become your blade." Jessa gritted her teeth, pushing harder. Her eyes flickered yellow for a moment. Then Anakin moved. He rolled forward under the lightning, closed the gap, and elbowed her in the stomach. She gasped. He followed with a backhand slash that she barely blocked. The impact sent her sliding back again. Before she could recover, Anakin unleashed a forced choke. Her boots lifted from the ground. "Do you feel it now?" he asked, stepping forward, holding her mid-air. "The power the Jedi fear." Her hands clawed at her throat. "This isn't right," she gasped. He released her. She dropped and coughed violently. Yet, even now, she pulled herself to her feet. "I won't be broken," she said, her voice raw. "I won't fall like my master." Anakin's sabers ignited once more. "Then let me show you why he did." They clashed again. Blades whirled. Steel sang. The walls began to collapse around them from the force of their duel. The ruin became a vortex of kinetic destruction. Lightning flashed from Anakin's fingertips. Jessa deflected it with her blade and sent objects flying at him with raw telekinesis. He batted them away as if they were nothing. Jessa leapt off a wall, saber spinning. Anakin crossed his blades and caught her mid-air. Their eyes met hers, flaring with desperation, his with conviction. "You can't win," he said. "Maybe not," she growled, "but I can still fight." And she did. Blow after blow. Slash after slash. Anakin weathered it all. Finally, with a precise maneuver, he locked her saber between both of his and twisted. The double-bladed yellow lightsaber flew from her hands and clattered across the chamber floor, extinguishing. Jessa dropped to her knees, breathing hard, sweat and tears streaking her face. Her head lowered. Anakin loomed above her, sabers humming, tips pointed at her neck. She didn't move. "Do it," she whispered. "End it." Anakin paused. Then slowly, he deactivated both blades. He separated the double blade back into its two halves. He clipped them to his belt. Jessa looked up, stunned. Anakin extended his hand. "Get up. This fight is over." Jessa's yellow saber hummed with deadly promise as she leapt forward, her body twisting midair with the grace of a seasoned duelist. Her blade came down in a diagonal arc aimed at Anakin's shoulder, but it struck only air. Anakin had already sidestepped, his double-bladed saber whirling into a defensive spin that deflected her follow-up slash. Their blades clashed violently, red and blue against yellow, illuminating the moss-stained walls of the barracks. The air vibrated with the crackle of energy, metal creaking above as the old structure trembled with the force being unleashed. From the corner, still strapped to the chair, Nomenkar laughed madly. Yes. Kill him, Jasa. Kill the Sith. Anakin's expression remained cold, calculating, unreadable. She's not fighting for you, Kar. She's fighting the truth. I fight for her peace. Jasa shouted, bringing her saber down with furious strength, pushing Anakin backward. You broke my world apart. You corrupted everything I believed in. You were blind, Anakin replied, catching her wrist mid-swing with the force. Now you're waking up. Jasa snarled, wrenching herself free with a force-assisted flip. She landed on a raised platform in the barracks and extended her hand. A flood of crates and debris surged at Anakin. Anakin sliced through the storm with one spinning sweep of his saber staff, then hurled his hand outward. A violent burst of telekinetic pressure slammed into Jasa, blasting her off the platform. She struck a support beam mid-air, fell, and landed on one knee. Blood smeared her cheek. Her breathing grew ragged. Kar screamed from the side. Get up, Jasa. Get up. Stay down, Anakin said, advancing. Jasa threw out her hand in desperation. Lightning exploded from her fingertips. Raw, untrained dark side energy. It scorched the air between them, forcing Anakin to cross his blades to absorb it. Sparks danced across his armor as he held the energy at bay. You've already tasted the darkness, Anakin said, eyes narrowing. Why pretend otherwise? I won't be like you. Jasa cried. I still have control. You're lying to yourself. Anakin deactivated one side of his saber and launched forward with the remaining blade. Their clash became personal, tight, close-quarter exchanges. Jasa's strikes were frantic, wild, laced with emotion. Anakin's form was refined, methodical, the product of endless wars. He stepped around her next thrust and slammed his boot into her stomach, sending her crashing into a rusted wall. She barely had time to raise her saber as he followed up with a spinning downward strike. No, she screamed, blocking at the last second, their blades locking. Their faces were inches apart, sweat and tension hanging in the air. You're strong, Anakin said softly. But strength without clarity is wasted. With a flick of his wrist and a pivot of his foot, he disarmed her. Her double-bladed saber spun through the air and clattered to the floor behind her. Jasa stumbled backward, falling to her knees. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, eyes wide with disbelief and exhaustion. She lowered her head. Do it, she whispered. Finish it. Anakin stood over her. His blade ignited again, red and blue light casting long shadows across the chamber. The humming blade hovered mere inches from her neck. From his chair, Nomenkar screamed in desperation. Yes. Kill her. She betrayed the Jedi. She betrayed me. But Anakin didn't move. He stared at her for a long moment, then slowly deactivated the saber. The silence was thunderous. He pulled the hilt apart, separating it into two sabers once again, and clipped them to his belt. You're not ready to die, Anakin said calmly. And I don't kill those who still have a choice. Jasa looked up, stunned. Her lips trembled. Her master, behind her, raged and thrashed against his restraints like a wild beast. You could have, she said quietly. Why didn't you? Anakin turned away. Because killing you would make me no better than the Jedi you once admired. But saving you? That proves them wrong. Jasa stumbled backward, gasping, her yellow blade flickering erratically in her trembling grip. Sweat mixed with soot streaked her face, and her eyes once filled with certainty now brimmed with uncertainty and despair. So, frustrating, she hissed through clenched teeth. I cannot defeat you. Her chest rose and fell with the weight of the truth. Her saber slowly deactivated, its twin blades retreating into the hilt with a sharp hiss. She stared at Anakin, who stood in the ruined center of the barracks, unscathed, his presence in the Force a roaring hurricane next to her dwindling flame. Was it all lies? Everything, she whispered. He told me the light side was stronger. That it gave us clarity. That I could see through the facade of those who were dark, but it's not true. She lowered her head, a mixture of shame and shock distorting her expression. I am no match for you. The dark side is clearly stronger. In the corner, bound in restraints and soaked in sweat, Nomenkar's broken voice cut in, unpredictable and raw. You haven't completed your training, Jasa, he shouted, his voice straining through cracked lips. When you have fully communed with the light side of the Force, no Sith will be your match. Anakin turned slightly, his tone unreadable but cutting. Yet you are a master of the light. Why couldn't you beat me? The words hung in the air, suffocating. Kar had no reply. Jasa looked up at Anakin, her voice barely audible. All my life, I've endured deceit, denial, half-truths. I thought the Jedi were different. That they had integrity. But you've shown me otherwise. You exposed Master Kar for what he truly is. She stepped forward, her gaze locked onto Anakin's. It's your power, your presence, that reveals a person's true nature. The fear you inspire, but also the mercy it forces truth to the surface. I want that. Anakin nodded slowly. You will be my apprentice. But you will not walk the path of a typical Sith. I will train you in the dark side but also in the path of balance. You will know power, discipline, and control. He paused, taking a step toward her. I was once a Jedi myself. I've walked both roads. You may leave your questions and doubts to me. When you become my apprentice, I will have a responsibility to prepare you. Am I understood? Jasa lowered herself to one knee, bowing her head. Her voice trembled, not with fear, but with reverence. I am honored, my lord. As long as I live, I swear my most devoted loyalty to you, my master. At last, I feel purpose. Something real. Something I can count on. And someone I can relate to. She rose again, breathing deeply. What do you wish of me? And what shall we do with Master Kar? Anakin's eyes narrowed. Your first act in my charge, he said, his voice like steel, is to kill your former master. Do it with all your hate but control it. Let your emotions rise, but do not be ruled by them. Command them. Feel them. Learn to use them as your blade. Jasa stared, stunned. Her mouth parted. You want me to kill him? I'm conflicted about this. Feeling conflicted is natural, Anakin replied. But Kar must die. If he lives, he will hunt you until the end of your days. This is a mercy, and a test. She looked away, struggling. Then her expression hardened. Slowly, she summoned her lightsaber. The yellow blade ignited with a loud snap hiss, casting its glow across her face. Yes, my master. I will not disappoint you. Kar's face twisted in horror. Jasa. The Sith is turning you into a murderer. She stepped toward him, expression calm. It is for the greater good, and it's necessary. A principle the Jedi often use to justify their actions, no. Then, with a swift and precise motion, she struck. The yellow blade pierced through his chest, and with a gasp, Nomenkar collapsed, lifeless. She deactivated her lightsaber and stood in silence. It is done, my lord. Nomenkar is no more. Anakin stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. Let the guilt of this, the exhilaration, the resentment, let it all nourish you. Feel it. But stay in control. Your feelings are tools. You are the master. That is the essence. Jasa took a long breath. My emotions are raw, but I've never felt so alive. I will remain in control. I will try to balance myself as you do. But I have a taste for blood now. I look forward to indulging it, under your command. Anakin nodded. I have my dark side, too. I do not suppress it. I command it. You will learn to do the same. Bloodlust cannot rule you. It must become a treat, a rare pleasure, savored at the right moment. Never let it override your judgment. She bowed her head. I will heed your advice, my master. I will focus on deep meditation to balance myself, and my urges. Moments later, Anakin's wrist communicator buzzed. A blue hologram of Grand Admiral Thrawn materialized. General Skywalker, Thrawn began, his voice calm and analytical. I have a breakthrough. I'm aware you are on Hutta. This is the perfect moment. Anakin straightened. Then I assume the news is significant. Lay it out. Of course. I have dismantled the Eagle network. During my analysis, I uncovered a hidden alliance between Darth Jadis and the Eagle. They constructed dozens of satellites codenamed Eradicators. Their purpose is to strike major Imperial targets. But more importantly, their primary function is to eliminate Darth Jadis's rivals. Anakin's gaze darkened. Thrawn continued, once the Eradicators complete their task, Jadis will return to seize control of the Empire. The blame and fallout will fall entirely on the Eagle network. Jadis will eliminate all remaining evidence to ensure his rise is uncontested. Do you have a location? Anakin asked. Yes. I have all access codes and have tracked the Eagle to this very planet. Transmitting coordinates now. The hologram flickered and vanished. Anakin turned to Jasa. That explains it then. Our suspicions were right. All right. I'm on my way with my new apprentice. She smiled faintly, the first time since the confrontation began. Together, they walked out into the haze-choked swamps of Hutta toward the next step in a path paved with shadow and balance. The twin sons of Hutta had long sat behind the thick smog and filth-stained skies when Anakin and his new apprentice Jasa arrived at the abandoned factory complex. The facility, once a droid assembly plant, now reeked of scorched metal, oil, and age-old death. The towering chimneys no longer exhaled smoke, but something darker lingered in the air, tension, foreboding, and electric. They didn't need words. Their stride was purposeful, boots crunching through the debris-covered floor as they approached the cracked open blast doors. Inside, sharp voices echoed. Thrawn stood at the center of the room, dressed in tactical Imperial agent gear rather than his Grand Admiral uniform. Beside him stood a tall, dark-skinned man with short, frayed hair and an iron wool in his eyes. Anakin recognized him instantly. The Eagle, he muttered under his breath. The terrorist's gaze sharpened when he noticed them. Ah! I see you brought your Sith back up. Fitting. I suppose the least I could do was send the boy off with hope, the Eagle said, voice laced with disdain. But have you truly seen it? The strength of the revolution? Cells on Nar Shaddaa, Thuladen, Mulliver, Alderaan, Bomara. It's an inspiration, no matter how it ends. Thrawn was stone. Calm and deliberate, he stepped forward. Your inspiration is terrorism. Layered, complex perhaps, but in hindsight, still terrorism. This plot, your vision only benefits one person. The Eagle chuckled. You are right, and wrong. Nothing is simple about terrorism. Nor rebellion. Nor covert intelligence. Which I assume is your field, considering your demeanor. You don't look military. So tell me, what has the Empire uncovered? What have your methods revealed? Thrawn didn't hesitate. Your orbital weapons, the Eradicators. The technology developed on Dramund Kos and Bomara. 6 dozen satellites, positioned and ready. They await commands, but eventually, they will act without them. Fire blindly. Spread chaos. The Eagle smirked. So you know about the failsafe. Impressive. Yes, chaos will be my legacy. Cities will burn. Lives will crumble. The Empire will tear itself apart. Anakin stepped forward, his presence overwhelming. The Force rippled around him like a hurricane bound in flesh. In a single swift gesture, he raised his hand and clenched it. The eagle's body seized as invisible fingers gripped his throat, suspending him above the floor. "You're not going anywhere," Anakin growled. Struggling, the eagle rasped, "Damnation! I knew you were powerful, but this? Fine. Do what you will. But the eradicators will run rampant. The Empire will burn. And you?" Thrawn cut in. "Let me guess. Your benefactor is Darth Jadis." The eagle's eyes widened. "Just for a second. So you know that, too. Damn. Well then, think of this as one last seed of discord sown before Eradication Day. Goodbye. Now watch me burn." His thumb clicked the detonator. "Detonator! Get back!" Thrawn shouted. Anakin threw up a force barrier, enveloping himself, Jessa, and Thrawn. The explosion rocked the room. A violent burst of orange fire and smoke swallowed the eagle. Metal screamed and collapsed. Shrapnel bounced off Anakin's barrier harmlessly. When the smoke cleared, the terrorist was nothing more than charred remains. Troopers stormed in, weapons drawn. "Area is clear." "Sir, are you all right?" A young Imperial agent ran up, short of breath. "Cipher 9. It's Watcher 3. That was a nasty explosion." "Oh, and are you also fine, my lords?" Anakin shook off dust. "Yeah, we're good. That bastard left us with one last surprise." Watcher 3 stepped toward the central console. "That really was him? Fantastic. Keeper sent me to assist with slicing the Eagle's systems. I'll get to work on the data, and check out that device too. It looks like a modified eradicator." "Move fast," Thrawn ordered. "We may still have a chance to stop the full activation." "Yes, sir." Thrawn turned to Anakin, his face half-shadowed by flickering emergency lights. "It will take time to gather the exact location of Darth Jadis. Once I have it, you will be the first to know. Be ready." Anakin nodded. "I'll be waiting." "Come, Jessa." Back aboard the Fury, Anakin stood before the central hollow COMM as a familiar hooded figure shimmered to life. "I sensed no Menkar's death from across the galaxy," Darth Baris said, voice cold and almost reverent. "I must admit, after all these years, to be rid of him, it has unsettled me a bit." Anakin smirked faintly. "A worthy adversary is hard to come by. But don't worry. A good Sith is always cultivating new enemies." Baris's gaze drifted. "I see you have a new passenger. Jessa Wilsam, I presume." Anakin turned to her. "This is my master, Darth Baris." Jessa bowed perfectly, just as Anakin had trained her. "Greetings, my lord." Baris studied her for a moment. "You've endured much, young one. But you seem to have come through it rather well. Would you agree?" "I am very pleased with the outcome. I sense her devotion to you, apprentice," Baris said, narrowing his eyes at Anakin. "However did you manage that?" Anakin didn't flinch. He knew this was a test. "I learned from the best, master." Baris let out a low chuckle. "Excellent. The perfect disciple. There's no denying you are a master of the dark arts now." Baris raised his chin slightly. "Only the most accomplished among us are named lords. But you've won favor even among the Dark Council. Including Darth Mar. As of now, you are no longer simply my apprentice. You are Darth Vader." Anakin's eyes gleamed with silent pride. "With the title comes power. Autonomy. Privileges. Most Imperial officials will now answer to you. Only Grand Moffs and a handful of ministers answer elsewhere. You answer to me, the Council, and the Emperor now." But as long as you are my apprentice, my directives still hold sway. Anakin gave a shallow bow. You honor me. Through your service, you honor yourself, Baris replied. I award a generous stipend to lords who attain such a rank in my service. Enjoy it. Celebrate as you see fit. Then return to me on Dromundkos. We have much to discuss. The hologram flickered out. Wow! Darth, Vet said from the wall, arms crossed. I'm impressed. Congratulations, my lord. Rex grinned. Yeah, didn't expect that. But if anyone earned it, you did. You've all been a great help, Anakin said. Quinn folded his arms. Service is its own reward. Rex joked, so is keeping my job. I'd rather not be homeless. What he said, Vet added, nodding. I already got Jessa's quarters prepped. I'll show her around. Nice of you to take initiative, Anakin replied. Vet turned to Jessa. Come on. Let's get you set up. Jessa turned to Anakin, eyes glowing with fierce loyalty. Whenever you need me, my master. Whatever your order, I will be ready. Anakin nodded. Meditate. Reflect. Control the urges. We'll have more to deal with soon. As they left, C-3PO wobbled out of the cargo hold, flanked by a beeping R2-D2. Oh my! A proper oil bath at last. I am sparkling clean and fully operational. He waddled to Anakin. Master Skywalker. At your service. Anakin raised his hand. With a subtle motion, he summoned a broom from the wall and handed it to 3PO with the force. You can clean the ship. Top to bottom. Master, I'm not sure my servos can withstand. R2 let out a high-pitched snicker. Anakin smirked. R2, help him. I'm leaving it to you. As he walked away, R2 nudged 3PO. Oh dear. This is going to be a long session. Maybe I can teach you to speak Wookiee while we clean. That's always fun, isn't it? R2 beeped in exasperation. Anakin stepped into his chamber, sat on the edge of his bed, and finally laid back. Sleep came almost instantly. Well, Act 1 is pretty much complete, though I didn't have the time to finish this section entirely. It's already long enough as it is. If you'd like to see Part 5, show your support. It really helps me gauge whether this is worth continuing, and of course, the motivation goes a long way, too. I decided to upload this a bit earlier than planned, especially with all the crazy stuff happening on the internet right now. For reference, this part alone contains over 42,557 words and 256,808 characters.